Thank you, Cyrus. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is day 2, and we are very grateful to have all of you here on day 2. It means that day 1 had tickled us, had challenged us, and we are in that mood to continue with that challenge that we had yesterday. We already have our keynote speaker here. I think you have seen the banner, the digital banner that we had earlier. We had Ms. Sarah Chitakule, who I will be introducing later. And we are continuing from where we left off. That's why our program today will be revised slightly. As you remember, we deferred our last session, which was session 3, which is now going to become session 4, and we shall continue with that first with our keynote, and then the session that was going to be chaired by Dr. Aguti, and then we shall carry on. Thank you all very much for being here to continue with our conference. We are still with the theme of fostering graduate employability and innovation. Yesterday, I think, as a starting day, we had the right start with the minister's keynote that left us challenged on how we can transit our economy from its raw material status, adding value, and eventually innovating it and then commercializing, as well as dealing with our environment. But the challenge is not in tracking that. The challenge as stakeholders of higher education is in our curriculum and how we can formulate a curriculum that speaks to that trend, especially with the STI as a development strategy that we all know is being fronted by the National Development NDP3 at the moment. NDP3 and going into NDP4. So the minister's speech was indeed the right way to set us off, and I believe everybody went with a number of take-homes, including how we've been black boxed without knowing how we could add value to our students, rather we could add value in our curriculum with them having to add value to our products and being able to drive an economy in that way. I think we were all provoked by that, and that transiting strategy, I think, was very well articulated by the minister, and the track that we need to change. But we also heard from our chairperson of council. Unfortunately, our challenges have not gone away. That which we have always said as recurrent issues in higher education, the infrastructure, the lack of skills, and so on, they are still there. So we still need to be cognizant of the environment within which we operate, even as we answer to this challenge, which is a very big challenge indeed. So this first session, the keynote speech from the minister, tied in very well with the presentations that we had yesterday from Professor Bina and also our curriculum experts. We had that session where higher education is asking, how do we link up with this change in the lower secondary, with the change in the lower secondary curriculum? What are the requirements? Those of you who were here yesterday, you saw how many questions were being raised and probably not answered completely, so that is still work in progress. And it means that even beyond here, we shall be looking at some of the issues that have been raised here. How does higher education curriculum, how do we align ourselves with this change. What are the requirements, especially with that gap at A level, which has not yet been handled? So yesterday was very packed, very intensive, but very exciting. And we deferred for that reason. We deferred that session, as I said earlier. So our program has been revised accordingly, as you see. And we shall start today with more excitement with our keynote speaker for today, Ms. Sarah Chitakule, who I'm going to introduce briefly. Sarah will be talking about the private sector's role in enhancing graduate skills and employability through technological innovations. You can see we are on track, linking the different elements within which we need to address higher education too. So I'll introduce Sarah Chitakule, who happens to be also my OG. Sarah is an accomplished private sector development specialist. She has extensive international experience with leading international development organizations, including the World Bank, International Finance Corporation, International Labour Organization, and the Commonwealth Secretariat. Sarah has been an active member of the women's movement in Uganda and globally. She has served on boards of several global women in business networks. She's currently a trustee of the Cherie Blair Foundation for Women. Those of you who know the previous Prime Minister of Britain, this is the foundation. His wife, Cherie Blair, is the patron for this foundation. The chairperson of the Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship Association Limited, and the chairperson of the Council for Economic Empowerment of Women of Africa, Uganda. She's a founder and director of the Chitakule Foundation, an organization supporting improving the quality of education for children in rural communities, providing access to affordable health care, and empowering women and girls to affordable health care. She's the director of the Sustainable Business for Uganda Platform Secretariat, a European Union program supporting the enhancement of trade and investment between Uganda and the European Union. Sarah has worked in many business forums. Those of you who were with UMA, I think over the last decade or so, and in several others, as we have seen. So this is our keynote speaker for today, appropriately talking about that subject which I read earlier, the private sector's role in enhancing graduate skills and employability through technological innovations. Sarah, please.
Thank you very much. She said she's my OG. You can guess which school? Somebody was saying we are still proud and we're still talking about the old schools, but there are so many schools that have come up. But then you can see the values and how much people value what they learned from those schools. So I'm sure even you as technocrats and academicians, you would want us to value what we get from your universities. I am humbled actually to be standing in front of what is supposed to be the creme de la creme of the brains of Uganda. Are you the creme de la creme? Yes. Are you? You are not, speaking with a lot of energy. I hope that by the end of my humble speech, you will speak with a lot more energy, and you will assure me that what you're providing is actually value for money. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol is observed. Thank you very much for that introduction. A very good morning and welcome to the second day of the Higher Education Stakeholders Conference. I'm actually quite excited to be here because the National Council for Higher Education is actually a member of one of our technical working groups, which is Skills and Attitude, under the Sustainable Business for Uganda. Because most of our private sector people identified skills and attitude as one of the main challenges they have in running their businesses. And we did do an assessment, and actually it came out that first and foremost, the soft skills or the attitude of the students that or the graduates that you train is a major issue for our employers. It's a major issue for the private sector. And I'm sure many of you would agree. You walk into a place, whether it is MTN, Airtel, or some of the banks, and the attitude of the people that are serving you, it's not that they don't know what to do, but their attitude is just simply not what you expect. So they sit on that committee, and we've been trying, as you will hear from the Enable, trying to see how do we actually pass on this skill. It's a pleasure to see so many esteemed academicians gathered here today to discuss a topic of paramount importance: the private sector's role in enhancing graduate skills and employability through technological innovation. As I have asked, usually we ask ourselves, was it worth the investment? A lot of people are asking, have you heard of the story where some students are actually suing American universities for hoodwinking them into applying for certain courses which have turned out to be of no value at all in the world of work? That is how far students are going. You find that most of us students, when they leave, especially these days, their expectations are very high indeed. You give somebody a job and they want from day one to actually become managers. They want to be supervisors because the expectations are pretty high. I had one of my nephews that I was supporting, and he was given a job at Pepsi. And he said, oh, my interest is becoming a supervisor. He graduated from Nkumba. And the guy who was a supervisor said, my dear, you have to start from the bottom. Sometimes you might have to sweep the factory before you can actually be looked at as a supervisor. But then you find such a person, the attitude, the fact that he sees because he has a degree, he feels he must be start at what? At a supervisor. The same thing applies to the salaries that people are getting. When somebody gets into the world of work, they want to be paid like the manager because they have a degree. And if they are not paid, then they are disillusioned. So in today's rapidly evolving world, characterized by the pervasive influence of technology, the landscape of higher education and the job market is undergoing profound transformations. With technological advancement reshaping industries and job requirements, higher education institutions must adapt and equip graduates with the skills necessary to thrive in this dynamic environment. And as we gather here today to contemplate the future of work, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history, standing at the intersection of technological innovation, socio-economic transformation, and evolving workforce dynamics. The work landscape is undergoing unprecedented change, driven by rapid technological advancements, demographic shifts, and changing consumer preferences. In this era of profound disruption, we need to reflect on the implications for the workforce and consider the skills employers will seek in the coming years. The future of work holds both promise and challenge. On one hand, technological innovations such as artificial intelligence, automation, and robotics have the potential to unlock new opportunities, drive productivity gains, and create jobs in emerging fields. But on the other hand, they also pose significant disruptions to traditional job roles, requiring workers to adapt, upskill, and embrace lifelong learning to remain competitive in the labor market. In this context, the skills employers seek will likely undergo a fundamental transformation, while technical proficiency and digital literacy will remain important. There will be a growing emphasis on what we now call the 21st century skills, enabling individuals to navigate complexity, communicate effectively, collaborate across diverse teams, and adapt to change with agility. I thought I should mention some of these critical skills that employers are likely to prioritize in the future. I've said digital literacy and fluency. As technology permeates every aspect of business and society, workers must possess a strong foundation in digital tools and platforms. This includes coding, data analysis, digital marketing, and cybersecurity proficiency. You notice nowadays that in all our organizations, if you are not digitally literate, it becomes very difficult for you even to manage your calendar, for you even to communicate to your staff in the next room. Everything is online. All approvals in most organizations now are online. So if you don't know, if your digital literacy level is very low, it's going to be very difficult for you, because there are certain skills that people are assuming you must have. If you come to my office, I am going to assume you know how to navigate Outlook, you know how to make notes, you know how to set up a meeting. All these are things that your students must already know. Nobody is going to teach them these skills. Then there is critical thinking and problem solving. In an increasingly complex and interconnected world, employers value individuals who can think critically, analyze information, and develop creative solutions to solve the challenges. The ability to synthesize diverse sources of information, evaluate alternative courses of action, and make informed decisions will be highly prized. It's very difficult. Everybody is now depending on data. Collecting of data, being able to analyze that. Whether you are in marketing, whether you're in HR, whether you're in production, you must be able to analyze the data that is put before you. Then there is adaptability and resilience. The pace of change in the digital age demands high adaptability and resilience from workers. Employers will seek individuals who are comfortable with ambiguity, open to learning new skills, and resilient in the face of setbacks. The ability to pivot, reinvent oneself, and thrive in dynamic environments will be essential for success. That means you could have studied history, but that doesn't mean that you cannot now be an HR person. Because inability to change is that you should come to my organization and I'm ready to move you from one section to another. And that ability to be able to turn around, learn a new skill, and move on. I have my sister who did agriculture. She's now a director for HR. She didn't go for formal education in HR. She was asked one day, you are now going to be the acting director for HR. And she has been constantly doing courses to make sure that she understands the science now behind HR. And she didn't have to go back to a university to do that. So you have to be able to tell your students that they have to have a mindset of being able to change with whatever is happening within the organization. They have to be able to adapt and be able to change, instead of sitting around and saying, for me, I did civil engineering, and therefore I will have nothing to do with anything else that is around that. You have to be able to adapt and to be resilient. But it's not only about adaptation. What I have discovered in the private sector is that some of our high flyers, they have become supervisors or managers. And I think you will agree with me. People that you churn out, who are the engineers, the civil engineers, the electrical engineers, they don't even know how to wire a building. But they have all this, so they've become supervisors. They get the young boys and people who have done certificates or whatever. They are the guys who climb up. They are the guys who do most of the work. But you find that in Europe, if somebody says he's an electrical engineer, they do the wiring after they have programmed and they know this is how it's going to be. They do the lighting. We need dim light here. We need strong light here. And they will actually do it. You go to a farm and somebody says, I am actually a graduate of agriculture. That guy, with a few people, will manage with the machines and so on, will drive the tractor, will go around. But our graduates, I'm sorry to say, you will find they call them civil engineers, people who do the buildings, does not even know how to lay a brick. Am I wrong? Or if he doesn't want to lay a brick. And then what happens, because he doesn't want to lay a brick, he's going to bring all these guys from Arua. Now they bring them Arua, Kapchora. They are very good. They will lay the bricks. But he wants to get more money than these guys who are what? So he's going to multiply your bill by 150%. And then these guys will not even pay because now he wants to drive a big car. He wants to build when he's actually not doing anything practical. So what are you telling your engineers when you train them? Yeah? That's food for thought. Because it starts with you. It starts at your level. You have to tell the engineer that you have to get your hands dirty. If you go to a site where they are building in the UK where I stayed for the last 10 years, these are engineers, civil engineers. You'll find them, they are dirty, their hands are dirty. They are doing the actual construction of the building. No wonder our buildings are collapsing. The guy comes around and goes. Eh? He doesn't know what is happening to the way they are mixing the ratio of cement to sand. Eh? He just goes and comes, collects money. So we need to change the mindset of our graduates. And it starts with you as heads of institutions, as heads of lecturers or lecturers of institutions. It has to start with you. The other thing that is the other critical skill that you must make sure your graduates have: communication and collaboration. Now, effective communication and collaboration skills will be critical in an increasingly globalized and interconnected world. And employers will value individuals who can articulate their ideas clearly, listen actively, and work collaboratively with diverse streams across geographical boundaries and cultural differences. It's going to be that you are working on a project. The originator of the project is actually from South Korea. But he has employed engineers or software engineers from here. And you have to be able to collaborate, to communicate information. It doesn't matter whether you did engineering, whether you are a medical doctor. You have to be able to communicate. So this is a skill that everybody needs to have. And communication is going to go through technology. So people need to know all sorts of ways and means. You'll find now, if you did a research and said, what are the different means of communicating actually online? Some of your students may not even know about Skype. Some of them may not even know about Google Meet. Some of you may not even know how to. And these are our graduates. And this is supposed to be a basic skill. This is a basic skill. It's no longer an option. It's a basic skill. On one hand, I empathize with you. Because a graduate, an A-level from my village may not have even seen a laptop. And these are the people that you are receiving at your institutions. Theoretically, he has been told there is a mouse, it looks like this. And you move it by clicking left and but he has never seen one. That he has crammed something and he has made it. These days the rejoicing on the TV and in the papers. Yeah? I thank God I got 18. I thank God I got 20. But what did you get actually? What are you taking? Yeah? And what kind of student are you going to be? The other 21st century skill, emotional intelligence and empathy. As automation and artificial intelligence increasingly perform routine tasks, the human touch will become more valuable. Employers will seek individuals who demonstrate emotional intelligence, empathy, and the ability to build meaningful relationships with colleagues, clients, and customers. How many times sometimes do you feel you want to speak to a human being? Because wherever you go to that company, you click here, there's a robot there talking. You click, there's somebody, and you feel, when can I actually access a human being? Even with Umeme. And when you are eventually able to talk to somebody, you really feel that that person is understanding what your problem is. And in many cases, that person is able to help you solve the issue. So people will be looking for those people who have that kind of emotional intelligence and are able to communicate with the customers when there is need. Because the initial communication is going to be robotic, it's going to be through artificial intelligence, as you must have said. They just, what is your account number? You click in. Oh, you have done your YACAL, this. If there is whatever, click for. What? And you keep clicking, until eventually they say, okay, we shall get somebody online to talk to you. The other very important thing, continuous learning and self-development. In a rapidly evolving job market, learning new skills and adapting to changing circumstances will be essential for long-term employability. Employers will value individuals who demonstrate a commitment to lifelong learning, take initiative in their self-development, and seek opportunities for growth and advancement. But this cannot happen to your students if you as lecturers are actually not committed to lifelong learning. I mean, I'm an alumni of Makerere. It's been many, many years. But you remember those lecturers who had the old notes? And year after year, the guy. Now, if you are that kind of lecturer, you can't keep, you have the lifelong learning. What students are you going to get out of your class if you are not keeping up to date with what is happening in your area of training? Because every single day things are happening, new things are happening. If you blink, you miss it. And somebody in your class might challenge you with whatever it is that you are teaching. So even you as lecturers, you have to commit to lifelong learning and impart that to your students. One thing I've noticed that Ugandans don't like reading. And I think there's a problem with our foundation. That when we are growing up, whether it is in nursery or kindergarten, we are not brought up to love reading. And I'm sure there are people here who are teaching early childhood teachers or whatever. Please, they need to encourage the young people to love reading. Because if we are not a reading population, then we are going to be left behind. I always complain when somebody advertises something. She puts out something and says, I'm selling this soap. And on the advert, she puts the soap is 20,000. And this is where I can be found. And then somebody, right in the next post, says, how much is it? These are Ugandans for you. That means all that person is sold the soap, did not even bother to read what the advert is. What? Is saying. When we have a reading culture, there are so many things we can learn by just reading. And some of it will make it even easier for us to get rid of some of the courses. Because if people are reading culture, they will learn through reading on their own. But this is the problem because our foundation is not right. So in today's rapidly changing world, the role of employers in preparing graduates to achieve 21st century skills cannot be overstated. Employers serve as key stakeholders in the education ecosystem, providing invaluable insights into the evolving needs and demands of the workforce. As such, they are responsible for actively engaging with education institutions and collaborating to prepare graduates for the challenges and opportunities of the modern workplace. Employers can play a pivotal role, or the private sector, in shaping educational curricula to ensure alignment with the skills and competences required in the 21st century workforce. By providing input on industrial trends, technological advancements, and emerging job roles, employers can help educators tailor their programs to meet the needs of the labor market. This may involve participating in curriculum development committees, offering internships and work-study programs, and providing feedback on the relevance and effectiveness of educational initiatives. This is a very important role of the private sector. But how flexible are we as developers of the curricula? How flexible are we in liaising with the industries? How often do we actually change our curriculum, even at the higher institutional level? Are we willing? Because even the process of approving a curricula, I must say, I tried to develop a curricula and I gave up. Because I was told I have to take you to a hotel, you have to stay there, I have to pay per diem, I have to until I said, I give up. Instead, I will take a curricula in America and all my graduates will now be accredited using the American qualification. Because the Ugandans couldn't move. They could not move. So this is a problem. If I'm in the private sector, I'm anxious. If things have changed, if the way the wiring of electricity has changed, I want it to change immediately. I don't want you to give me a graduate who is basing the wiring of electricity on 5 years ago, when the way they are manufacturing wires has changed, the way they are manufacturing switches has changed, the lights have changed, we are now using LED, we have solar, we have all this. But how often are you going to be able to, because the world is changing at supersonic speed. So how flexible are you, even as you contact the industry, in changing your curricula? And how quick are the people who are approving the curricula? How quick are they in turning around? And how informed are they? We are now going through, what is it? Is it education service review? Something. When I look at the people on the, I'm sorry, I hope I'm protected. I really say, but surely, if we are going to move forward to the 21st century, are these the people who should be on this commission? Those of you who know the, you know. In fact, I wanted to go there and I said, but really, should I go there? Let me just get on with my life. Yeah? So, Life is very interesting. Eh? And employers can actively engage with educational institutions to provide students with hands-on learning experiences and real-world exposure to industry practices. Internships, apprenticeships, and cooperative education programs allow students to apply theoretical knowledge in practical settings, gain valuable work experience, and develop the skills and competences employers highly value. So by offering meaningful work opportunities and mentorship, employers can help students bridge the gap between academia and industry and prepare them for successful careers. I have found during my stay in the UK that the students who opted to take the apprenticeship route, they were actually quickly employed compared to the graduates. In fact, I was telling my sister, I said, by the amount of money we spent at university, these kids should have just gone for apprenticeship. Because they have the route that you can go through the apprenticeship and you get a higher national diploma, but by that time, you would have learned everything that you need to either run that machine or to provide IT support. And then from there, if you want to upgrade, you can upgrade. But you will have a qualification. I don't know whether we have that route here, the apprenticeship route, where I can finish my A-level and I decide I'm going to go to Mukwano. And then through Mukwano, I can actually get a qualification. Because you will notice that right now, if we send an engineer to Mukwano, Mukwano will have to train them. Because this engineer has never even been inside a soap factory. Has never seen a soap factory making machine. So he's there theoretically, but when he comes into my company, I must take time to train because they know nothing. So you also need to think about it and say, if we are training engineers, these engineers, have they actually been exposed to an actual situation? Has somebody actually wired a house as an electrical engineer before I qualify you? What have you done to show me that you can actually practically do something? And the private sector can also provide experiential learning opportunities. And they can invest in employee training and upskilling initiatives, benefit the individual employees. But you know, there's also the issue of taxation. Can I actually write this off? Because if I'm spending money training someone, do I get any benefit? And I think the private sector has been, I don't know how far they've gone now, I lost track of it, trying to argue with government, say, yeah, we are willing to train people, we are willing to bring people into our companies. But what is the win-win situation for us? Because even if you bring in 20 people, I might only be able to employ 5 out of the 20. But yet I would have invested money in training 20 people. That is why if you go to South Africa, for example, it's very difficult for a foreign student to be admitted for medicine. Because the South African government argues that the kind of investment you need to make to train a doctor is too high, that there is nobody will pay you that amount of money from outside. But if you are training your own people, it is worth the what? The investment. But for us here, we train and we send abroad. We are training for other economies, which is unfortunate, you know. It's very sad that you have unemployed doctors. But that is the reality that we have. So the employers can help employees develop the skills needed to thrive in a changing world of work through workshops, seminars. Even if they are not able to take up internship, what is it that you can do to bridge that gap by having seminars, workshops by industry experts, or within these factory settings, or within the the world of work, so that you go there and you are able to have these workshops in the world of work. Moreover, employers can promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workforce, creating an environment where individuals from diverse backgrounds feel valued, respected, and empowered to contribute their unique perspectives and talents. I thought I should give an example of now, a 21st century baker. Do you know the kind of skills now that are needed if you are going to have a bakery? Apart from putting the cakes in the oven, what other skill? Now that you are teachers, I'm also asking. What, what other skill do you think is needed in a bakery? A what? A marketing person? What else? Yes? You project your voice. Branding, customer care, an artist, the person who mixes. But do you know that now a cake baker needs an engineer? You know those cakes that they make that move, that sing, You have to understand engineering. And then you are going to want, like somebody said, an artist. Somebody who's going to mold. You know those molds that they put, the molds of people, children, or whatever. Those are, different skills. So it's no longer something that I know how to bake, I know how to mix, whereby people relegated it to women. It's no longer a women thing. It is a diversity of skills. So you are going to have even somebody, an industrial designer, somebody who is going to come up with the design of how this thing is going to be, work together with an engineer, how are we going to make it move? Somebody who is going to say, okay, how are we going to add the music that is going to play? Someone who may have started painting, but now has to look at what colors are we combining. It is never just a simple cake now. So this shows you that if you are training people how to make cakes, you have to train them to be able to collaborate. And also for an engineer to know that engineering is not only about working with you can be an engineer and you go in all sorts of diverse industries. These are the people that we are looking for. Engineering is no longer, a one size fits all. You can be an engineer of all sorts of things. And if you are going to be an engineer, that means technologically you have to use the software that is going to help you to design what it is that you want, how you want that cake to move. You have to be able to understand that before you actually start on making the cake. And then you have to go to the cake person and say, this is what I think. This one has to be this size, and this one must be this size in order for them to balance and not fall. That is where the world of work is going. It has nothing to do with just mixing ingredients. And the attitude, I remember there's a very fantastic example. Under the work readiness program, there were some young engineers that were sent to go and work to do this 6-month course training with a recycling plant. These people recycle all sorts of plastics, and they make, they make all sorts of products out of it. This group of young men, I don't know how many were there, 4 or 3 or 4, they refused. They said for them, they are not going to work with rubbish. They did not even go there. This is a company whose turnover is in billions. Billions. But they refused. These are your graduates, ladies and gentlemen. They refused to go and work. They thought they were going to be asked to clear. They didn't even think. They could not even think that a recycling plant, there is science in recycling. There is combining different materials. There is breaking it up into particles And they did not even think about that. For them, they were just thought about this is a rubbish thing. And what an opportunity they lost. Because where is the world going? It's about recycling. It's about waste management. So now you'll find them on the street. That is really na minimum government to yam. Yeah? So, as drivers of innovation and economic growth, private companies are vested in ensuring that the workforce possesses the skills needed to leverage technological advancement effectively. And they often have first-hand knowledge of the evolving demands of the job market and can provide valuable insights into the skills and competences that employers most seek. Technological innovations offer unprecedented opportunities for our graduates. As I mentioned earlier, from artificial intelligence and machine learning to blockchain and virtual reality, imaging technologies and other emerging technologies are revolutionizing industries and creating new pathways for innovation and growth. By integrating these technologies into the curriculum and providing hands-on training opportunities, your institutions can empower students to develop the technical proficiencies and digital literacy skills required in today's digital economy. You will find that now, like adverts, the training has to change. Because now I can go online and I'll give instruction. I'll say, please design for me an advert of a black, beautiful woman advertising a fantastic wedding gown. I don't want any background. I want her seated and another picture of her standing on the left-hand side. Do you know what happens? It will bring out the most beautiful African woman. The advert ready. So if your person who is doing marketing or is doing graphic design does not know that he needs to understand how to maneuver this software, who is going to employ them? Yeah? Even those of you who are doing curriculum development, my dear, AI can generate for me a framework within seconds. I'll just say, please, design for me a curriculum outline for training university students in artificial intelligence. It will give you all the modules. You then move from there and say, module 1, script detail. Am I lying? It will script a whole detail for you. And you can even go further. Develop a PowerPoint for me to deliver this course. All these things are happening. Even you, the way you mark your students is going to have to change. Because I can go online and say, write for me an essay on why Uganda is one of the fastest growing economies. And I will say, provide references, avoid plagiarism, please provide quotations, and it will develop this. And there are people who are working behind the scenes to make sure you never know. Because for every technology, there are people who anticipate and say, they will say this is AI generated. And there are people who are going to say, how to bypass AI in your essay writing. Yeah? So, you are now going to have to rethink even how you examine your what? Your students. So, what an opportunity for you now to base your examination on project delivery, solving of issues, problems raised by university, by the private sector, instead of telling them to write long essays of useless ones. I'm telling you. These things are useless. We are wasting our children's time and hours. Let us move on to more practical things of solving issues. Now, for somebody who is teaching people of history, it's going to change. Nobody is going to ask a historian to regurgitate. Probably what they are going to ask a historian is create content based on the history of Uganda's Bush War. In bites, who wants to nowadays even our attention is so we don't want long things. For me, you post something and it is, I read 1 and 2 and bottom. So your historians have to now understand, how do I present my historic piece? Create content online for people to read so they will know what happened to Uganda's Bush War. That is the way you should be examining them. Not write an essay on the genesis and the end of Museveni's war. People are not interested. People want creativity. They want to see pictures. They want to see video captions. They want to see things that, are of interest to the entire world, not only to Uganda. I hope you are listening. Now, partnerships between higher education institutions and the private sector, they bridge the gap between, as I said, yourselves and the industry. So collaborative initiatives such as industry-sponsored research projects, internships, and mentorship programs will enable your students to gain real-world experience. They will develop practical skills and build valuable networks within their chosen fields. This enhances their employability as graduates, but also fosters innovation and entrepreneurship by facilitating knowledge exchange and collaboration between academia and industry. Last week, we recognized a young man who developed something during the time when he was at university. He has developed a spray that you spray on agricultural products. And without putting anything, they will stay for 6 months without getting rotten. This is a young man who did it at university. So if you want to spray, like you are exporting tomatoes, this is organic from organic products. You spray, and you are able to pack and send abroad without using any chemicals. What a solution. Do you know how many products in Uganda are getting spoiled? So this student was able to find a solution. Yeah. So after that, it started with a powder. It became now a spray. Now I got a partner. Now they have a spray, like irrigation spray kind of thing. So you put your products, it runs over, and this thing is sprayed on it, comes out the other end, and they are able to pack it. These are the things your students should be examined on. Going out to the industry and saying, what issue are you facing? What problem are you facing? So that I put together my students, and you can even put together multidisciplinary student teams. They don't have to be from the same faculty. So, with the rapid advancement of technology, as you all know, several traditional jobs are at risk of disappearing or significantly evolving. Even some of you, your jobs will disappear. Because, we shall be self-teaching ourselves, and at the end of the day, we get a degree. You know that this is possible with technology. That you go online and you learn at your own pace, and at the end of it, you are examined, or you do a project, and you get a degree. So, some faculties might have to be gone. But, there are some jobs that are going to disappear. Some are already disappearing. Some examples, for example, data entry. With automation. This is going, before when you have a whole room of people, punching in things, it's going to disappear. Now you go to URSB, you put on your NI number,
and all your information comes. You don't have to feed in. It's already there. So even as you train, at your universities, you have to think ahead. Which actually skills are going to be phased out? I can still see people advertising for record keeping. Bachelors in record keeping. I hope that now has been evolved into using technology, not yeah? Because really, then you are some of these jobs, they are no longer going to be needed. Cashiers. Yeah? You just walk through, you put your thing yourself, and you go. In some places, even as you pick, the thing will just automatically charge. Eh? There are so many things. Even manufacturing workers with robotics and so on. So many years ago, I visited a port which is 100% managed by robots. A human being is somewhere, one human being. Otherwise, the rest is robots are just going around. Drivers, my dear. Do you know that drivers might be out of jobs? Yeah? We are getting driverless cars. Yeah? So these are some of the things we really need to think as people who are training. Think ahead and make sure you revamp your curricula. Because that is why many of our children are frustrated. Because you go into university. I put an advert in the papers sometime, and I said, if you are graduate and unemployed, call this number. My dear, my phone rang off the hook. People came to me physically. Architects, doctors, engineers, name any profession in your institution. Children saying, I am the firstborn. My parents sold all they could to give me a good education. I was bright. They were hoping that I'm going to help my young siblings. But here I am, walking around with no one, no job. Of course, part of it is within the structures of our economy. I cannot blame you as the entire causes of this unemployment. But it saddens the parent that a child has taken all the savings of a parent, and at the end of it all, it's been 5 years, 6 years, they have no what? They have no employment. So, we need, as a private sector, I'll just mention some specifics. Employers can enhance, of course, the employability of graduates through several ways. As the private sector, of course, we can provide training programs to develop digital literacy skills among our graduates. Of course, I was happy to meet him. He's doing some software engineering training, software applications, programming languages, data analysis tools, digital communication platforms. So these children sometimes, or our students who are disadvantaged, who come from rural settings or families where they have no access to laptops and so on, we need, once they join our institutions, they need to be started on these programs so that they are able to catch up. And if somebody is bright enough, they catch up. Some of us have never come to your institutions to learn all the digital literacy skills we have. But now I sit on my laptop and I can do a lot of things. So we can help these students catch up in collaboration with industry, but also at your institutions. What are you prioritizing? You make it IT compulsory. Is it O level? O level is compulsory. Eh? Is it? It's A level. There is no level where it's compulsory. Really? In 2023, 24, we should be, these things should be compulsory. or if you join university, you must have a certain level of proficiency in digital skills by the time you graduate. So that means that every graduate you are churning out from your institution must have attained a certain level of digital proficiency. But you are sending to us people. Of course, now I'm no longer worried about writing because, you know, with Grammarly and all these things, you can just write a letter to Professor Okwako, thanking her for inviting me as a speaker. And what will happen? Dear Professor Okwako. So I'm not worried about those things. But I'm worried about the other things that are very, very important. Even ability for you to instruct the AI to do that for you. That skill, we must have a certain digital proficiency for all our graduates. The same thing I've seen in other institutions where my daughter went, that, you know, mathematics, you have to have passed by a certain level in order to actually be admitted to university. In the UK, if you don't have a minimum of a C in mathematics and English, it doesn't matter whether you have an A in biology. No university will take you. But here, if you have an F9, all you need is 2 principal. So if you are going to admit that person, let them catch up. Because with other universities, at least catch up and have a minimum thing. But here, I've found that even when you go to a shop and you say, I want two bars of soap, where there is no, you know, artificial intelligence being used, technology being used, that is a graduate of yours would get out a calculator and will say, what is 2 times 2? Am I wrong? Get any young person, who is 20, you are young here. If I gave you a chivalo, you take out your phone. So really, we need to be able, at least they should have some basic understanding of what? Of English, and not only English now, it is about other languages. Why is it that West Africans are bilingual? But here, we don't even know Swahili. If we are going to operate in the African Free Trade Area, what kind of graduates are we bringing out? They should be learning languages. So that if we send somebody to West Africa, they are comfortable speaking French. Those of you who are designing curricula and deciding who does what, and some of your demands are very disheartening. I saw the other day there was an advert. We want more women doing certain courses, welding, and something else. And they said, but you must have done physics, chemistry, Simanyubichi. I said, really? The people in Katwe, do they know what physics is? If you are trying to say you want more women doing these courses, and you already know that we have less women in sciences, you already know that because of stereotyping, our girls think mathematics is hard. They think sciences are hard. And then you put out such an advert. What prevents me, as somebody who did Bachelor of Commerce, to actually go and learn how to weld? What is so complicated? Please look at even your conditions of who does which course. I know we are so proud of Makerere and all these things, but the world has moved on. The world has moved on. Makerere, what? There are so many. So, if you don't move on, time is going to come when Makerere is not known anywhere. You have to move on if you are to maintain your name. Chambogo is on your heels. Professor Walunwa is here. You never know, MOOCs might evolve into something. They could rebel and say, we now want to break away from Makerere. They will name themselves something. And those that are coming after him because of the foundation, they can evolve into some. So please, as you maintain the legacy of your organizations, make sure you move on with the times. Employers can leverage technology to streamline work processes and increase efficiency. Employers can create a more agile and productive work environment. This is in order to support the graduates to be able to implement these tools such as project management software, collaboration platforms, and workflow automation systems. These are the things that people need to learn. And this can be done in collaboration with the private sector. The other one is providing remote work opportunities. You know now there's a lot of remote work. People are here and they are working for companies in the US, in the UK. But how about people here working for companies within Uganda? Your students, but remotely. To sign up and say, for me, I'm going to work, on social media for MTN. I'm doing a Bachelor of Commerce or Business Administration, but I want to take it up. And at the end of it, you will prove to MTN that because of your work, this has happened. And it will be very easy to convince MTN now to employ you. These are some of the collaborations you need to do. Now, of course, supporting entrepreneurship and innovation. I gave you the example of CEO. If you can provide a solution to our company or a group of companies while you are still at university, that is what the private sector needs. And then, of course, we are able in the private sector to offer you continuous learning opportunities, and then to encourage, like I said, cross-disciplinary collaborations, to encourage graduates to collaborate across disciplines and departments to solve complex problems and drive innovation. There are so many ways. I always pass by the, is it the Nachivubo channel? What is that channel by the bypass? The express, where when it rains, all the rubbish and everything goes down there. And I'm always asking, really? The engineering students of Makerere or Chambogo or Christian University, do you mean nobody can find a solution to actually removing this rubbish? Surely, if people came together, they can find a solution. If people in other countries, young people have found a solution of how to remove, plastics from the oceans, surely we can see how to remove rubbish from our drainage. And by the way, the people who throw rubbish in those drains, they are also graduates. So, mindset. Mindset. I think I've spoken for quite a long time. And I think my message is clear. We need to, first of all, as people who are at the helm of training our future leaders, scientists, people who are going to transform our economy, we have to be moving in the right direction. You know that our economy is agriculture. But what kind of resources does the agriculture faculty have? What resources does it have? That will enable us to produce the best agriculturalists in the world. People who are solving pest issues, people who are solving soil issues, people who are solving, mechanization, people who are solving all sorts of things. What can you grow on 1 acre and be able to earn money? So it's multidisciplinary in nature. But what happened? I remember most of my friends who were in the agriculture faculty when I was at university, they all became agricultural economists. After leaving Kabanyolo, learning how to plant this and the other, when they finished university, they all went to do masters in what? In agricultural economics. And our class entirely, you can't find any somebody who is practicing agriculture. So, what is it? How are we training the people that we admit to agriculture? Do they even want to be there?
How do we know that? How do we admit you and understand? That is why other universities, they will make you write an essay. What is actually encouraging you to apply for agriculture? So that you take people who want to be there. But somebody goes on government sponsorship, is trained in agriculture, and after that, he's not interested. And we have put so much money in that person. So the admission process also needs to be re-engineered. Admit people who want to do the courses that you are offering. Because if I know that the agriculture faculty in Busitema is one of the best in the world, and I'm interested in agriculture, I will go to Busitema and I will study agriculture, and from there I will either start my own farm or I'll work for somebody who is running a good farm. This is the way we need to go. So I'm confident that our collective efforts will yield meaningful insights and actionable strategies for advancing higher education and empowering graduates to thrive in the 21st century workshop. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Sarah Chitakule, our keynote speaker, and I think she deserves another round of applause. We can hear the echoes from the minister's keynote yesterday. The flexibility in our curriculum development is resonating around the room. We heard yesterday, I think it was from Professor Katunguka, that AI is already in our classrooms. ChatGPT, are you familiar with it? It is already there with you. I think it is the most mundane, basic tool now with AI, which our students are already using. And while we talk about plagiarism, expertly writing our reports, we ought to be better than our students if we are going to be the assessors of this kind of products from our students. So this has been very much linked to what we were listening to yesterday, and a very big challenge, because we were hearing this from the private sector itself, from a practitioner, from a graduate of commerce. And I think with that, we are moved even further into knowing what the challenge is in our curriculum development. The flexibility has been mentioned, and this is something I think that, among other things, that academicians need to really look at. Are we moving in tandem with the speed of the private sector? As we develop, as we review our curriculums, are we in line with what the speed and the requirements of the private sector, both in time and quality, as well as the value of the products? So the take home from this is something that we shall go with, especially with curriculum, and the knowledge that emerging technologies within these fourth industrial revolutions is not something that's going to go away. And that as teachers of the 21st century, we ought to embrace this. And we ought to know how it works, because in some cases our students will be better than we are. But I would like to invite a few questions or comments, at least 4 questions at the most, and then we will let our keynote speaker address those. Any questions, comments? That means that everything has really sunk in. There's no comment, no. Oh.
Thank you very much. I would really thank the presenter. I'm Dr. Serwanga Jamil, the Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs, Islamic University in Uganda. I really thank the presenter. I hope we shall be able to access that document. I have 2 issues, or 3, which I want to derive from her presentation. These days, I'm really challenged by the description or definition or explanation of an academician. I wish we had more time to look at what is loaded on the website in terms of the definition of an academician or what is academics. In fact, I was really challenged, and I was somewhere and I told somebody to open up. I wish we could have that time to open up what is on the website or online as far as the definition of an academician is concerned. It is really challenging me, and I wish we could take a position on that. I really request for that, Madam Chitakule, so that we can really understand where we are as people described as academicians. And just to pick one or two kind of understandings is that we are theoretical, we are unpractical, and that is what is loaded on the website or online. Then the other issue is about the curriculum reviewers. Who are they? And I think we need to take note of that. I have a small experience here. Sorry, maybe I'm taking long.
Thank you.
Check.
You talked about baking, and I could not miss to mention about baking, since it is my profession as well and my trade. Since I've already said I work at the Hotel and Tourism Training Institute. One time we were tasked to work out a cake in form of a building. I'm not ashamed to say it was one of the top schools celebrating 100 years. But as you were speaking, we were tasked to work with engineers actually, because for us all we could do was baking. But actually we worked with painters, bringing out the arches. Engineers were speaking their language. But for us to bring those engineers to bring out that building the way we wanted it, actually some of them were refusing, asking us what they had to do with the baking. But we told them all we can do is the cake. But the brother head teacher wants this cake to look like that building, and he doesn't want the cake to shame him when the archbishop is around. And when they got our concept, they actually brought out the best building out of the cakes that we gave them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we'll allow our keynote speaker. Now the questions are really coming up. Most of those were comments though. Let's have that one as the last one and give Sarah a chance to respond. and thereafter we move to the next session.
Thank you very much. My name is Chepskor Mohammed Purpinya, Chairperson, Ashu Mbal Region. May I request colleagues from the secondary sector to stand up for recognition?
Come again.
Why am I raising that? I must thank National Council for Education for involving secondary as well. Whatever Sarah talked about has really touched me. At the secondary level, we are bad luck. Government from nowhere introduced ICT O level, do it. But no computers. We moved, struggled, A level, ICT. No computers in schools, and no follow-up. Our people at policy level, at national level, just dream of something and they drop there. And it is the reason why we send to the universities raw students. My prayer is that, and to the request to the universities, first year, you introduce ICT. Where the student is doing what, introduce ICT. Because we send you raw students. They don't know anything. We only hire computers at the time of examinations. Some of the students just look at them. They don't know anything. Secondly, I want to say that funding to universities, this should be critical from government. As they budget, government must support both government universities and private universities. This idea of universities coming up every day is a good idea, but also not good. For example, look at Busitama. Busitama should be equipped to the tip. Move to the one of Sorot now. They should be equipped. IU should be equipped, and all the private universities. Other than now, Mbale fighting for university. Sebei, where I'm coming from, also they need a university. For what? Can we first ensure that the universities we have adequate funding? That's critical.
Thank you very much.
For example, at the higher level,
you have raised a very important question, and yesterday we were talking about both curriculum and the inadequacy of infrastructure as well as skills. I think that has been brought up very, very strongly. I'm afraid we are going to leave it there, and we shall give our speaker a chance to respond, and then we move. If you have any burning questions, this is still work in progress. Please put it down and give it to our secretariat. These are questions that can be responded to by our experts. Sarah, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, an academician, according to Google, is an academic or intellectual, a member of an academy. So, you guys, that's why we are calling you what? Academicians. You are intellectuals, you know? You are supposed to be the custodians of knowledge. Yeah? So, I think that is a straightforward answer. That's why we refer to you as academicians. Those of us who are dealing with the practical aspects of it, we tend to shy away from academics. That's why you find that even in a family, they'll say, that one is academic. But this one is more practical. I think that is the difference. You know, academicians love arguing. That's why academicians can never be business people. Because they will analyze and analyze. At the end of it, they say there's no money. When an entrepreneur is saying, you know, these are 3 mangoes. If I go out to the market, I'm going to sell. He's not, analyzing to the extent that you people analyze. So I think that is the difference. I appreciate the example of the cake from the Hotel Association, Training Institute. I think that's a practical thing of people working collaboratively.
So as you train your students, tell them, we are training you to be engineers, but that doesn't mean you are going to work on buildings. Look at other careers. Look at other careers where you can transfer your knowledge, where your skills are transferable, and be able to come up with, interesting careers. These days, I mean, the people who are doing the medical things, aesthetics, these are engineers. So these are medical engineers designing all sorts of things for the medical industry. So people who are doing the artificial hearts, people who are doing, these are engineers. So just look at, engineering does not mean that you have to construct a building. Engineer, you can apply whatever you've learned into other careers. Start thinking about that. And even to be creative. I mean, look at Kampala as a city. The architects that you are churning out. Yeah? What kind of buildings are we building? Everybody is a box. Every building is a box. Yeah? People are not thinking. When you go to other cities, you say, what is wrong with our architects? The creativity. That means that you as an architect, you can even, have an artist, somebody who is just an artist but not an architect. And you combine and see what kind of building can we come up. Because that artist is going to say, how about you do a building that looks like, on this side it looks like a banana, but then when you go this side it is like an apple tree, and by the time you finish that building, it's going to look fantastic. That is what you need to look at. The computers, you talked about computers, but also we should be looking at remote learning. How do we liaise with schools, institutes that have access to computers? So that even when you are somewhere, you can remotely learn using these laboratories. And then you can go on in-house workshops where you expose your students to the actual, because it is different when you just see a picture than when somebody actually shows you, even remotely, that this is what the computer actually looks like. This is what the button is. This is, it's different. We have to be creative. And I really empathize with you because I come from a village where people have never seen a laptop. So I know these things, the realities of it. So I think the others were comments. Thank you very much for your appreciation.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. And we have come to the end of that session. We now move to the next session, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Aguti, actually Professor Jessica Aguti from Busitema University. Remember, that is the session that we deferred from yesterday. Let's welcome Professor Aguti and the team that will be presenting.
Thank you, my namesake. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to chair this session this morning. And I would like to call the members of the session. Dr. Julian Sansa Otim, are you here? Mr. Michael Nietegeka. I finally learned how to say this name after many years. Please, you're welcome. Dr. Abdal Kasule. Dr. Abdal Kasule, you're welcome. And Dr. Ashadi Bashir. Do I have enough chairs for my people? There are 3 chairs there, but I was supposed to have 4 people. Is Dr. Julian around? No? Okay. Is somebody making that presentation on her behalf? Secretariat is? No? Julian? Is someone making a presentation on her behalf? No? No. Okay. Fine. Then that means we have 3 people this morning that are going to speak to us. Michael will talk about Ugandan graduates in the digital world. We were just consulting a little bit because there is an online presentation at 11 o'clock. So we shall have Michael to make his presentation. And then after Michael, we will have the online presentation. And then we shall come back to Abdal and to Ashadi. As Michael makes his presentation, I just wanted to make 1 or 2 comments. I am so glad that we've had chats about ICTs and how they are critical and how the world of work, the technological advancement is forcing us to rethink how we work, to rethink how we teach. And I'm so glad because I am one of those that have been pushing in universities that we must integrate ICTs in our teaching and learning because there are a whole lot of benefits to it. So thank you very much for reinforcing that. And many times I say COVID-19 did open distance and e-learning a great favor, because suddenly I used to beg people, come and I train you in how to design courses for online. And they say, I don't have time, I don't have time. But when COVID came, they were looking for me to train them. So COVID-19 opened a door of opportunity for us. Anyhow, let's welcome Michael Nietegeka. And you will have about 15 or so minutes because 11 o'clock we switch to the online environment. Tell us just 2-3 things about yourself and then proceed. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's much better. Like you've had Michael Nietegeka, and a pleasure to be back in this environment. Many of you, we've worked together. It's been 11 years since I left Makerere. And I have just realized that the same things we used to talk about when I was still in Makerere 11 years ago are the same things that we are seemingly still grappling with. And for me, that probably says maybe we find a lot of pleasure in the conversation and hardly move from the conversation to doing a few things. And I'm hoping next year we will have more of demos of what has happened and less of let's move in this direction. You'll probably see later on in the slides probably the reason why I left. Sarah, I was not an academic. I just realized I had to solve something. And we had gone through this curriculum review things. At one time, I even invited industry people to our faculty. And the good academics told the guys we had invited, why don't you focus on what you do and we focus on what we do? And yet we're getting feedback from industry on how we need to review curricula. And one of the things industry told us is that you're wasting a lot of the students' time in content that we don't need. But the reason that was given was that we need to understand the pedagogical aspect. And this was like, that is good, but we don't need. Focus on the vital few that get this person into the world of work. So, what is the digital world and what are we dealing with? All the things you've heard about, artificial intelligence, data, cloud, sustainability, augmented reality, you've heard people talk about these things time and again since yesterday. But what does this mean? So we've talked about, I'm pretty sure quite a number of us have devices. A number of us have access to computers. A number of us, by the time you finish, there is a belief that people already know. But there is what we call the digital literacy fallacy myth. That just because you have a device does not necessarily equate to you having the competence. There are very many people that have Gmail addresses but have no idea that their Gmail address has a calendar. There are many people that have Gmail addresses that have no idea that their Gmail address is actually storage. There are very many people. I was running a workshop last year for 100 female entrepreneurs. 100%, I think about 98% graduates. A number of them had never gone beyond their inbox. What are we dealing with? There are many that think no, but in reality they don't know. So if you see the orange, when people are asked, they rate themselves extremely high. When they are assessed, 85 who had rated themselves, only 34 passed. 85 rated extremely high. When they were assessed, only 34 passed. I work with a company, I represent a company here called ICDL, International Computer Driving License. We did an assessment in one of the countries, even here in Uganda. Out of the 300,000 public servants, only 300 were able to pass basic literacy, office applications, working with the internet. Only 300. We attempted to do it in Uganda, and the first question was, what are you interested in? Is my job secure? What will happen after if I fail? And I'm like, we need to understand, we need to appreciate what are these things that we are struggling with. And so one of the things I hope National Council can help us with is, can we standardize the digital literacy competences? Just because you have a module called ICT, it has nothing to do with competences. Nothing. In Kenya, they have decided to integrate ICDL into their qualification framework because it's a global standard on digital literacy. In Rwanda, they have done the same. Egypt has done the same. Why? They have realized that academic curricula takes a long cycle to come around. So what are we talking about when it comes to digital literacy? We talk about practical and functional skills, creativity. How are you using the technology? Proficient communicator. Sarah talked about Grammarly. I've had people who are university graduates who have sent me an email and the entire content is in the subject. Hello? Collaboration. It's amazing when we teach people Google Docs that you can actually work on a report collaboratively. You don't have to send me and another one, send me and another one, send me. No, we can collaborate on a document. Even now, Office 365 offers that. To what extent are we exposing these people? Because that's the world they are coming in. They're coming into organizations that already have these tools. And like Sarah said, we no longer require us to have these things known. Culture and social understanding. After this, I'm going to have a conversation. I'm going to tell you about what I'm doing now. And we are going to work with 3 companies in Japan. They're looking for software developers. Culture and social understanding. Last week, we were being educated how to work with Japanese. Use less text, more images. Use the word san, Michael san, When they said Michael Son, I said, what are you adding to my name? They said, that's one way of recognizing you. I was saying, I'm not Michael Son. But son means the way you have Mr. and Miss, for them it is universal. And then e-safety, security, security, security. Doesn't have to just be cyber security. How many of us walk into a facility and just connect to a Wi-Fi? And yet you have institutional material. How many of us download, update all sorts of things? Where's our proficiency? So to what extent is our curricula aligned to digital competences for the digital economy? When I'm hiring a marketing person, I'm looking for somebody who understands digital marketing, who understands how to work with digital media, who understands how to align and work with different content platforms. I was giving a talk to journalism class, and I said you're going to be required to learn how to edit websites. So basic HTML, CSS, computer languages are going to be a minimum requirement. Why? Because a website is no longer a technical tool. It's a communication tool. So communicators need to be part of this. They need to have those competences. Now I'll not go through this. This was the digital skills for 2024. Well, skills, the trends for 2024. I picked this from Coursera. And they talk about leadership. They talk about AI-related skills. You need to know how to use the different tools. Sarah talked about, I no longer need to be a graphic designer. Why? Because I can give an instruction. And it will model. We have tools like Canva that are design tools. So I no longer need to hire a graphic designer to design posters for myself. And these are some of the things that we need to be giving our students. This presentation, I hope, will be shared. You can get everything there. Demand cybersecurity and informational security skills. The fastest growing business, we're looking at business skills. Skills in understanding communication and data. So data literacy is going to be important. I ask my team every single week, what numbers are driving your deliverable? It's not about a story. I did one, I did two. No. What numbers are you changing? And of course, oversight and compliance, and these are the fastest growing skills. E-commerce, media strategy, system security, search engine optimization, customer success. Ask yourself, if I'm a BCom student, to what extent am I exposed to e-commerce? Do I even understand how e-commerce works? I had a student who came to do an internship where I work. And I said, have you ever heard about spreadsheets? He said, no. Really? Yeah. I said, do you know Excel? Yeah, I know. So the student had been taught Excel, but had never connected Excel to what? We have a problem. How do we move on? Our current digital literacy courses are totally inadequate. And we need to start from there. I actually propose that digital literacy needs to move out of the curriculum, and it should be taught as a competence-based program. That you must go through it, pass it. It doesn't have to be on your transcript. It's like communication skills. I used to struggle when I was at Makerere, when they brought exams. At one time I was in charge of exams, and one of the questions is, how do you identify a good communicator? I'm like, so if I answer, does that make me a good communicator? Those should be competence-based programs that will run separately. 2, we need to rethink how we are teaching for the digital world. There is an opportunity for a social scientist. Sarah, as you're talking about history, AI and machine learning is dependent on data. And most of it is historical data. there is a huge opportunity for historians to be part of the AI, to be part of the AI ecosystem. I met engineers from Nokia who were looking for social anthropologists. And they told me for every one engineer, there are 4 social anthropologists who understand society, who understand human behavior. Question is, what content of digital literacy is a social scientist being exposed to? What? These are the realities. So we're dealing with human behavior that is heavily influenced by digital, but the guys who are supposed to be shaping behavior have no idea. I saw this week. In Europe, there are universities that have started integrating what we call the short certification, what we call microcredits. And they're saying if you have a microcredit from Google, that microcredit will be recognized and can be credit transferred. Because they're realizing they can't be at the pace of industry. So what do? If you have that certification, it will augment your degree. So how do we get our universities to have that level of agility? So I talk about what I do, briefly, and I bring this to a close. I've never studied IT. I'm never a software engineer. I run a software academy now. I do. I spent 8 years of my 12 years in my career in the IT faculty. And that's where I built the passion from. Refactory is a product of a number of things I attempted to do but was frustrated. Why? This is not aligned to our curriculum. This does not meet this requirement. I said, okay. If I can't change you, I will change myself. Exit. As I speak now, I work with these partners. We've set up a software engineering academy. We've trained close to 623 from any discipline as low as senior 6, and 91% are hired. Of those, 46 are female. 46% are female, hired. I have quite a number of people who have come from other universities, degrees, and all that. And yesterday, Dr. Sembati asked me, have we accredited your program? I said, no, because I don't meet your requirements of credit units, what. Mine is, how do I get you to work? How do I get you to work? And as I've told you, right this week, I have 3 meetings with 3 companies out of Japan that are looking for software developers. They are not asking what you studied. They're asking, can you do? My training programs run for 3 months to 9 months. That's the longest. And I was told by the chief executive of Stanbic that I disrupted their recruitment process, because they were looking for graduate trainees, asked us to recommend 10 software developers. And they had 10 from other universities. The guy who beat them was a senior 6 graduate. And so they said, but he's not a graduate. They said, but he was hired by a company affiliated to Stanbic called FlyHub. He's right now he's one of their senior developers, and he has gone back to university. As I went up, I have a lady, she's right here. This lady here. She tweeted in 2019 and said, how difficult is it to learn how to code? She was working as a radio programmer, working as a radio DJ programmer. I sent her the link on Friday, joined our class on Monday in March 2019. In November, she was hired by a company in Liverpool as a software developer. She's in Uganda. She's paid by the hour. as a software developer. Our model is that we spend, over the 9 months, we spend 6 months working with the company. So we have inverted internship. We don't send students because companies don't have the time. They don't even have the resources to supervise. So you give us the project, we assign the students, and the students deliver. Now, we are charging companies to do their work, and they're paying. So I've built 43 projects in the companies. 2, Bank of Uganda. They came, assessed, did due diligence, all these things. Said, but we need the degree holders. Said, yeah. Right now, we are on their second project, and we have 3 lined up, and they are paying. Ladies and gentlemen, it is possible to rethink and do something for the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael, for that very intriguing presentation. I'm not going to make further comments on it. Maybe we'll pick up the comments later because we are quickly switching to the online environment to hear from Dr. Milos Despotovic. I should have practiced how to say this name, but I was ambushed to introduce him. I believe Aaron had practiced how to say it, but this is a gentleman that works with the VU University in Amsterdam. He has a lot of experience in international business, particularly in the areas of performing arts and industry, sports, mobile industry, internet and telecom industry. And he has applied his creative skills with organizational skills so as to create socially beneficial projects, particularly for communities in different places, and also advises different enterprises. So he comes in to share with us on the topic, social impact entrepreneurship through innovations. And I think this is a critical area for us to engage with, because in universities we have the responsibility to teach, we have the responsibility to do research, and we have the responsibility to work with communities. And so when we talk about social impact, when we talk about entrepreneurship, when we talk about innovations, it matters how these are gelling together in order to create change in our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I should diminish as Dr. Milos comes on board. Let's give him a hand clap of welcome, the Ugandan way. Dr. Milos, you are welcome. My name is Jessica. Good morning. My name is Jessica Guti, and I'm chairing this session. Pleased to have you in Uganda, and we are looking forward to hearing from you. So enjoy the Ugandan environment virtually.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope I am to be heard. I hope the connection is going well with image and with sound. Could you please confirm that?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Wonderful.
And,
Wonderful. Thank you.
And you have about 30 or so minutes to make your presentation.
That will be more than enough. Let me see if I can share my screen before I address everybody. Let me just see how I can do that as the speaker. speaker. So I do have some material to show. And I am now getting a little bit of the options. Just give me a moment, please. I'm not sure if I have the rights to, in this call, to show my screen with you.
Yes, you
I
do
don't
have
know
the
if I can get
rights.
maybe. Do I have
You-
the rights? Okay.
yes.
This is. Let me just see. So would love to share the material with you. Still not able to do it. Just a moment, please.
You are a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Yes. Now I'm not able to do it. Just give me a moment. Oh, this is not going well. This is surprising. Just give me a moment, please, to go through the settings.
Dr. Milos, maybe you should just go ahead, get started as we sort that out.
Yes, and just give me a moment. I am going to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to email right now the material that I have prepared. So maybe you can show it on the screen there for the guests. Just give me a moment. So I'm going to send it out to Mr. In the case that I do not manage to do it. But I'm going to, of course, speak. Okay, I've just sent to Mr. Muhumuza the material. No, I do not seem to have an option, which is really a misfortunate. But I would like to address everybody. Thank you for invitation. It was really lovely to have spoken with the Ugandan delegation last week here in Amsterdam. We were together at one of the student startup campuses here in Amsterdam at the Free University. And that was just 2 weeks after I actually returned from Uganda. So even though today I'm digitally, I'm very happy to have been for the first time in Africa and for the first time in Uganda. Just a few weeks ago, I really had a wonderful time in both Kampala and Mbarara. And I understand that today we are all meeting in the east of the country, so I really hope to be in Mbale sometimes in the future. Today I've been asked to talk a little bit about the experiences from student startups and how can we actually elevate education and bring together industry and education in a way that it can, as it is the topic of today, provide more chances for employability of graduates. And I would like to, share a few things and few experiences, but also some practical tips with everyone attending today, and hopefully that can contribute a little bit also to, for the development of both education, but also readiness for the industry. And I really was happy to see what our previous speaker, Michael, also had to share from his experience of how you can, next to the regular education, employ or help graduates become employed. A little bit about me. I am myself international student. I come from Southern Europe, former Yugoslavia, today Serbia, where I finished my pre-primary, primary, and higher education, secondary education. I went to study in the Netherlands 25 years ago, and through my vast career, I remained in the Netherlands, where I also work in different industries, mostly in areas of technology, but also food, retail, telecom, and the last 10 years, I've also been very much involved with education, because I think part of us members of industry is also to invest in the new talent, because we are, growing old, going to retire, in the same way that we are kind of taking over the roles from those that came before us. I think we should also spend some time to invest in new talent development and invest in those who are going to come after us. So I sought connections with education and really had a great adventure in the last 10 years of having to work with the students and having to work with education facilities and institutions. Today, if you can see behind me, I'm calling from Media College, Amsterdam, which is a vocational school, pre-university level, where we have a lot of students who are already starting to learn what they want to be as professionals, and afterwards they are either going to work full-time after graduation or going to continue to different universities. As for me, I'm also one of the lecturers. I have tenure at Media College in Amsterdam. I founded several companies, social companies, mostly applying technology to innovation on tackling some kind of social problems. And I'm also one of the founders of Business Desk in Amsterdam, where students and former students of Media College in Amsterdam can also come for advice when they want to start a company, or at least get information about what entrepreneurship is. And I also have been fortunate, completely unplanned in the last years, to be able to advise quite a lot of startups, both in Amsterdam, further Netherlands, and also in some other countries as well, including Serbia, my native country. I really regret the fact that I do not have option to share my screen with you, and I'm just going to do one last attempt in the options before I continue the story, because there are really some interesting things that I wanted to share with you, unless there is a possibility of a split screen to perhaps to show my PDF that I've just sent together with no. Yes. No, I'm really sorry that I'm not able with the options to share my background. So let me just have a moment to see, maybe with the colleagues right there, if you're able to put my material there on screen. Could you please check that and give back to me?
Dr. Milo,
Yes.
we have received your work, and someone should be sharing.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Because to be honest, I think the material is much more interesting to see than my face. So if perhaps you could share that on the big screen for the colleagues, and I will provide the audio explanation. Yes, excellent, perfect. And if we can move a little bit through it, please. Yes, a little bit of information about me. And today's topic, yes, if you can go please to the slide number 4. I know that the topic is fostering, the graduate employability and innovations. And immediately, if you go to number 5, I have dared to cross the graduate and actually put future professionals, employability and innovations. Because what I've seen, and I think it's an interesting story, I come from Southern Europe. I'm from an educational system where we were, I believe similar to Uganda. You learn, you go to school, you get your grades. There's a lot of theory, a lot of knowledge, theoretical. But when you graduate, then you're trying to get a job. And what the previous speaker, Michael, also said, like, okay, nice, you have diplomas, but what can you do? Can you able to apply your knowledge into practice? And are you able to immediately start working as a professional, provide value to the market and to the clients and to the company? So, to study at university, I was really, I don't want to say shocked, but pleasantly surprised that education was much more practical, that actually during the studies, academic studies, you get so much trained how actually industry works that you really don't have much of a barrier once you go from school benches into the office chairs. And that's something that I really saw that it's very important from, as far as I'm concerned, start of your vocational education, whether it is a primary, secondary, or academic level, that you really should be treated as future professional. So the companies will be more keen to talk to you and actually hire you, even during the studies or after you finish your studies, if you already are trained to become a future professional. Now, if you continue down, please, what we can see is that not only that I have studied, in different countries and got to experience both styles, more theoretical and more practical education, but also through my performing experiences, both in sports and performing arts, and also in different professional areas of, both telecom, events, and arts. What I was able to do is actually see how working actually made my studying better, because I was working as a student. But also, the more I was studying, I was able to work better because I had better context of that what I was studying at school, how it's going to be applied in the working environment in parallel. So I really would love to, have all the students having possibility to work. Doesn't matter what kind of job, because having context of education applied in a practical environment is really something that was beneficial and fundamental to my development. And now working with future professionals, working with talent, working with students in different levels of education institutions, I also see how much benefits we can get from that. So if we can continue a little bit, please. I would love to, please continue, to present a little bit of, if the challenge is employability, then what are the goals that we would like to achieve? And what we saw is that, one size fits all doesn't work for everybody. We should really recognize what kind of added value is for each individual student, or in this case, each individual future professional, and also selecting fitting sector of the industry, because not every student can, work in architecture. Not every student should work as a doctor. Not everyone should work as a lawyer. People should also, and future professionals should really find what independent fits with them, so they can provide maximum added value. And that would definitely need to support the mindset, because in our opinion, education should not be just one-way stream. You go to school and teachers tell you what you should do, but you should also be enticed and inspired to also think and provide certain innovative ideas, even though if sometimes you might fail and, through experiments find out you're not completely on the right track, but you at least can learn and you can really be supported in playing, pioneering, experiment. So having these goals in mind, what I think education should provide, I would love to share some experiences. So if we can continue further, please. And one more page, please, to number 10. If we go from these goals on the left side, if we see what actually that can translate to in education environment, that means that we should try to put more emphasis on the individual approach in talent development, which means that recognizing students' talents and trying to see how can we further make sure they develop their talent to provide maximum value. That education and industry should not be, separate islands, but should actually be brought together, because if you look thousands of years ago in ancient Egypt, Greece, and other civilizations, school was a place where experienced people were sharing their experience with future professionals who were learning how to begin doing something. So, in my opinion, students should also be able to orient themselves on particular industries during their educational process, because that, please look at number 3, is helping to put education in context, which means there should be commitment from both industry and education to invest so they have better prepared starting professionals and hopefully generate more stable careers throughout the process once after they graduate. Now, having these goals in mind, if we can proceed, the proposed solution that we have been really successful with here in the Netherlands, and now we see that that model is being applied in other countries in Europe as well, is trying to invest in innovative social impact student startups. What does it mean? Please, we can check in the following slides. What does this mean is that we should actually try to harvest the intrinsic motivation of students because they want to create something on their own, to actually facilitate that and create a safe environment for them where they can develop their ideas, of course, being guided by the experienced professionals in both education and industry, not in the terms of what's very often happening in education, like I'm the teacher, I tell you what you have to do, but more like, hey, we're experienced professionals, we have this knowledge, can you use that knowledge to create something on your own? Same way that, let's say, football, coach is not playing the game, players are. So coach can only help with sharing experience, giving exercises, materials to watch, putting strategy in place, but the players are those who actually have to play the game. So same is with the student startups. Students are the ones who have to run the startup, to run their own companies, but the experienced professionals, both from industry and from education, should have more of a mentor role and help students to achieve their goals. Also, not to forget, very often we only talk about current students, but we have a lot of intrinsic motivation and still connection with education through graduates, through alumni. And doesn't matter if you graduated, 2 years ago or 20 years ago, we all carry certain connection with our universities, high schools, elementary schools in our hearts. And this is something that we also see recurring here in the Netherlands, that old students, alumni, are coming back when they have career in the industry and either try to provide mentorship to future students or actually go back to university and try to improve their companies by engaging with students. And also, as previous speaker Michael has shared, sometimes even companies give projects to universities or to colleges so students can actually work on it for the payment. So student startup is also a brilliant way how to elevate the alumni engagement. And it can also have some financial benefits as well. If you can please proceed, or there are some examples and some things that look at the current picture of education is mostly curriculum based. We have a study program, we have to complete it, all students have to complete it. We measure performance with grades, at lectures, at exercises, projects, exams, tests, and so on. And projects that we do are mostly simulated simulations of reality. And that is very important to do in the beginning phases of one's education. However, as you're approaching your career, as you're approaching your graduation, we see that simulated situations should be a bit more focused on the industry. And what we have at school is usually you finish certain module, project, semester, you get your grade, you passed, and then you continue on to another subject, another module, another phase. So there is not much follow-up between different projects in different school years, in different semesters, in different modules. But in the industry, as we know, everything is performance-based, result-driven, is very hardcore demanding, and it's all real life. It has real-life consequences. So at school, if you fail exam, you can take it again in the next term. If you're not satisfied with your grade, you can cancel it, maybe, do it in another term, apply for exam again. In industry, if you fail to deliver, you don't get paid, you can get sued. So real life situations still differs a lot from simulated situations in the education. And if you go to the next slide, I have zoomed in on what we mostly do at education, regardless of the level. There's a certain project we want to do, either a service or a product that we want to research. We will develop, let's say, functional description to analysis, what we would like to develop. There'll be some project management and planning. We will create initial prototype of a certain service or product. We'll be testing it, mostly with isolated test groups. We will do some field testing as well, and we will, readjust our description, functional description, and we will start it again until we say, okay, this is now a successful project, we get our grade, and then the project is finished. However, if we continue, this is only a part. Now, I've zoomed out, and I'm sure that the panelists cannot see it, but it is okay. What I just wanted to show is that in the business process, what we had on the previous screen is that part on the right side for the viewers, where we are looking at the project itself, the technicality of a product or a service itself. While on the left side, what we have in parallel is building a company, building finances, logistics, legal aspects, financial aspects, accounting, human resources, everything you need to actually build a team, which very often is not really done at educational part in education system, but it's always done in the industry. So how can we tackle both of these during the education? If we continue, we will see that in student startups, we can go from following curriculum to actually having some kind of modules where it's really emphasis on developing skills. Because if you don't have skills as an entrepreneur, you can also not achieve the final product, you cannot achieve your company goals. And we see that similar to industry, not only that we put grades for the projects, but we actually are checking, did you deliver? Did you reach certain milestones, what you should have in a real life environment? And go from those simulated situations to real life situations. First of all, let's say about the module, a project of one module, that's not where it stops. Students really are interested and motivated to continue working in their own time, or hopefully throughout school and during education as well. And they're constantly iterating, constantly changing, constantly working on their own stuff. So also commitment from the industry is also very much focused on intrinsic motivation, on process, while still remaining on a real life situations. We can please proceed. These are some questions that you might have. Well, it's all nice, thank you for sharing these, but how can we do it in our education institutions? How can we remodule our education? Well, that's a beautiful thing. What we saw is that student startups should not replace regular education. No, what we do is we created modular. Not everyone wants to become entrepreneur. Not everyone wants to work as an employee in starting companies, because a lot of challenges there. People also want to work in big established companies where they have their own role, they don't have to worry about, all the processes are in place. However, what we see, and we measure that about 17% of our students want to start their own company, and about 35% additional of students do not want to work in big international huge companies, but actually prefer smaller intimate companies with all the challenges that it carries. So we offer student startups as modular choice subject. For extra credits you can choose. Do you want to follow certain courses in regular classes, or would you like to use opportunity to get those study credits and get your grades to work in multidisciplinary teams on your own business idea? Which means you don't just put 3 engineers or 3 chemists or 3 business students in one project, but you have a team that really is like in real companies. We have someone from business studies, technical studies, management studies, maybe creative content studies, basically all the fields, legal, all the disciplines that you also have in real companies. And the teacher is more of a senior mentor, coach, manager role. We do put framework, we put scope, within which student startups can move. And then students are carrying the task themselves by being indeed guided by both teachers as mentors on the process, and what also very much works is getting industry mentors as well. People from the industry are spending some time guiding students in building up their own startup idea. If we continue, please, we can see that this really has benefits in really harvesting intrinsic motivation of students, because they know this just really working on their idea, and they see the efficiency of professional skill development goes through by skill development. I mean both the pure technical skill development in their particular field of education, whether they're starting to become lawyers, engineers, chemists, architects, agricultural experts, but also on that general professional skill development level, which means project management, which means communication most of the time, which means really understanding which added value you want to provide and how to achieve it. And because they're driven by achievement, they also know this is something we do for us, not just to get a grade, and it's not like exam I have to pass. I really want to achieve something, and I'm getting all these insights from the industry mentors, which means that I get more knowledge than only reading from the books and getting from the study materials. I really get to apply my studies in a practical environment. And what we see for engagement from the industry, because you might also ask, well, we have to pay as schools, industry people to come, they're very expensive. No. The previous speaker, Michael, also mentioned that in his company, companies are coming, bringing certain parts of projects. And what we see is that most of the time, industries have benefit because research and development costs a lot of time and also money in the industry, if you want to put all of your employees or employees to do it. But having students working on the startups and engaging with the industry, a lot of research and development can be outsourced by the industry onto these student startups. So it's mutually beneficial relationship. And by that, industry can also reduce some of their costs, but also diversifying their portfolio offering, because now they have more projects that they are mentoring, which means they also learn more and get more skills in their companies. And even if they would decide maybe to even invest in the student startups, then also they are diversifying their portfolio offering for their clients. Now, in the following screens, and we don't necessarily have to go through all of them, I would like to go to share some of our experiences. So if we can continue to the coming pages. And please, Mr. Muhumuza, please share the material with the event visitors there after my presentation. This is really what you see in the coming screens, what our program consists of. We have different phases where we work with the students on what entrepreneurship is, how can you create a sustainable company. And I don't mean only in recycling and solar panels, we really mean sustainable as in longevity, long term. How can you on long term provide value for the market while maintaining your goals, while maintaining the processes, and how can you build your processes to be focused on long-term impact, because then you can really have longevity in your company. We cover all the different aspects of the company, while in each of these phases, as you can see, we provide feedback, both through education and through industry engagement. Please continue. Just to show a little bit of tools that we are using in our work. If you go to the next slide, please. It's very simple. We don't use too many books, otherwise it's going to take too long time. We take Business Model Canvas as a de facto tool where you can cover 9 most important parts of the company. We do it in like a very quick iteration of only a few weeks. We put emphasis on different aspects of the company. I would like in the next slide to zoom in where we start. Always start with idea and always be cautious of what is exactly your idea and for which target group, because, and you will see it on the next page, most of the time starting professionals make mistakes where I have a great idea and I want to push it into the world. The world doesn't care about your idea. What the world does care about is what kind of value you provide to the market and to the world. What kind of problem do you want to tackle? What is your solution providing for the market? And is it complex? With every project that I'm running, I always talk to my grandma. She's now almost 90 years old, very healthy. If I am not able to explain it in a simple way, what idea is to my grandmother, then I know the world will not understand it. So we always have to laugh when we start with the students. It's like, can your grandmother understand what you want to do? Even if you're a chemist, even if you are agricultural engineer, even whatever you want to do, can your grandma understand it? If you can put your sentences and grandmas understand it, then good. Then we can proceed. Then you know that your communication will also be clear for everybody. Also important, and please look at the quote here. Every time beginning non-experienced professionals, students say, hey, everyone can use my product. I'm dealing with food, everybody eats. I'm, I don't know, selling furniture, everybody needs furniture. The fact that everybody physically can use it, it does not mean you can sell it to 8 billion people. So it's not same if you want to, you know, sell samosas locally in your store, or if you want to export samosas to, I don't know, Brazil. So you have to really be able, what is the first phase of target group which we can reach in our local environment, that we can get some traction with a basic version of our product, minimum viable product. And later on, when you have some traction, initial results, then you can continue and grow again. Please, we will go quickly through following sheets. If you continue to the next page, I just want to show some of the sustainability goals. And going back to what I said previously, we don't want to create something quick that can only last theoretically for a few weeks. We really want to make sure that students use their time and energy as future professionals in the coming 50 years of their careers, not only trying to make money at any cost, but try to make a living while also helping others to make their living better. Here you see on the screen 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and we always, from United Nations, and we always like to ask our student startups, which ones would you like to tackle? Not only with the product you're trying to build or service you want to offer, but also how partnerships are going to build, what kind of social impact are going to have. Because, you know, if you just want to be a millionth company offering same products but cheaper, then what's your actual added value and social impact? So please try not to have negative impact with your business, and preferably try to have positive impact. And look at the last sentence, do good or don't do at all. This is really something that we are trying to ingrain and embed into our students, because we want our future professionals to actually try to undo a little bit of the damage that we did in our generations and generations before us, and hopefully invest in the future that is going to take more care with the world we live in. At another screen, if you go to it, you can also see that on one hand, if you look at the orange circle, you have the traditional non-profit organizations. They always are depending on the donations, on government, tax, maybe companies who want to sponsor them. And on the right side, look in the blue, they're traditional businesses. They're mostly profit-driven. We'll do whatever it takes, you know, to run our business. It has to be profitable, and we are not necessarily always ethical in our approach. And what I'm really happy to see, because I started doing these things way, way, way before those labels existed, the so-called social enterprise, where you actually are still, you have to be commercially successful, otherwise you cannot run your project, but you cannot be depending on donations. You have to have a solid business model where you can provide value for the market, as a traditional business does, but at the same time, you are socially oriented, you are aware of the social impact you are creating, and you're really taking all of your partners internally in your company, but also externally by yours in the whole process, and really trying to create some positive legacy behind you. Also, if we can go to the following screen, please. What we see is that when you're able to really communicate those social values you're trying to achieve, it really also helps with the corporate communication. It's kind of like a benefit of social enterprises, that your message really comes over in a better way. Because let's be honest, most of the marketing nowadays happens with, look how great our product is, buy it. We have delicious beer, we have, delicious food, we have fashionable clothing, buy it. But what we saw is, if you can communicate involvement within your target group, if you can communicate that you are actually listening to the needs of your consumers, your clients, instead of trying to sell them something, if you are engaged in the conversation, you want to be part of the solution of the problem, and you really want to empower your clients, your users in their daily lives, then we see that consumers, clients, whether it's corporations or end consumers, are really having better binding and connection with you, with your product, with your service. And once we are able to communicate this to our students, it really helps them to build startups which communicate, act, and evaluate their business in a different way than purely looking at the how it is right now, which is most of the time one-way communication. There are, of course, challenges. Not everything is easy. So on the next slide, I've also put some challenges that we were encountering, both in education organization, but also in the industry, which is, how can schools, regardless of which level, secondary, vocational, universities, postdoctoral, which resources can the schools provide? You need, of course, physical space. You cannot have regular classrooms. You need more of an office-like environment. You need time, which means teachers, which means mentors, assistants. And of course, you need to fund all of that. Do you do it yourself as an education institution? Does the ministry help? Does the government help? Do you rely on public funding? Can you use maybe private funding, collaborating with companies? Those are all questions and challenges that we have to overcome before we can start offering this in our educational system. Also, external industry mentoring. Shares, because then you become into new aspects. Who's the intellectual property? Is it student? Is it university? Is it school? The industry mentors? Who is liable for the performance of the product, of the service? And also shares. Who is owning or co-owning a student startup? Is it students themselves? Is it education institution? Do they have some shares? What about external mentors? Do companies also want to, invest in this? So those are also some legal challenges that have to be overcome in the beginning, and also who is communicating. What I can share with you here are some proven tips. What really works: please have a physical space outside of the classroom. It can be still part of your campus, preferably yes, but you need a physical space that really looks like an office, feels like an office, and actually functions as an office space for student companies. And always try, next to school having, experience to teachers, also get external industry mentors, because students relate on a different level with people from the industry. Even if you tell them the same thing as teacher, it doesn't land, doesn't get accepted in the same way as it does when the industry mentors provide same advice. And please make sure that school is having more of a facilitating role. School does not have to be micromanaging and pushing students, you have to do it this way. Let them experiment, let them fail, let them reevaluate, let them pick up and do it again. And please make sure that communication is clear. Students need to know. Faculty needs to know that there are student startups. You need ambassadors within your institutions to promote this. And you also need ambassadors outside your institutions to promote. Here you can see a little bit of the examples of some schools, universities, colleges, and some particular companies and projects that cover really different areas. This is not only for technological innovation. We see innovation being applied to urban solutions, living, agriculture, food, healthcare, also solutions for education itself, data processing. So really, you can have medical, startups, really try to get ideas from the students themselves. These are only some of the areas which we have covered. And if you allow me to conclude, we can definitely elevate employability level and innovation by getting students in contact with industry much earlier at the graduation. Please, let's treat our students like future professionals. As well as they enter vocational education levels, whether at high school level or academic level, once where they're gone from the regular general history, biology, geography studies, please, let's treat them as future professionals. Whatever that means in the work field, let's try to do that in the education as well. Do not underestimate intrinsic motivation of students. Not everybody likes all the subjects, we know. They do have to have general base, but let's try to get an intrinsic motivation up and running. And don't only develop the technical skills if they're studying to be a doctor, food engineer, architect, but also develop general professional skills. Let them be financially educated, let them be project management educated, let them be communication educated, regardless of their original education. And please, let's have commitment. This is not something you can put for 3 people in only one period. This is something that we should try to offer in different ways, of course, to different school years, but throughout the entire school year, and that does require commitment. Thank you very much. I hope at least some points, and I'm still learning Runyankole. I hope you will understand Mwebare Munonga for your time and having me here today.
Okay. Mwebare Munonga. In my mother tongue would say
Yes.
Eyalama. In another of the languages,
Eyalama. Thank you.
Eyalama.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I am married to a Banyankole lovely lady, so now starting slowly to learn Banyankole language.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milo, for your presentation. And it's fantastic to hear you talk about the student startups. And this is fitting into the discussion we have had today, where we're talking about how to ensure that we're really preparing professionals that can fit into the market world, into the market space, and ensure relevance in the way in which we prepare students. And I was intrigued when you began by saying we should remember one size does not fit all.
No.
One size fits all is not a sufficient strategy. We need to be thinking about learners as individuals, adding value to each learner, and providing that supportive environment that will ensure that they thrive. And I'm sure colleagues have picked up some tips on how to manage student startups, and aware of the challenges and you have kindly shared with us some of the tips that could help us run startups, student startups better. So, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen, do you have a few minutes to take one or two questions?
I have definitely time. That's what I also wanted to say. Of course, please, share the materials with everyone present there, and also even after this session, if there are some questions or maybe some projects that we might help with, you maybe help some institutions to implement or at least start thinking about implementing student startups as a part of their education offerings. We are really happy to help and assist you in this process. And now I definitely have time to answer any questions or hear any comments from the colleagues.
Okay, so we will share the materials with the conference participants. And if I got you right, we don't have time right now for questions? You have time. Okay, all right. So I think we will take maybe two or three quick questions. Maybe less of stories, but quick questions so that we can redeem the time. Is someone moving around? Where is the first hand? Anybody have a question or comment? We have two questions or comments here at the front. And just one more. Anybody else? No? Okay. We'll take these two and then he will respond. So we're going to take two comments one after the other. Two questions or comments one after the other, and then we'll give you opportunity to respond. Thank you.
My name is Masiko Kafero, the Vice Chancellor of Bugama University. Can you please elaborate more on how to bring out this intrinsic motivation from our learners? Elaboration, thanks.
How do you grow, build, or cultivate intrinsic motivation?
Excellent.
Thank you.
Shall I respond immediately, or shall we hear the second question as well?
My question goes on to the dichotomy you put on education and then industry. And it raises a bit of concern. And maybe I would also request that National Council takes note of this, because sometimes in our settings, there is emphasis on infrastructure, and universities are becoming, by the discussion now, just white elephants. The real learning doesn't take place inside there. From your discussion, it's like the real learning takes place in the industry. And when you look at the tips, fiscal space, external industry mentors, so what should be the relevance of the infrastructure, this infrastructure that universities emphasize? And it takes a lot of money building them.
Okay, I think let me bring in a third comment, a third question. You talked about simulations.
Yes.
How can we ensure that this is properly run and the resources involved in simulations? Maybe you can take those three, and then we'll see whether we have time to take one more or not.
Perfect. Well, I wrote down, as you can see, I think I can address all three comments on both, simulating the real life scenario, providing infrastructure within education, and also appealing to intrinsic motivation. I think I can cover it in one example. Again, I would really like to reiterate, we are not saying that student startups should replace regular education. It is something that should be offered in parallel together with the regular education. When it comes to simulating the real life scenarios, what we see now, and that's also how I, as a student and as a teacher, have experienced, when we are practicing something at school, we're doing certain projects, it's most of the time, well, actually all of the time, teachers having certain idea that should fit curriculum and that should fit in their position and from their experience, the real life scenarios, which is wonderful. Okay, you have to start in the beginning with that. However, as you are growing through your education in maybe second, third, fourth year, what we see is that we actually have so-called external clients. We will get companies to provide projects, something that they not necessarily have time or money to internally invest in, but something that can definitely be a part of research and development projects at schools. So instead of teachers inventing projects, we will invite companies and tell them, hey, this is what we're doing in our studies. These are the fields and areas. If your company has some kind of questions or projects that we can do, please contact us. Together, we will create a scope of the project, and together we can work on your project. So the companies would be external clients. Now, not necessarily for payment, sometimes yes, sometimes no, but more about that company brings a project instead of teacher inventing a project. Now, that immediately tackles the school are open to get more industry involved with your education system. And I do not mean to have everything sponsored by, Microsoft or Sony or everything sponsored by the big names. What I mean more is that industry can provide this project and a little bit of guidance. Because with infrastructure, all you need to do is put your professors, your teachers in contact with the industry and provide real-life projects in the industry. So then you can slowly move from simulation or real life to actually getting real life inside of your organization. Which means even with the current infrastructure which you have at school, without any investment when it comes to money, you can already facilitate the content of what you're offering to students. Of course, what I spoke of student startups, it does take some additional investment in infrastructure. You could create part of your campus, one wing, put some shipping containers in the middle of your park. It all depends how can the university or a school facilitate it, but try to have at least an office space where you can put 5 small companies, 20 people, give them office machines, give them chairs, give them tables, give them computers, monitors. It doesn't always have to take a lot of money. And teachers who are getting their salaries, try to look in their tenure. How much time can we take from their hours and invest in this? And you don't need a lot. You can only have few hours per week per involved teacher to focus on this. They definitely have some time in their tenure that they can spend in providing mentorship, because professors don't have to do these projects, students do. Also, by inviting industry into the schools, you are getting a lot of direct but also indirect mentorship, because even as clients for the projects, the industry will be telling students what they expect. Students will learn from that. They will tell students which standards they have to take into account. Students will learn from that. Companies will tell students what are the legal constraints that the service or product has to fulfill. Also, students learn from that. So not everything has to cost money. It's more about being a little bit innovative in how you offer the education and how you engage the industry. And by doing so, then we tackle the third point of the comments as intrinsic motivation. Just like any child, whoever has children, you know, one of your children likes sports, the other one likes music more. And just look at the example. As a family, what are you watching at night when you come back home on the television? One child wants to watch football game, the other child wants to watch a film, a third one maybe wants to watch a live concert. All depends on their interests. Now, the beautiful thing about schools, by creating modules in your curriculum in which students are allowed to do student startups, you are directly addressing that one size fits all. You're creating diversification in educational offerings in your portfolio. So we have here about 17% of students who like to become entrepreneurs. It's fine that 83% still wants to take regular classes. The rest of their colleagues in the class. But let's provide those 17 with the possibility, if they want to, they can choose to take some of their courses, to take some of their study credits and exams through Student Startup. They still have to achieve same results as the rest of the regular class, but only the environment in which they take it and do it and achieve it can differ. Only by allowing this, you immediately have incredibly high level of intrinsic motivation, because students say, hey, I'm allowed to choose something that I want. I don't have to follow the regular class. I can choose what I want. And they also know they're investing in their idea, their student startup. It's not just a project by a teacher. It's not just a project team with 5 other students that are randomly assigned to them. They can create their own team. They can choose their own fellow students, and they run their own idea into their student startup. And it's not something that only takes place in one module, one quarter, one semester. Students really invest few years during their education into this. So by only, again, adjusting your infrastructure in a way that you really allow students to be guided, mentored by teachers and industry members, you're no longer simulating real life, but creating real life inside of your education. And by doing so, for those students who choose for, you are elevating intrinsic motivation and harnessing intrinsic motivation into results. I hope my answer provided enough reply to all 3 points asked.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milo. We would definitely love to pick your brain further and have a longer discussion, but we have to run on to another activity. So I think on behalf of the audience, I would like to say thank you so very much for taking time off to share your ideas with us. And there you go, a hand clap from the audience. We appreciate your love for us and the time you put to this. We really, really do appreciate it. And I'm sure this, what you have shared with us will probably come up in later discussions. But for now, we would like to say thank you very much for coming in and sharing your time with us. Adios.
You're welcome. You're welcome, and hope to talk to you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. A hand clap once more for Dr. Milo. Okay. I think I'll need guidance here now.
I think we also need to thank you, our chairperson, Professor, and I think time is running. We shall do them in the next session. Yes. And if you check on our program, we did, because of the time, pick out a presentation from this other session. And that means I was suggesting we go for a cup of tea or coffee. I think we're in Ergon, you must mention coffee. And for about 15 minutes, then when we come back, Professor Elon Mushenjezi takes over the 2 presentations which had remained in your session, and also one from my professor in that session. And there are 2. Okay, there are 2, they are going to be done. That means now we can... Dr. Cyrus, you prayed for tea in the morning. Yes, I think that prayer I had, it covered the tea. Let us... You can pray for the tea. Okay.
Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for the fire you've brought us. Thank you for the meal before us. Bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Yeah. Let us use 15 minutes. And even if you have not finished with your cup of tea, you come inside with it. Bon appetit. Yes, I did. Yes, sir.
Kindly settle down, take your seat, and finish your tea as we wait for the next session, which is going to start shortly. The chair of the next session, Professor Aaron Mushenjezi, who we all know as the Vice Chancellor for Uganda Christian University, our first chartered private university. I don't think I need any more words to introduce him. He will be taking on the next session, which has about 3 speakers, and thereafter we'll have the questions. Professor Mushenjezi, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our next session. I was congratulating Madam Sarah Chitakule for disrupting us positively. And I was telling her about a friend we have in UC who talks about okunubula, that some things need okunubula if they are to work well. So sometimes we need some positive disruption. And you can see that my former student, Michael Nitejeka, is also doing that. So welcome to this session. We are going to have 3 speakers. And we are continuing with the same theme of tackling graduate employability and also working with the private sector to improve our products. Now, some of the items that I picked from the keynote, which is guiding us, were really some interesting ideas that Madam Chitakule raised, which I thought would guide our discussion as we engage with our presenters. Issues of how we train students, whether we deliver as we promise the students, because sometimes the titles of our degrees are very attractive on paper, but I think we need to ensure that we deliver what is in the title of the degree when we unpack it. Issues of what the private sector really needs from us, and she talked about 21st century skills, gave us several examples: digital literacy, critical thinking, resilience and adaptability, emotional intelligence, continuous learning and self-improvement, internships, how we design curriculum that meets expectations of the employers, and how we can work with the private sector to provide more hands-on skills for our learners. And so that's very important information for us as trainers to keep in mind. But as we talk about employability, I hope we are not only thinking about people who are going to seek for jobs. I have a student at UCU who is doing law, and he said, for me, I'm a business person. I want to study law so that I can do my business better. I can do better contracts. I know commercial law, how to navigate the terrain of importing my goods and dealing with customers. So there are those who come to study at our universities when they know what they want. And so as we train, we also be aware that there are people who need the knowledge and skills to do what they do better, not necessarily to look for jobs. One of the things I wanted to ask the minister yesterday, but I didn't have a chance to, is it is of course necessary and is timely for us to disrupt the education system in our country. And that is something she emphasized. How do we disrupt what we do so that we do things differently? But I think some things need to come from the top, so that those of us who are somewhere in the middle of the structure can then conform to what the government agenda. Otherwise, at UC we can disrupt things and do things a bit more differently, and then our boss, the National Council CEO, will come and say, why are you doing that? Who authorized you to do that? I'm not saying Professor Kokol will do that necessarily, but some things we have to conform to what is already established, to the policies in place. So at the government level, at the policy level, we also need government to come in strongly and lead the change in the curriculum, in the way we teach, that we urgently need. So to guide us as we discuss, we are going to have 3 speakers. I am told that we are going to start with, with Mr. Dr. Abdallah Kasule. Dr. Abdallah Kasule is a senior lecturer at Makerere University Business School, and he holds a PhD in computer and information engineering from Sakarya University in Turkey, an MSc in computer science, a postgraduate diploma in education, as well as another MSc in majoring in mathematics from Makerere. Dr. Kasule is motivated by solving challenges in the field of computer science and information engineering, and has a special bias in computational intelligence, data analytics, and machine learning. So please join me to welcome Dr. Abdallah Kasule. Is he here already? Aha, please stand up for a hand clap. That is the one. And then after that, I'll introduce the next speakers. So over to you, Dr. Kasule.
Thank you, Chair. When I was coming, our keynote speaker said that I don't look like my qualifications. Thank you. What I'm going to discuss is a work in progress that we started on a study that we are looking at the world of work that is changing due to the disruptions in technology that we are seeing around.
So this is work done by a team of 5, and those are my colleagues. I think they are online, and we are going to be looking at, we asked actually our graduates, how ready are they for the world of work in the 4th Industrial Revolution? This study, like I said, is ongoing. These results we are going to be discussing today are from the graduate side. We haven't asked the employers. So what we are going to be seeing here is basically what the graduates think about their readiness in the world of work. So we begin by looking at what the 4th Industrial Revolution, some would want to generally say the 21st century, but here we are saying that we want to carve out what the 21st century has brought about, and that is what we are having as the 4th Industrial Revolution, where we are seeing the physical, digital, and biological domains coming together to converge. And this is basically spurred by the different technologies, that is robotics, IoT, that is Internet of Things, nanomaterial, many others. Here we are looking at both the technological drivers of the 4th Industrial Revolution, but as well as the non-technological drivers. Because when you talk about the 4th Industrial Revolution, some people would say that you are only talking about technology. But as technology evolves, definitely there are other areas that are being affected. This definitely has disrupted or has reshaped different aspects of life. And our peak here was basically work and education, because this is where we transit from universities and then we go to the world of work. So this presents both challenges and opportunities, and in what you are going to be looking at is we begin by looking at what are those drivers of the 4th Industrial Revolution that we are talking about. We have 2 categories here. We look at the technological, because we have said that it is basically being brought about the digital, physical, and biological domains. So which are they? The technological or the digital domain of that? Most prominent has been maybe artificial intelligence and automation. But behind the scenes of this, there are many other technologies that come along. Blockchain, data science and big data, cloud computing, virtual and augmented reality, and many, many others. Then in the physical world, we have got 3D printing, autonomous cars or self-driverless cars, and then we have got the biological world, that is nanotechnology as well as genetic engineering. So because work is changing and we are using all of those things, then we have to look at if I'm not a technology person, how can I harvest these technologies? So we look at these non-technical drivers that we think that if put together, we can survive well. Among them, we have got problem solving, analytical skill. Most of these have been talked about actually by the previous speakers. So I'll just mention some of them and then leave out them, not some others. Like we have got creativity and innovation, which I think was the theme for our keynote speaker yesterday. We have looked at adaptive learning and lifelong learning, as well as many others as seen on the slide. So what motivated our study was these 4 points. One, we said that does really Uganda education align with the demands of the evolving or the already evolved 4th Industrial Revolution economy? And do the graduates really have the relevant competencies they need in this changing world of work? And then we also looked at what motivated us was looking at the curricula, that how adequately it prepares our students for the world of work. And then finally, we looked at the Uganda 4th Industrial Revolution strategy, which is a policy document that basically gets out some of these 2 points. One, proposes an education system that provides Ugandans with the skills needed to participate in the economic opportunities. The key word here is economic opportunities of the fourth industrial revolution. We can't be able to have all these technologies around, but do we take opportunity that they bring along with them? So that is what the Uganda's fourth industrial revolution strategy is talking about. Then also, because we are universities, so we are looking at how can we be able to enhance both the teachers, the lecturers, as well as the student capabilities. As we strive to align our curriculum, we shall develop these courses, so many courses, like the chair has said, with very attractive names. But in these courses, are we going to derive the competencies? Yesterday we are looking at the competency-based curriculum by NCDC and so on. So you might have this content written out very well, but is our target the competencies that we are going to be having these learners or these graduates go out with? So we ask this question. These are the research questions that guided our study. Is there content in the current curriculum offered at universities that relates to these drivers of the fourth industrial revolution? Then, what soft and hard skills were graduates able to acquire from their training at university? Because this study was targeting graduates, so that's why we are asking them what were the soft and hard skills that they attained after going through this curricula that was offered at university. Then, if they acquired these skills, are they relevant to what they are doing? And lastly, we asked them some suggestions that they put forward. So, going back to the skills that are needed, one, we say that like I said earlier on, most of these skills have been talked about as skills of the 21st century. Though I'm calling them skills of the fourth industrial revolution. It is almost aligning the same thing. So one, we have got job-specific expertise and industry sector knowledge. Then we looked at creativity, critical thinking, digital literacy, which our previous presenter talked about. And then we have strong analytical adaptability skills that remain in high demand. One of the speakers yesterday was giving us a story how his son was asking him, how do you work in a university for all this long? Why don't you get tired for working these so many long years in the university? I think this has got to do with the adaptability. Then we looked at others like interpersonal and intrapersonal skills, communication, teamwork, leadership, self-efficacy, and networking. But most importantly, we look at interdisciplinary knowledge that to survive in the fourth industrial revolution, like the example we had of the cake, we need to have multidisciplinary knowledge. That I train as a computer scientist, but at the end of the day, I'm going to be developing maybe an application from ideation to commercialization. Do I have these skills? I see many students whom I've taught, and they really come up with good ideas. But after that, they don't know how to move on, how to pursue these ideas. So this is the interdisciplinary knowledge that we need. That I've given you the computing skills, the programming and software development skills. But after this, can you be able to push this product? Or if so, can you get somebody whom you can partner with? That is teamwork and collaboration. So we emphasize that we have to maybe become to teach our students those interdisciplinary skills. Then we have got soft skills. We have talked about so much, critical thinking, analytical skills, and so on. So those are the things that we are looking out in our study. And the results that we have are somehow interesting. What we did is that we looked at we looked at graduates from 2017 to 2023. Why 2017 was our starting year? Because this is when 2015 was when the fourth industrial revolution was actually being declared as formally taking shape. So that's why we chose to look at graduates from 2017 to 2023. And out of a total of 230 respondents, we had 8 of them were undergrads and 20 were postgraduates. However, again, interesting is that out of our respondents, a big percentage had not heard about the concept of the fourth industrial revolution. So where does that leave us? So we asked them various questions, and out of those who had actually heard about the fourth industrial revolution, most of them had basic knowledge of what the fourth industrial revolution is. There are very few people who had expert knowledge, and maybe some of them had intermediate knowledge. Just about the concept. Are you familiar with the concept of the fourth industrial revolution? What is it? What is driving it? What is expected out of it? This is what we found out. Then, among the skills that these students gave us as replies, because like I said earlier on, this is to do with what the students told us. It might be not necessarily what the employers are seeing. Okay, maybe the students are getting us these answers based on what we have assessed them on. Because when we assess them, we kind of pass on the information that they have gotten those skills. So among them, they are having that they can be able to communicate, they can be able to work in a team and collaborate, they are creative and innovative. But like I said, maybe this is where we need to add more. After coming up with these creative and innovative ideas, where do they go? Where do these ideas actually go? So this is what we found out, that they have acquired these soft skills from the training that we give them. Then we also looked at the hard skills, that they have got some digital skills, but depending on what our previous presenter has talked about, maybe still we need to evaluate further what type of digital skills are we talking about. Because if you can be able to say that we have learned Excel, but you don't know what a spreadsheet is, then there is something that we need to look at. So these are the hard skills that our graduates actually said that they have actually acquired from our curriculum that we are offering at university. How effective these skills are, how effective are they using their skills? This is what we have, that we can see that they are saying that their skills are effectively utilized. The bigger percentage, at least, is saying that the skills are effectively utilized, as soft skills at 42.9% and hard skills at 51.8%. That is what they are telling us. And then, what recommendations do they give us? They gave us these as recommendations and how government can intervene. One is having scholarships and research grants to the students, that they can be able to pursue some of these ideas. Redesign curriculum, industry internships and placements. Yesterday there was also a debate on internships. What do we perceive as internship? A new concept has come up today about apprenticeship. Should we remain with internship, or should we go using apprenticeship? Then we have got industrial collaboration. Much as we are having these partnerships and placements, do we really collaborate beyond internship? Do we collaborate? Do we have these projects that the industry has and then brings us to develop for them, to work out for them? That is what we are having as in industry collaboration. And our conclusion is that from the respondents, we have that most of the respondents had basic knowledge and intermediate knowledge of the technological drivers, and they said that the curriculum partially addresses those technological drivers. That means that people like me who are teaching maybe the technology side of it, we need to do more in our content and our curricula. However, for the non-technical drivers, the result is that to a big extent they are well addressed. Of course, these ones they are saying here, they are well addressed. So then lastly, we say that I think it is time that higher education curricula that aligns with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution should be adapted, not only by the presentations we are making in the lecture rooms and so on, but also we should be able to be more practical, more competency based in what we are going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kasule. Let's give him another hand clap, especially for keeping time. Dr. Kasule has basically reminded us about the importance of training graduates who are ready for the fourth industrial revolution, the soft and hard skills that they need to attain, and he's taken us through the skills we need to emphasize if we are to prepare graduates who are fit for purpose in the industrial revolution that they are going to work in the world of the fourth industrial revolution. He also reminded us about the importance of the curricula that is aligned to the needs of the environment students are going to work in after work. This is a message that has been coming through. Madam Kitakule emphasized it, the minister yesterday emphasized it, how we're preparing our graduates to be ready and well aligned to the world of work. So thank you very much. Next, we are going to listen to Madam Sophie Chagulanyi. She said there is no connection to the other Chagulanyi, you know. It's just a coincidence. Madam Chagulanyi will take us through a topic with her colleagues on the use of innovation, on work readiness program and its implementation. She will do this together with Mr. Ham Wilson Lukurwe. I hope he's available, but Sophie will lead. Sophie is a project manager skills attitude governance and the anti-corruption project in the governance expert person. She formerly chaired FIDA Uganda. She also worked with several international organizations, including Oxfam, Education International, and locally she has worked with very many human rights organizations, especially championing women's rights. She's a lawyer by profession and a social justice advocate. So you know what you're getting. Madam Sophie, where are you? She's right here. You're welcome to take us through this with your colleagues. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Allow me to first share my screen. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be speaking to you this afternoon to such a gathering of distinguished academicians and educationists. It's a rare opportunity. I rarely speak to educationists, but I'm happy to be with you this afternoon, and I'm largely going to share with you an experience we have had for 2.5 years implementing a work readiness program. This work readiness program has been supported by European Union, and our lead implementer is Private Sector Foundation Uganda. It's really led in terms of design as well as implementation by the private sector. The private sector telling us the kind of work-ready laborers they need, and going ahead to define the kind of curricula that they should be taken through in your institutions of learning. I'm happy to be sharing this, but let me first reclaim my name. My name is Sophie Kyagulanyi. That name I have had for the last 30 plus years. Unfortunately, in the last 5 years, I always defend my name. It's my father's name. That's done. I'll take you to the presentation. So this is the outline. So this project has two aspects: the skills and attitude, which is largely over 70% of the project. It's been implemented for over 48 months. It was a pilot project with only 5 million euro, supported by the 11th European Development Fund, and it was targeting 1,000 graduates from institutions of learning with degrees, accessing first employment experience within the private sector. Its objective was to equip graduates, if I look at the one component on work readiness, to equip graduates with adequate skills and attitude. After a study that was conducted and a series of engagements that highlighted that, hey, look here, we are not able to employ graduates from university because we have issues with their skills. We also have issues with their attitude. Their attitude and skills are not work ready. That's the private sector speaking. So program was designed around those two issues to see if there's a possibility of developing something that can help us respond to the private sector need. The results were supporting 1,000 young graduates to access first employment experience, and then document the lessons and practices along the way to shape other programs of a similar nature. And within the private sector, by the way, there are many projects of this nature, programs of this nature that are currently being implemented, tested, of all different sorts. And I would urge you as educationists to really, not to jump onto the wagon, but to join and collaborate with different actors who are testing different models so that you can pick a leaf and it would help you on the teaching and the learning, as one of our colleagues highlighted, that yes, we are teaching, but probably we are not teaching for the economy and for the market. So what are the components? I don't know if you can see, but I will take you through. So it's an 8-step process. If you see the circle, if you're able to see the circle. And it starts with identification and selecting participants from higher institutions, from host companies, and then it also includes selecting implementing organizations who are now the lead implementer, which is now PSFU. Then we have graduates applying it's an online application process that we've made it seamless but also faster. And then we have a component on the training, which I'll talk about separately because it's the main connector with you. And then after the training, they are placed within companies to really start working and gaining their first employment experience. The graduates are allocated supervisors within the companies, as well as coaches and mentors, to walk that first journey with them, the journey of 6 months, documenting but also supporting them to acquire the kind of skill sets, culture, behavior patterns of a particular company. And then contribution is made to the graduate stay in that company, a contribution to their salary. It's considered to be an employment. A decent salary or a decent pay for a starting officer. So companies really determine the salary scales, but the project makes a contribution to the initial salary of 80%. Then within that period of 6 months, the employee is assessed periodically to see, are they grappling with the issues of attitude, are they picking from the having challenges. And in the process, coaching and mentoring is provided to really support them and be able to put them in the right place. Then after 6 months, the company makes a choice on whether to retain or not to retain. The basis of retention is really purely on performance. If the company is satisfied on the performance of the graduate, the company can actually retain that graduate. But if the company has issues on either satisfaction of performance of the graduate or continuity of the employment, then they don't actually retain the graduate. The project has been really premised on the company's ability to have a recruitment need. So it's driven by the private sector with a recruitment need, and then the project supports to link them to the employee that can meet that recruitment need. But before the actual placement, because this is largely the job placement, the project envisaged that there are certain skill sets and knowledge requirements that the graduate should have to be able to make them employable. One, for the first 6 months, but also after. Remember, the employer looks at several things. Key among them is experience. At university, you don't teach us experience many times. So experience is actually earned outside. So because they don't have experience, they are fresh from university, they are not employable. So the project makes a contribution on supporting them to get this experience. And as I'll later share with you, we have seen that it has improved their employability. On the bit of the curriculum, the project in terms of design had envisaged that the graduates, or the graduates that are placed with companies will be trained along the 6 months journey. Practically, it became complicated for the private sector. But we tried to make shifts to see that, one, I'll give you the two examples. The first example was that we place the graduates when they are not trained, when they are not yet trained, and we train them alongside the 6 months within the companies. Then we also placed graduates after they had been trained. Now, we note that we had variations in these graduates in terms of their behavior and attitude within the company. The group or the cohort that had been placed without training had a lot of challenges, had a lot of attitude and behavior challenges within the companies, while the group that had been placed after training minimized those attitude challenges, which really spoke to the curriculum that had been used to train them. Now, this curriculum, how does it come about? We would have appreciated working with education institutions to come up with this curriculum. But because it's a pilot, we said let's start testing with available knowledge. So we used technical resources available within the market to develop a soft skills curriculum and also to train it. Happy to note that we partnered with Makerere Institute of Business for the training, because they did actually the training, and another local consultant. So it was a two entity programming who have trained our graduates to date. And we also worked with educationists to develop the curriculum, really picking out the soft skills and attitudes, which we have called green economy, which is very complicated. Many people don't understand green economy, so we've reduced it. And I'm happy the doctor earlier mentioned a new term. It's actually the same skills that we are looking at. The purpose of the curriculum is to inculcate soft skills in fresh graduates from higher education institutions to better prepare them to deal with workplace rigors, challenges of the external world, but also to educate them to handle work-related duties in a collaborative manner, communicate effectively, take initiative, solve problems, and demonstrate a positive work ethic to hold a good impression and a positive impact. The same purpose of this curriculum can actually be applied to the current curriculums you're implementing at the different education institutions, and will produce better graduates. We don't have to pilot it outside education institutions. The outcome are several, but allow me, for purposes of time, to show you how the outcome has come, how the outcome has been replicated. So the curriculum has several units, and these are the units. The first unit is personal development. The graduate as an individual, have they been able to develop to the level that the market is interested in? Are they creative? Are they innovative? The example that Sarah, and allow me to challenge her here, Dr. Sarah. Hope by the time we meet again, she'll be a doctor. She gave that example of the cake, the bakery, and the engineer. That really takes a lot of creativity and innovation. So this individual graduate, by the time they come out, are they creative? Can they innovate? The economy today is asking for this kind of skill. Are they critical thinkers? Or they don't even apply any thinking at all? Are they able to solve workplace problems? Because some of these are really practical related challenges that they face, and they need practical solutions. It has nothing to do with whatever they started at university or what they already know that is theoretical. It has nothing. Then are they able to demonstrate initiatives and self-direction, or they're always going to be directed? Mr. Nietegeka told us here that he is supporting employment of Ugandans who are working in the diaspora, but they are based in Uganda. They are self-managed, self-driven, self-directed. They run their self-employment agenda, but they are, you would imagine their bosses are not within the same area where they are, but they are able to do it. So the self-drive of that graduate. Are they able to apply codes of conduct at work? This one is broad, but fitting within a set of rules and applying that rule. Are they fitting within the set of rules or they only want to challenge the rules that they have found within the companies. Companies have rules, procedures. Are they able to apply those procedures and rules? One of the graduates we placed in a flower farm, an agronomist. The farm, by practice, any new employee must go through all the sections, from seedling to fertilizer formulation, to spraying weeds, to packaging, to, all the sections of that company. Any new entrant must go through them. The agronomist said, no, I can't do packaging. No. I would rather stick to the agronomy that I am more conversant with. The agility and ability to change. So, but that was the rule of the company, and the graduate wasn't able to fit within the rule and procedure of the company. The level of integrity, I will not talk about it. But also ability to apply an ethical conduct as an individual. Integrity is a challenge Uganda is grappling with. I think I would better leave it at that. And it's at a personal level, by the way, because it's personal development. And the more Uganda grapples with it, the more we are grappling with it at individual level. Okay? So those are the aspects within the personal development module within the curriculum. Quickly, there's also interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, listening and speaking in order to relate well with customers, employers, and colleagues. It ceases to relate with only your colleagues, but also employers, clients. Recently, we had a graduate who wanted to work on a grants program. And the first question everyone asked that, will they be able to manage grantees? Grantees are tricky. So the thinking that a graduate should be able to actually manage grantees who are tricky, but come with the ability to manage the tricky at that, because that's the requirement of the job that is available for this graduate. Then foster collaboration and teamwork at the workplace. Maintaining communication pathways to attract and retain customers. Remember, the private sector, for them, it's a business. It's any time is for making money. Any time is for creating relationship with the client and maintaining that relationship. Any effort, all energy is directed towards that. Are our graduates able to do this for the private sector? Because that's what's going to make them employable. Then, of course, the managing and solving workplace conflicts, and then fostering gender equality. Gender equality, I think, requires another bigger conversation, because today, and especially tomorrow, we are even moving away from just gender equality to diversity. Okay? Beyond tolerance, but creating opportunities and spaces for everyone, and allowing them to be and do. Digital ethos, I think Michael talked about them much more largely. I can just go through. But key here is the etiquette. Etiquette. Today, Parliament of Uganda is grappling with an etiquette issue. Am I lying? It's an etiquette issue, how we have used digital spaces. And that is Parliament. Tomorrow it is us. Any of you or your institutions can be attacked tomorrow. But why? Because of the nurturing of the digital etiquette. It's okay for you to have your phone, to have a tablet, to have any of these digital gadgets. How are you using it? The same value systems, but because of today's generation, they have become green economy values. But they're the same values we had before. If you're not raised to derogate, if you're not raised to abuse someone, even with your phone you won't abuse, isn't it? But if you are raised and you can't tell the difference, even with your gadget you will not tell the difference. Even when a space is available to you, you won't know how to use that space. Okay? So you have no limits. So values now are coming in the digital space because everyone has gone to the digital community, and that's where we are. So now for the private sector, they're looking at prudent use of internet and email communication at the workplace. Okay? They are looking at workplace communication and social media. What do you do on the X handle of MTN, for instance, as a graduate? What do you post? How do you use your email to communicate, even to clients that you're managing under your docket? How do you communicate? Then applying ICT at the workplace. That one Michael talked about very well. Even Sarah talked about it. The use of ICT tools to even share reports. Like some of these, they don't have to see their managers on a day-to-day basis, but they have to keep communicating using various ICT tools and systems that are already available in the market. Our graduates able to do so. Then, of course, maintaining health and wellness in ICT use. Very challenging even for those that are not only graduates, because ICT is largely a new normal. But how do we continue to be healthy using the new normal? Professionalism, how they maintain professional growth and development. We talked about the ability to keep changing, but also learning new knowledge. And the applying of workplace and occupational self-principles. There are several sticky issues around this, linking to gender. I don't want to go into that, but we managed to really open it up for the graduates. And then the career and self-management skills for them to be able to excel. It is one thing getting this job and another thing excelling at it. So the ability to excel, because the private sector wants only to take on excellence, because that's what is productive and grows the company. Then entrepreneurship mindset, because remember we say that today they could be employees, but tomorrow maybe we want them to become employers, and quickly and faster, that even after 6 months, they become employers. So this unit allows them to open the entrepreneurial mindset and approach to work that they should have. So those are the units within this curriculum. We've conducted it for currently 625 graduates. We've even adopted an online training on the same curriculum. We are still testing. And our first cohort, I think, was enrolled at the beginning of March. Today we have 150 that are completing an online. But if you ask me if they are all accredited and everything certified, I will not have an answer for that. But the good thing is that we are trying them, and when we are sure they answer our challenge, we'll come to you for all these conversations. So these are some of the pictures from what we have done. It's been an interesting journey of testing and checking, and changing as well. So much changes created in the process of implementing it. The interesting bits about the implementation are the graduates' feedback sessions, which allow us to hear what we didn't know at design, but also what we don't seem to hear from the private sector. And the interesting thing around this is that most of the issues that are coming in the feedback sessions are issues around environment, decent work environment, and relations, which I'm sure even you at institutions of learning, you don't teach. Okay? So this, I already gave you these statistics. Our first cohort is the first one of 315 that were placed, and 303 completed the 6-month cycle. 186 was retained. Our second cohort is ending this month, March, and we'll be able to know how many have been retained. And then also the other cohorts will be able to know. On our target of 1,000 graduates, we are now waiting to recruit 368 graduates. The other interesting thing here is that retention at the private sector is still a challenge, retaining the graduates after 6 months, largely because the private sector is informal. And we have in the project a few aspects that require the formality because we want to guarantee decent employment for the graduates. So in terms of challenges, one of our biggest challenge is testing the soft skills training based on the work readiness curriculum within your universities. We are really ready to work with you. We are ready to test this with you before even we work with you. When we come knocking on your doors, please open these doors and let's just test and see if it will answer our need as a country. We have conducted the work readiness at different levels and had different results. Still a challenge on which would work out better, but hopefully after the pilot we'll be able to respond to that question. Then the need to harmonize the teaching, which you largely do, and you do very well, with the work-based needed knowledge. That is a challenge. Even us, it's still a challenge. Then the informality, I've talked about it. Then the attitudes of graduates. This one I won't labor so much to emphasize because in all the examples of today since morning, everyone has been speaking about this. The only thing I can say is that as higher education institutions, you have a challenge. In the market out there, and this, I've not heard it from 1, 2, 3, 4, but I've heard it from largely almost all the actors in the private sector. We do not employ graduates from university with degrees. They do not work. We would rather employ diploma holders, certificate holders, all non-schooled but skilled Ugandans. Because those ones, you tell them jump. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you. Please join me to thank Sophie for that very illuminating presentation. Please clap for Sophie. Sophie has taken us through this work readiness program, which really, as you are going through it, I thought this is what every university needs. The 8-point cycle of how they run the WRP through the stages of selecting institutions, applicants, and training them. She's taken us through the project curriculum, and I also, like I thought, National Council for Education wants to know who approved the curriculum. Then the outcomes of the training and the digital ethos. That important emphasis on digital ethos is very, very key. I call it ICT manners. How do we manage ICT with some manners? With M-Pesa. I have a friend who is on one of our groups, and for her job is to forward anything that comes. She just forwards. Even things which are inappropriate, she just forwards. So even the issue of etiquette is very, very important as we use technology. Gender inclusion and diversity. Sophie, I thought you would unpack those words because these days, gender and diversity are very elastic. Anything fits in there, and some things we don't want them to fit there, but I'm sure you meant the good gender and the good diversity. Praise the Lord. Now, the challenge that I see out of this talk by Sophie is to us as higher education institutions is what can we do to include a degree of work readiness as we train, as we teach, as we prepare our students. At UC, we have tried to include what we call foundation courses, which have ICT, mathematics, worldviews, a dose of spirituality, writing skills, and so on. But is that enough? Because after listening to you, I thought this may not be enough to prepare our graduates. But we also have something we call the practitioners program, where we encourage schools and faculties to invite people like you Sophie, like Madame Chitakule, to come and speak to our students on the things going on in their profession. If they are studying procurement, we invite a procurement expert to come and tell them what is actually going on in the world of procurement. So this could be a way of bridging the gap between what we teach and what the employers need. But the other question that I often ask my staff at UCU is, do we ever think about the university as a business? Colleagues, do we ever think about the university as a business? Because we have clients who come to purchase a skill. We have stakeholders who are paying for the services we give. But rarely do we think about a university also as a business. Because when we do, it will also change the way we do things. We won't toss students around chasing for marks, because these are clients who are there to be given a good service. So thank you very much. Next, we are going to listen to Professor Balunywa, who really doesn't need much introduction, because he's a household name in the higher education sector in Uganda. Professor Balunywa will speak to us on the use of innovative hubs in enhancing the employability of Ugandan graduates. He has been in this business for over 30 years. One thing that he's known for is starting the Makerere University Business School from the small Faculty of Commerce, which used to have about 220 students, and now has over 20,000 students. But the other thing we remember Professor Balunywa for in Makerere, where I used to work, is that he pioneered the private student scheme, inviting private students to pay. And I can tell you, when he pioneered this idea, there were people who said, what? Hey, you want people to pay? Do they have, Ugandans don't have money. Where will the money come from? Now, as they say, the rest is history. So Professor Balunywa is very known for disrupting systems positively. But that's one thing I like about you, for positively disrupting things so that there is good change. But he has also led the business school for a long time, the Makerere University Business School for a long time. He obtained his PhD in entrepreneurship from the University of Stirling in the UK, and a BCom and MBA from the University of Delhi in India. He has sat on so many boards: Bank of Uganda, Uganda Airlines, Coca-Cola, Madivani board, and so many organizations. But did you know that Professor Balunywa also has skills in wrestling? So please don't mess up with him as you ask him questions. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much. One thing I learned in life is that controversy creates money. So I want to, before I start my presentation, I want to disagree with what most of us are saying. Universities are not creating employable graduates. That's a problem. You're not supposed to do that. A bit of controversy. A skill is not something you buy from the shop. A skill is something that you learn with time. So if universities are going to train all the graduates, I know we do it in medicine, in engineering, we give people some little more time. Yes. So what do professionals, what will they do? What will the other institutions do? And even in the workplace, once somebody is joined, it's supposed to be skilled. But so enable, I wish you give me the money, I can train the people. But that's one small controversy, something to think about. That is it our role as universities to train people to be employable? Ask yourself that question. And what are those roles? What are those areas where we actually can train people? Like we do in, as I said, engineering, medicine, those others. Having said that, I'm presenting something on the role of incubation hubs in helping graduates to be employable. There's a lot of controversy here. These incubation hubs, even in Uganda, are businesses. People are making money out of them. So you can start one after learning what it is. But what is the problem? What is the problem? The problem is unemployment. Unemployment manifests itself in this country through poverty. When you see poor people, you normally think they are, or you know they are unemployed. But there is a problem here. The UBOS says the unemployment rate in Uganda 2023 was 2.9%. 2.9%. You check that figure. This is UBOS. Unemployment rate in the country is 2.9%. For some time they were saying it's 5%. Why? Because they say that Ugandans attempt to work by going to dig, in their, whoever attempts to do some kind of work is employed. I think this is a challenge with us. So, but remember, 80% of our population is in the countryside, 70% of our population is in agriculture. Agriculture contributes about 26 to 30% of our GDP. And in our rural areas, people are poor. You know what I'm talking about. You don't have to go very far away from Kampala to find children going to school without shoes. That is poverty. You don't have to go very far away from your neighbor to find that a 14-year-old girl is delivering a baby. And by the time she's 26, she's a grandmother. The children produced in there are not children, but it's poverty. So when you talk about the challenge of graduates, yes, it's there that they are not employable. I must apologize for the slides I'm going to show you. They are not mine. Somebody did them. And partly on ChatGPT, ChatGPT went out to find out what I've said in some of these aspects, and somebody sent me slides. So now, innovation hubs, incubators, and accelerators, do they work? Now, I hope we can make the difference between these three. Innovation hubs is my main discussion this afternoon. Accelerators, they take those who are already in business and help them to become better. Incubators really is a place where people go and, they are incubated in a variety of areas. Innovation hubs are similar to incubators, except that they are specifically for innovation, bringing new ideas into the market. Look at that. I've been around for more than 60 years, and the basic implement we use in agriculture is a hoe. But in other places, agriculture, you have drones. So, and this talks to technology in our country. This is a primary school somewhere. a classroom. There's another picture which is not there, where people, recently, I think last week, people were lifting a school which had collapsed, a government school. I'm sure you saw that. And it talks about what I'm really talking about in terms of what we need to do. So we have an unemployment challenge, because innovation hubs, are they responding to the employment challenge for graduates? And these are the figures I'm talking about. Though the unemployed graduate, again from UBOS, is 80%, that's post-secondary, 80%. So that's really a very high figure, and that it needs to be addressed. So why do we say we have a low unemployment rate? UBOS says because of our agrarian nature of society, everybody is doing something. So they say they're employed. Some economists don't agree with that. And so the consequence of this is actually poverty. The poverty challenge, poverty is absence of income, but people are employed. You know. So what is the problem? Many produce for self-consumption. Those who produce for self-consumption, do they have an income? Maybe because they consume, you can say they have an income. Economists will be able to tell us that. So how do you overcome poverty? Through creating jobs. What type of jobs? Either self-employment or paid employment. And the role of incubators, innovation hubs, is on the self-employment part. You know, how do you get people to actually start their own businesses? Who is responsible for employment? It's not government, definitely. You, the individual, you have a responsibility for creating your own job. NGOs will support you. Government will provide an enabling atmosphere. But it is we ourselves supposed to create jobs. So at times when you ask, I think President Museveni goes around asking for investors because we have failed to create jobs. So what are the main sources of jobs? Now, when you look at our country, that we 80% agriculture, rural, 70% agriculture, producing for self-consumption, then the main source of jobs in this country is agriculture, producing for self-consumption. But if we are talking about unemployment, especially for the graduates, and if we are addressing the issue of socio-economic transformation, the jobs must come from business. Because over time, the business unit has become the most important organization in society. It used to be church, family, government. Today, it's business. Why? They produce goods and services you consume. They give taxes to government. They produce employment. They give incomes to people. So nobody else does that. So business has become the most important unit you'll find in society, and that's where jobs must be created. You cannot create jobs that are useful in self-consumption, self-employment. So, what is business? Business is simply an opportunity that exists in the environment. And who seeks that opportunity? The entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is an individual who continuously searches for and exploits business opportunities. So what are the major roles of entrepreneurs? Innovation. Innovation is a specific function of an entrepreneur. They also create business and services. They create jobs, and they produce goods and services which we enjoy. Look at everything that we have in here. Courtesy the entrepreneur. Look at your home. Look at the roadside. Courtesy the entrepreneur. So the entrepreneur is the major source of employment, and what is that person? Is the only person who innovates. Interestingly, how does entrepreneurship manifest? Some people are born with a Midas touch, others are made. Now, this is where the controversy comes in again. That the entrepreneurial landscape in this country, or everywhere, agriculture, industry, services, and knowledge, this is where the jobs are coming from. In the developed countries, agriculture is 2 to 5% people employed in agriculture. Here, 70%. That's a prescription for poverty. Industry. Industry is changing slowly. But this is very important for this country, as I'll be mentioning it. Service and then the knowledge industry. This is where we're talking about IT, fourth industrial revolution, and the rest. And this serves, the knowledge industry is helping all the others. The drones in agriculture are coming from the knowledge industry. So that's the entrepreneurial landscape. That is where entrepreneurs are finding businesses, are innovating. And where is the growth coming from? Of course, the same areas, but primarily the knowledge industry. That's where the biggest growth globally is available. And what drives it is trade. And that's our biggest challenge as a country. Look at this. We as Africa are very disadvantaged. If we have got students of political science here, they will understand what I'm talking about. Congo is the poorest country in the world, and yet is one of the richest countries in terms of resources. Entrepreneurship exists, but no technology. Well, our problem, the GEM study is a global entrepreneurship monitor study, which is a global collaboration of universities, have found that Uganda is one of the most entrepreneurial countries. 30% of Ugandans will start a business. In the United States, it is 7%. But we are poor, and yet entrepreneurship is identified with profit and wealth, goods and services. So what is the problem? The problem is technology. When Microsoft starts a business, or what is this, Zuckerberg, Facebook, how many people does he employ? And he doesn't produce anything. I'm privileged to sit on the MTN board, with due respect. What do they produce? It's the biggest company in this world, in this country. But it is in the knowledge industry. It is the knowledge industry. So we have entrepreneurs in this country, but if they are on borders, sorry. There are over 1 million borders in this country. Very expensive transport. There is no way we will overcome poverty. So our challenge is poverty. Our challenge is lack of the right approach to science to be able to develop technology from which we can develop goods and services. About 12 years back, I went to Germany with a colleague of mine. We were looking at incubators. So we requested to go and see a physical incubator, and somebody told us, no, they are no longer physical, they are online. And then somebody sat us down and said, you people, what is bothering you? Europe stopped looking at innovations in terms of products. It's more in terms of applications and high quality, high technology products. In terms of these products we consume, go to China. Can you really compete with China in terms of the new products that they're going to come up with? So he told us, what you should do as a business school is go and create awareness among students. But to think that somebody is going to produce a product that will compete with the Chinese products, sorry, it won't happen. MOOBS has an incubator. And I remember several years back, I was part of a project by Africa Development Bank to put incubators, innovation centers in universities. I don't know how they are performing now. I think most of the public universities received some money for I did something for Muni and I think Makerere to see if we could have incubators there. But what I should tell you is that it's very difficult for us to produce radical products which we can consume, which have not been produced by somebody else. So when we take people to the incubators, what are we saying? What are we saying to them? So the growth is coming from technology, and we don't have it because we are not educate to that level. So we need to do reforms in the economy. Among the reforms we must do is unblock trade barriers. This is an example I use very frequently. Coffee. I think day before yesterday, the European Union is trying to sign an agreement with Uganda on coffee. We have this agreement with the European Union for a very long time. We cannot export value-added coffee. If we export it, the taxes are 200%. But we can export motor vehicles, heavy equipment at 5% tax. Why? Because you can't produce them. So what happens? Coffee today, the fresh coffee costs about maybe 1,000 shillings. The Kase, which goes out at about 8,000 shillings a kilo. Nescafe, that 200 grams, is 30,000 shillings. So 1 kilo of Nescafe is 150,000 bloody shillings. Your coffee farmer is earning 8,000 and is producing. And we've signed an agreement which says you cannot export processed coffee to Europe. It's been there for a long time, yes. It's been there for a long time. Not only coffee, many products. So, even if you remove all the bottle and everything, Nestle, the manufacturers of coffee, a company owned somewhere in Switzerland, makes over about 100,000 shillings on your kilo of coffee. And you who grows it and keeps it and goes in the garden, you make 8,000. Now, if we don't unblock trade barriers as Africa, sorry about transformation. You see what is happening in the Francophone Africas. I think one country, Niger, was selling uranium to France. Is it at 80 francs? Whereas this is over 200 on the open market. But you are forced to sell it at 80 francs. So you do not get the value out of it. So if we don't unblock trade barriers, because trade is what is driving business globally. When you produce and you are able to sell, you make an income. So we must unblock trade because we cannot even increase production if we can't sell. Productivity, I talked about the hoe. We are still using, how can you compete with somebody who is using drones to do agriculture? So we cannot, we need to improve our productivity. Create a middle class. Because if you have all these people in the villages and they demand, all they demand is soap and sugar and paraffin, when will you ever become wealthy to demand better products? Of course, you must increase exports, which are, if trade is unblocked, and we must fund sciences. There is no reason why anybody doing science in this country is paying tuition. Absolutely. You want to transform the society, put an emphasis on science. Without it, sorry, you will have the schools where we are seeing. So what is an innovation hub? An innovation hub is a place where people come together, scientists and others, you know, the people who want to start business, but you have a variety of people come together, the funders, the researchers like yourselves, who come up with ideas. You come together to see that you can power and somebody to do a business. The innovation hubs in Uganda, I think there are over 20. And if you go in there, with due respect, I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but there's nothing we do in there that's new. This global entrepreneurship studies, I've already made a reference to it. The GEM studies, Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, is a global consortium of universities who are researching entrepreneurship. They are the ones, MOOBS participated some time back, and we didn't have money to continue, so we dropped out. But they are the ones who are telling us who is more innovative. That's where you find Uganda, Ghana, and Peru are the most entrepreneurial countries in the world. And remember I said, innovation is a specific function of the entrepreneur. But when you are innovating, you saw that picture of the car. This is what the children in the villages can innovate, because they have no understanding of technology. You know? So these studies, you find those, I don't want to go into them, but this is what innovation hubs do. They offer resources, support, mentorship, workshops, and funding opportunities. They provide physical space, workshops, equipment. They provide training, mentorship, and networking opportunities. The training we've just seen here, I think, is more or less similar to that by the European Union. Now, these startups are supposed to benefit these innovators are supposed to benefit the people we call startups, those who start businesses. Those are the entrepreneurs. And how do they benefit them? One, by inspiring them. You go there and get inspired to start a business by looking at the various businesses that have started around. There is something circulating on social media about people who started a number of businesses, who their partners were. And they talk about Bill Gates and his friend, Steve Jobs and his friend, Zuckerberg and his friend. And when they put African there, they were just dancing, you know. That is how friends spend their time. So for the people who are looking at new ideas, now we are looking at our graduates. When they enter innovation hubs, this is what they're supposed to get, to be inspired. But according to statistics, 70% of us will not start a business. We will look for a job. That's why 80% of our graduates are on the street, because they are looking for a job. I remember many years back, about 15 years back, I gave 50,000 shillings to a student to start selling milk. I said, with your degree, if you start selling milk. He said, me? Sell milk? No, I can't. He came back to me after 3 months and he said, can you give me that 50,000? I gave him 150,000. He has a very, very good supermarket. And he keeps telling me, if you didn't tell me, if you didn't inspire him, you know. So there are things that we need to do, but this is the benefits for our graduates. Now, can you make them employable? The incubator is creating somebody who is starting a business, not creating somebody who is going to work somewhere. Unless if you're going to work in an R&D department, if you're going to work for these big companies like Microsoft, which look for people who have these ideas and put them into their research labs. So this is essentially what the innovation hub is supposed to do for a graduate. What we need to do to improve innovation, the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country has challenges, and the biggest challenge is our education system. So our innovation hubs will not serve a purpose unless if we go back to reform the education sector so that we are able to improve the output that we have. And I'm saying, let us reform the education sector. A little bit of controversy, it's okay. Many of you who are old enough who have gray hair, you may remember that schools had workshops. At the recommendation of the British government, these were removed. You need to go and research into this. But those of us who studied in those old schools, there was carpentry, farming, metalwork. These were removed. We need to reintroduce these skills at different levels depending on what we think at different ages can get. Very important. We need to put emphasis on science as a country. And I was saying we should fund all science education. If we are talking about socio-economic transformation, that transformation is going to come through application of technology, but the technology must also be understood. If 80% of our people are in rural areas and don't understand technology, what are we talking about in terms of transforming society? If the 70% who are who are in agriculture use the basic hoe to grow foodstuffs, what are we talking about? Is it possible that, for instance, we can move away from the hoe to the ox? Can we digitize the ox farming? You know, there are a variety of things to think about. You know, what can we do to make that much better? The reforms, I would suggest that we merge primary school with the secondary. I have my reasons. Yes, these are my reasons. Over 1.6 million kids get into P1, and by the time they finish, they're about 700. So about 800 children drop out. They don't finish. 50% of those are girls. And they are about 14, 15 years old. By the time they are 20, they have 3 children. By a simple merging of these two, I'll reduce the birth rate in this country. Sounds weird, but it's true. If you keep the girl child in school, they don't need exams. Reform the entire education system. Because this girl who has dropped out in P7, by the time she's 20, will have 3 or 4 children, like I said. From fathers they don't even know. Fathers who are unemployed. So we are creating an additional burden of poor people in this country. A university graduate who is 22, those who have not produced children, will start wondering, should I produce 2 or 3 or 1.5 children? Or, you know? Yeah, that's average. So, I'm averting poverty. If you do this and you create introduce skills at all levels, by the time this person finishes, is it primary 11 or standard 11 or 12, that person will be mature, will come out with some skill. And if there's been emphasis on science, that person's orientation to science will be much stronger than what we see today. And if we are reforming to take it to competence-based learning, possibly that person will have some competence in some of the areas that are going to enable them either be employed, or if they have an entrepreneurial mind, start a business. So, if we don't have a middle class, because what are the people, the 80% demanding? Like I said, soap, sugar. That's all they are demanding. If we address trade and we get money out of our coffee. If we address trade and we are able to produce, to add value to our products, which the president is singing about, we shall create a certain class of people who are employed in those industries. Iron ore from Kabale is being exported outside the country and re-imported in as a finished product because we lack the skills, we lack the technology. We should be ashamed of ourselves. So the processing of iron ore would create jobs. And that type of job is with a person who demands now something much more than soap. And those who are producing it here, my village, I call my village the most industrialized village in Uganda. It is called Kasolo in Iganga. The biggest steel rolling mill is there. But who are they employing? Not you. They import the labor. Yes. So where is the middle class? Oh, sorry. Seems there's something they didn't add there. So as I wind up, innovation hubs provide a very important role for those people who go in there. They nurture them, they inspire them, they aid them in producing products. You know, if you need to do a product, maybe juice, they give you everything that enables you to do that so that you are able to come up with a product. They help you to register business, they help you at times to find money, if necessary, so that you can do a startup. But unfortunately, for us, in terms of innovations, there is nothing new that we are creating. We need to be able to expand our production, create more challenges for our productivity, so that we can start thinking about science. If we don't adapt science to what we are doing, sorry, we shall continue to import. Look at yourself. Literally everything you're wearing today, including myself, is imported, produced by somebody. Is it because we don't think well? You know? What is wrong? Don't we have entrepreneurial minds? We do. Like I said, Uganda is one of the most entrepreneurial countries in the world. But the absence of high technology, the absence of adoption of digital technology to what we are doing today is our biggest problem. As I conclude, I'm going to give you one small exercise to do. I want you to open your phone. And when I became Dean of Commerce in Makerere, it took me 7 days to do a letter. Go to your WhatsApp, and as if you're going to kindly send a message to somebody, go to your WhatsApp on your. Are you there? Go to your WhatsApp where you send a message, where you type messages from. Are we there? Okay. So you want to send a message to somebody, I don't know who it is. Now tap into that area where you type a message. Tap into it. You've tapped it? Have you seen a microphone there? Can you start speaking? Speak. No. When you press, it's something different. I said tap in that space, you get a microphone. When you get that microphone, tap on it and speak. Yes, tap, just tap in that area. You should get a microphone. Yeah, tap that microphone, you see. No, that's not the one. Yes. Make it free. Yeah. You want to send a message to somebody? Just identify the person you want to send a message to. Okay, tap in there, yes.
It brings auto fill.
Just tap again. Little hard. This may be more advanced. Yes.
The mic is here.
Okay, hold on. No, it's not the one. It's not the one. Yeah.
Ah, that one.
Yeah, now start speaking. Just the usage. Have we succeeded in it? No. It depends on the phone. But I recently went somewhere. I did an interview for 1 hour, and I did this. So it typed the words for me, and somebody used ChatGPT to. No, that's not the one. Here it is. Now start speaking. So 7 days doing my first letter as dean. Today the letter can be done in 3 minutes. You know, it depends on the various phone.
When you tap there and speak, it types your words.
If you get it, you type your words. So skills are changing, jobs are changing. Possibly you. Did you succeed? You may have a more advanced phone. That's the problem. Yeah, it's here. Hello. How are you? Yeah, that's it. Yes. Now, this is not our technology, but are we aware that we can use this? And for us in universities, I think we don't really have to reinvent the wheel. What we need to do is develop applications and teach our students to develop applications that are useful in our day-to-day lives. Incubators, innovators, accelerators are very important in improving the entrepreneurship space, creating more entrepreneurs, but without technology at the basic level and throughout our education system, these incubators, incubation hubs, innovation hubs will not be very useful. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Professor Balunywa. Another loud hand clap for the good thing with Professor Balunywa is that what you get is what you already know. He has no surprises. That is him. Thank you for disrupting our thinking on these issues. You've taken us through the poverty challenge and how we can overcome it using different interventions, the challenge of job creation and the role of an entrepreneur and entrepreneurship in creating employment, how we can create tech-based jobs. Actually, the best jobs in the world now are not based on things you can touch. They are based on the products of the mind. So I think that's where you are taking us. Can we create more products of the mind? and not necessarily tangible. Well, of course, we also need tangible products, but there are many products we can create using the mind. How we can, they need to remove different barriers to productivity, especially in our countries, and the place of innovation hubs, incubation hubs, and accelerators in this endeavor. You have also emphasized it. And the issue of reforming the education system keeps haunting us. Every speaker keeps talking about reform of the education system. I had actually not thought of where you're going with removing PLE until my neighbor said there are so many kids who get knocked off just by PLE, and they get off the radar. So imagine if you keep such children in school, what change you bring into their lives. So that has been a very good menu. Now I know you have comments and questions for our speakers. So let me invite some comments. Professor Wolnyo has done a bit of controversy, so you can respond to his controversial remarks. He's not scared of that. And then we'll be ready to earn our lunch. Ladies, you have not asked many questions, so let me start with the ladies. Two ladies here, very good. Sophie talked about gender balance, so I like the fact that the ladies have taken the message. Yes.
Thank you, our chairperson. I don't know whether we are only responding to Professor's presentation or
All
the
of
previous
them you
ones as
mentioned.
well.
There was Sophie, Dr. Kasule, Professor Wolnyo.
Okay, my first comment is on Dr. Kasule's presentation. When he was presenting on the soft skills that the graduates felt they did not receive, I observed that emotional intelligence was actually one of those that was ranked very low. And I got to thinking, how are we equipping our trainers to pass on this emotional intelligence? Because it's a concept which is relatively new, and it is highly likely that a lot of our trainers in the universities, but also in schools, are not themselves familiar with emotional intelligence, and that translates into it not being passed on to the graduates, and yet it's a critical skill in today's world. So perhaps the university heads that are here, along with National Council, how can we mainstream emotional intelligence into the training of trainers, either in pedagogy and all of that, so that it becomes an inherent part of the training that we offer? So that's a pause for thought. The second comment was on Sophia's presentation on the work-related program, and I was thinking if there is a way that that curriculum, perhaps with adjustments, can be made available for universities so that our internship programs are actually intentional about these additional skills. Because what usually happens is that we send the students out into internship with a bit of description on the technical side. This student is in marketing, so expose them to marketing. But we don't really articulate these other skills that need to be attained. And so if we had a standard curriculum for internship with clear competencies, which then can be embedded into the university internship program, perhaps that might help to see that we benefit more out of that program. For Dr. Balunywa's presentation, I would like to say I'm from the Hotel and Tourism Training Institute, and we are beneficiaries of Professor Balunywa. Mr. Kawere, our new principal, was in MOOBS for a long time, and so on behalf of the school, Professor, we appreciate. We are seeing the fruits of your mentorship in Mr. Kawere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, the lady behind.
Thank you so much, the chairperson, for this session. Mine is a comment on Sophie's presentation. I'm Naiga Gahajira from NTC Kaliro. You realize that in helping our students to get ready for work, what happens in the NTCs, we had partners enable helped us come up with a project, a program which we call continuous school practice. So our students, when they are still in college, we have what we call the partner secondary schools. They go into the partner secondary schools, they see how these teachers are teaching, then we also require them to teach in those schools when they are still in college before they go out for examination school practice. Before we used to have examination school practice, the first day you are appearing in front of a class, you have a supervisor. But here, we give them the opportunity to go to these schools and they are able to learn. We also move with them and we are able to see exactly what they are doing. And they come back, we guide them before they go out to have the final school practice. So we were also thinking if this school practice could be embedded into the curriculum to be part of the curriculum that we are able to train these students before they go out for that final school practice. And I think for those who have tried to do that, it helped them a lot. They have tried to develop the soft skills that the employers are looking out there for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your neighbor.
Thank you, Chair. Two issues. Number one, going to Sophia. She made a wonderful, wonderful presentation. My personal views would be that it should be independent of the university structures, but my question is, how do you assess the learning outcomes of that curriculum? The second goes to Professor Balunywa. I want to thank you so much for being very radical in your proposals for reform. Number one, I think the dropout rates you have given are possibly an underestimation. I think data shows that about between 1 and 1.4 million children are lost between P1 and P7. My question is, you have made wonderful proposals on your reforms, but whom are you making them to? People like me here, are we in a position to pick them up? I think you are even more suited to take up these proposals to other places where many may not reach. So my question is that, are they ending here? Because if you are making them to me, they might end here. So whom are we making these proposals to, and who is paying attention? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question. Can we have 2 more, 3? We are getting hungry, so I don't want to preside over a lunch riot. Yes.
Yes, I'm Geoffrey Kaino from Bugema University. I have 2 comments. First, I've benefited from this particular workshop, but I'm also challenged. Ladies are doing much better than us. I'm worried of our future. Number 2, Sophie, I'm very grateful for your presentation. And there's only one comment here on digital ethos. You've told us we're supposed to use prudent use of internet, and I know it's quite very important, but to what extent? Because even as we are here, many people here are no longer sleeping. They even go beyond the right time to sleep. And we're getting scared of maintaining our health. Thank you.
Okay, we have the last question from Hajat here.
Thank
The
you
very
so
last
much. Mine is a request, first of all, to Dr. Sophia. She has made a wonderful presentation of that curriculum. How I wish you partner with higher institutions of learning, because much as you're producing those graduates out of your institution and your curriculum, the National Council for Higher Education will still maintain that it's not accredited. So how about you partner with the universities that are accredited and we incorporate that curriculum? The second issue is to Dr. Balonywa. I thank him so much, first of all, for the ideas, the solutions to the challenges we are having. What I've perceived out of one challenge that I've admired most is merging primary with secondary. To me, I equally think, I don't know whether I've perceived him right, but to me, I think that much our Ugandan children, most especially in rural areas, think by getting a PLE certificate, he has reached a certain level and he can drop out. But if this is continuous, that a child goes from P1, maybe the first certificate gets from senior 4 or senior 6. By senior 6, that child is 18 or 19. Even when the child conceives a girl from there, maybe she can produce and go back to school. Many of them drop out at that level because they have a thinking they've already got the certificate. So merging primary and secondary, to me, is the best idea if NCDC would buy that idea. And how I wish NCDC could consult these resource persons before coming up with this new lower secondary curriculum, because it seems to take us back, yet it is not really addressing the issue at hand. So since education is not ending, please NCDC open up, get back to these people, these resource people. We get ideas to get solutions for our country.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm afraid we can't take more questions because we have 5 minutes to answer and then we go for lunch. So Dr. Kasule, your 1.5 minutes starts now. Please give him a microphone. 1.5 minutes. Most of the things were comments. You don't have to respond.
Thank you, the participants, for the wonderful comments you have made. Mine was a comment on my presentation. It was a comment about emotional intelligence. And like I said, this was a study that was carried out to ask graduates what they have actually gotten from the curriculum we are offering. And like I said, this is going to be a continuous study, then to ask the employers what they have actually benefited. But it's good that it has actually informed the audience that university curriculum also lacks some skills that the industry actually works. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and I'll use them as I'm walking. So on the first question of whether the curriculum can be made available for universities so that internships are intentional, that is our interest. We've piloted it, but we are not the ones in the education institutions. Would like to partner with the education institutions to also see how the curriculum will be either integrated, independentized, or whatever model you want to use within the universities, and you apply it. So we are open and ready to partner with any. Then on the question of NTCs, continuous school practice, I think that will depend, because while this curriculum was developed generally, what seems to be coming out that there are also industry-specific skill sets or requirements that are called for competence for that particular industry. Hoteliers have their own skills, constructors have their own skills, because we tested this program with ICT, construction, manufacturing, specifically agro-processing, and tourism. And each of these sectors seems to be coming out with completely new sets of skills required for the graduates. So it means that even with teachers, maybe you'll find that we'll need a new skill set that we'll have to design a curriculum for. Then how do you assess the learning outcomes of the curriculum? It's still an ongoing process. And we haven't even trained 70%, but we'll have our results by April 2025. We don't want to give half-baked things because this really influences a lot of processes and also decisions. But we'll share with you because we anticipate partnerships with the education institutions as well as with the National Council for Higher Education. On digital ethos, I just wanted to give you an example that some private sector actors, when you're working with them, they have rules that if you come in, you put your phone aside for some hours and you work without your phone. I want to challenge you, and not you, but maybe you as parents. I'm challenging the parents in you. Can your children, who you have given phones and tablets and gadgets, how do you think they will react in such an environment where a private sector employer is asking them to take away their phones? How will they react?
They will claim their rights.
Absolutely. And they will riot. And they will say, this is my phone and everything and everything. Attitude. That's what we are dealing with.
15 seconds.
Partner with higher institutions of learning.
I think you answered that.
Yes, I think I've said that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophie. I hope you're open to interacting with us informally if we invite you to UCU and you engage with our students. That was Mike Alango. Professor Bolunyo, your 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think the question was, whom am I addressing this to? This is a conference. Normally there are resolutions which are made. But I should assure you that I have made these remarks to the right people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hand clap again to our presenters. That ends our session, and now it's time for lunch. But before I hand over to the Secretariat, I want to say one statement, which I keep telling my staff at UCU. 2 points. One, complacency is actually the enemy of innovation and positive change. So as institutions, let's not be complacent. Let's be willing to constantly look for new ideas, new solutions, new ways of doing things. The other thing I tell my team at UCU is let's stop talking and talk practically. We can talk and talk, and next year we talk, but when we talk practically, it means we're going to do what we say and put it into action. May the Lord bless you.
I think Professor deserves a bigger clap than that. And I know Dr. Vincent must be laughing at that deserving. And I think all of you deserve a bigger clap. I want to say, as from the Secretariat and from the ED, is impressed with the attendance and participation. We don't take it for granted. We are going for lunch, and we shall be able to be back at 3:30 for the, and if we can do it much better, because we thought, can we do 30 minutes? No, it's not possible. I think let us do that. Eh?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Victor Turiahewa, a network engineer at the Research and Education Network for Uganda, abbreviated as RENU. So we have been partners with NCHE in this journey and in this 5th conference. And we are happy for the opportunity to share with you about RENU and what it does. So, that is just a small outline, and we'll make sure that we move through it very fast so that we save some time. Just take a small context, and we do RENU at a glance, some RENU services, products, and why your institution or research institution would benefit from joining RENU. One, setting the context, and this aligns with the theme for this 5th conference, fostering graduate employability and innovation. Jack stated that change before you have to. So as we continue to do whatever we do, we have to make sure that we change before things get us along the one we are unable to change and benefit. So RENU at a glance, founded in 2006 by the vice chancellors of the different Ugandan universities. It's a not-for-profit organization, and it's Uganda's national research and education network. And its major purpose is to enable academic and research communities to excel in knowledge creation, dissemination, and practical application for societal benefit. So that is RENU at a glance. Moving to the RENU services, because as an institution we have services, we have different products that we avail to our member institutions so that they are able to align with the different communities in different countries so that education and research can be taken to the next level. One of the services is internet connectivity. For example, we are happy that RENU has been providing internet connectivity for this conference, and we'll still do the same for the exhibition. We have one of the biggest services, which is EduRoam and Metro EduRoam at the same time. I will take them both. One, EduRoam, is a short form for education roaming. Different research and education networks needed to find an easy way or simpler method of which a researcher would move from one institution to another without having to first request or go to the IT team to request for the passwords of the Wi-Fi hotspots at the different institutions. So that's how EduRoam or education roaming came up, and I'm able to connect at every point when I find an EduRoam hotspot. That when I go to Kampala, I'm in town, I find an EduRoam hotspot, I'm able to connect. When I go to Makerere, same credentials. When I go to Chambogo, when I go to UCU, they are the same credentials that you'll be able to use. When you go to the UK and you find EduRoam, those are the very details that you use, and you will have EduRoam connecting and working for you. So we needed to find a way of making sure that our researchers do not only connect when they are at the universities or their institutions of learning. That's where we came with Metro EduRoam, that you can be in different public places and you're able to connect and continue doing your work as a researcher. So to continue, we also have Moodle, the learning management systems. We provide them to our member institutions. Zero-rated mobile access, that there are some sites that can be zero-rated so that a researcher can access them without even any MB or data needed on their phones. We have email hosting, and co-location is also a service that we offer that our member institutions might not be able to set up huge data centers, so RENU takes off that task, and we have built data centers so that we can be able to host different servers and devices for our member institutions. We have RENU Cloud, and an institution can subscribe for storage space on the RENU cloud. We have cybersecurity services. We have RORA1. This is where we make sure that we extend provision for people to use different sensors in agriculture, in environment monitoring. We also have another service called Campus Network as a Service, that an institution may not be able to hire the required number of technical IT personnel, so you can hire RENU or subscribe for Campus Network as a Service, and then RENU will be able to do all the work for you. That's from procuring network devices to managing them, to configuring them, and to making sure that we continue to monitor your network 24/7. So we have capacity building, and I think this aligns to what presenters talked about earlier. RENU employs graduates, and mostly these are fresh graduates. So there is that provision that under the programs of graduate training and industrial training, RENU is able to provide different students and graduate trainees with the skills, let it be technical, let it be all the other skills that they need to thrive in the working environment. And that capacity building also caters for RENU being able to move to the different institutions and train the different IT teams. So some of the RENU products, I think you might have seen one device that looks like that down there. It's called a solar-powered Wi-Fi router, that we leverage the use of solar energy to make sure that we have devices that are able to rely on solar energy. And we use locations, and from that photo we have where we extended Metro Edrom to some of the hostels, and maybe still on that Metro Edrom position, we are loading out throughout the whole country. Most of the hotspots have been in the metropolitan areas, but we are extending this Metro Edrom service to the whole country, northeast and the southwestern part. So in case you have a hostel and the RENU team approaches you to deploy some of these devices, don't hesitate. All we need is just simple security for the devices, and we are not going to tamper with your power or run funny cables, because our device is able to provide its own power. That's where we find one of our slogans: no power, no problem. So that's how we are able to leverage the use of the solar-powered Wi-Fi router. And we also have Edrom on the go, such devices, and these are our two-in-one. It's a power bank and a MiFi at the same time. And why join RENU? One, service quality. We make sure that our institutions are served well, and service is always on as expected. We have innovative solutions, as we have discussed, for example, for the Edrom on the go devices and the solar-powered Wi-Fi routers. We have teams that are able to support 24/7, that even if you wake up and call at midnight, the helpline, you'll be received, and your complaint will be taken into account and handled. We have a team of expertise which is able to deliver all the services. We are able to care for our clients as expected. Then we have trainings and workshops. On this photo is one of the last direct engineering assistants that our team had at Ndeje University. So during that direct engineering assistance, RENU sends a team of its personnel and or staff to come and help realign most of the network issues at your institution. It's on that point that I wish to thank you for your time, and we hope to interact with you more at the exhibition grounds. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Victor. And National Council is already a partner, and that's why they're here with us. They have a desk outside. Victor, you didn't talk about it, but it is there, and people can go and ask for different solutions. We have been partners with Reno, and we are not disappointed. We'd encourage you to partner with them. Can I now invite the chair of the last session, not the least, on improving access and inclusivity to higher education in Uganda, accessing Uganda's low gross enrollment ratio, and the session will be chaired by Dr. Henry Boregeya, who is the Vice Chancellor of Livingstone International University. Some of you don't know this university is located in this city. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Brother Arthur. It's a good opportunity for me to have this moment of chairing this last session. I want to thank the organizers, especially NCHE at all levels, from the ED to everyone, for all times we have been spending together to make sure that universities improve what they are doing. I've been blessed very much since we started the university in 2011 for the continuous guidance. And thank you for continuing to support us and to guide us until we can reach full compliance. As a young university, we are very ambitious, and we trust God that will continue to grow to the fulfillment of the mission we have for Livingstone, but also for Uganda and beyond. I'm very pleased to stand here and lead this session on improving access and inclusivity to higher education in Uganda, addressing Uganda's low gross enrollment ratio. As a university, my university is very young, we have been really facing that. How do you convince students, parents to come and join your university? I'm sure the people we have to guide us in these discussions are going to bless us with a lot of insight. I know we have just come from lunch. I hope the attention will be full until we end the session. It's now time for me to invite the presenters, and the first one is our brother James Okello from Soroti University. He is the academic registrar of Soroti University. He's coming. He's going to lead us in this topic here, strategies for improving higher education, accessibility, inclusivity, and graduate employability. Thank you. I think they are going to sit there. Yeah, the chair is there, brother, as you come. The second presenter is our brother, Dr. Martin Iremaut, or Iremaut, I don't know how to read, but I'm sorry. Dr. Martin Osike, that's one is easier. Yeah. We know Brother Martin has been serving with NCHE since long time. I can't remember even the first time I met him, but he was there. Now he's the head of department, statistics and data management. He used to follow us and meet us, and he requests for data, and I will make sure that you provide what he wants, and I like that drive. Thank you so much, Dr. Martin, for the work we have been doing for all universities in Uganda. His topic is going to be graduate employability in Uganda's manufacturing subsector, the potential influence of technical and vocational education and training in narrowing gender wage differentials. That's a very nice topic. Our third person is Dr. Vincent A. Sembatia. We know him very well. He's our director for quality assurance at NCHE, quality assurance and accreditation. And he serves with National Council for Higher Education. We were with him interacting yesterday, and today he's going to present knowledge production, sustainability development. That's also another good topic. Welcome. Our last presenter is Mr. Humphrey Geoffrey Mukoyo. I hope I'm correct in the way I'm pronouncing. I'm sorry. And he's going to talk about towards sustainable education, a machine learning model for early student dropouts, prediction in a higher education institutions. Mr. Humphrey is a PhD student at Kumba University. All our presenters, you are welcome, and we can't wait to hear from you. So I want at this juncture to welcome our brother James Okello to come and speak to us. You have 20 minutes. Thank you. The ICT team, we need somebody to help us so I can get connected.
Okay. So what do I do? Okay. So when you change here, you will also change here. Okay. Or you could give me a moment, I take the PC, then I bring it when it is connected. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. One of the things which is a privilege to me right now is to make a presentation after lunch, because I will definitely get fewer questions. But I don't think so, because the topic I'm going to handle is so pertinent and so close to most of you, because the issue of accessibility has been a major issue. Inclusivity and I think employment has been dealt with since yesterday. Really. But the issue of accessibility has been there for quite some time. And I do recall when I was still a student, one of the areas which kept on coming up was that how do we fund higher education? In my presentation, I will be defining the concepts. I will also dwell into the legal framework which most of you have been dealing with. I will also examine the practices. What do we do? Especially for us who are registrars, we are at the gate. We are the ones who receive the students. And then we are the same people who say bye-bye. Go. But when they go out there, they say these ones cannot be employed. I will also discuss strategies. They said I have to discuss strategies. I will then deal with the topical issues. You'll find that that was in 1988. And that's what my roommate told me, because they were demonstrating on fees issues. And I think the issue of fees has not yet gone away. So that could be one of the areas I will be discussing. Now, that is a mouthful: access, equity, and employability. The issue of All those key areas are actually policy domains in your institution, nationally, and has been discussed since morning and since yesterday. Let's look at this. When we talk about equality, all of us are equal and so on. Then the issue of equity. People normally tend to look at the other side. That we are all equal, let's follow the same avenue to join the university. But the equity dictates that let's see how to help other people. Very interesting. Now, equity ensures that regardless of your race, where background, what, socioeconomic status, you should actually have an opportunity to join the tertiary institution. So the issue of equity is so paramount to the effect that at times, if you look at our information regarding how you can join a tertiary institution, it has been broken down. But to what extent? Inclusivity. Most of us are still grappling with this. The issue of inclusivity is to create the environment supportive for ensuring that people actually reach their talent. I don't know where Professor Jess Kwesiga is, Vice Chancellor of Kabale. She was actually so prominent in trying to deal with the issue of inclusivity, especially when it comes to the particular gender. But then over time, we are looking at structures and processes. The curriculum design and delivery has also been a challenge. Assessment and feedback. How do you assess somebody who is using assistive technology? Community and belonging is also an issue. Pathways to success. I think you heard earlier on somebody making a presentation that they have not yet accredited theirs, but they are actually functioning very well. The issue of employability. I'm looking at two sets. One, set of skills, knowledge and understanding and personal attributes that make a person more likely to choose and secure an occupation in which they can be satisfied and successful. But then there are personal attributes equally. You may actually have the skills, but then the way they look at you, are you honest, adaptable? Are you reliable? You come late to work, then you leave even early. You don't even come at all. Even you cannot work unsupervised. So these are some of the issues which we have been grappling with. Now let's look at the recruitment arrangement. You find that when you look at the other issue of equity and access, that's what we rely heavily on. We tend to say, oh, merit. It has been there for quite some time. You know, I worked in Makere for 30 years, and we were actually pushing so hard the issue of merit until some disruption came in 93. Later on, we started saying maybe we can have a fee-paying students coming on board. And Professor Balunya was the one to start. Anyway, one of the things we should thank him for actually pushing it. But there's some dust left behind, the fee structure. Because most of those programs which were started under the fee paying, we actually said, when it comes to water, let's put a zero. When it comes to electricity, let's put a zero. When we are costing it, space for lectures, zero. So we're all like costing the cost of actually teaching. When the lecturer is teaching, like now I'm lecturing or whatever, that's all they were charging. That's why the fees were low. But when our neighbors came in, they said, wait a minute, Kenya, Tanzania, they actually went and improved on the system. So the cost of fees here is much lower because we actually said this one's government is providing. Later on, we realized government was not going to provide for power. When the student numbers go up, when we now have digital technology, we have to charge some money. But the issue of merit has remained. The second area which has been brought on board is the quota system, which most universities are using, especially the public ones. And I'm going to touch on the avenues which some of you probably pass through to join the university. There is the A-level one, and then Professor Joey Kwesiga and his team introduced the 1.5. And I think it is spread across Africa, not only here in Uganda, but everywhere. People are now adding 1.5, and they're saying, wait a minute, we literally produce a girl who will actually be knowledgeable. Research showed that even those who are marginally in the cutoff point, they would actually become first-class students, and they end up going for graduate training. Then the special schemes, the talented sports person, the disabled person, the district quota, and then the last one is which we do as institutional level, the biological scheme, because they were seeing that how do we ensure that in your own home state, you have a daughter, you have a boy who has failed to make it to the university, but you are teaching other children. So that's when they introduced the biological scheme. So these special schemes have been there, but mainly for government sponsorship. But there are other schemes. The Mature, some of you have joined through Mature, the diploma, the degree, because the degree you got, you said, wait a minute, I cannot use it for employment, I cannot get a job. Although one of the things about employment in any nation is also the state of the economy, which probably Professor Waswa, Dr. up when National Council felt that there is another group of students who should actually be given access, because the UNEP grades may not be the predictor. Although I have an issue regarding the higher education certificate scheme, it tends to favor the foreigners, because the foreigners, when you have O-level, it's okay. But Ugandans, you need to have one principal pass. What is good for the goose is also good for the gander. So I think we need to revisit that. The avenues actually subdivided. You find there's government sponsorship and private. I'm also going to touch about graduate training, whereby you need to have another graduate degree first before you go for master's, or master's to go for PhD. So briefly, these are the avenues. And when you go to the undergraduate, most of yesterday, the issue of A-level subjects and so on, this is how we categorize them: essential, relevant, desirable. Now, some of the subjects which have just been introduced, the universities now need to look more critically. Should creativity be essential or desirable? So these are an area which now needs to be unpacked. Because when you talk about essential, we are looking at something which will enable you cope with the curriculum at a particular profession. It is those only in the law who say all subjects at A-level are essential. So they pick the best two. So even if you have done Arabic and Luganda, you do law with an A. Yeah, that is what it is. But then you have to pass the entrance exams. So there are points which are given. They give weight on the grades which you get. That means if that lower level curriculum is going to be, we need to see how to unpack this area. If we are going to use those subjects, that means we need to weigh it. What are the issues? What are the obstacles in place and the gaps? How does it impact and the consequences it has? By learning more about these issues, we shall be able to identify areas that we need improvement and strategies. These are some of the issues which I felt should be the key ones. Poor educational background. You find those in really traditional good schools and even the new ones, you actually can join a university easily because you can get the merit arrangement. Then admission merit tends to be for the good schools. The other issue which actually is affecting access is the fees, the cost of education. And also there is a fear of the loan scheme, although it's even not enough. The lack of support services in various universities. Of course, the gender issue kept on coming. Some of the universities have come up with very good policies. They say no gender should go below 30% in a particular program. Isn't that good? Because if I'm going to do nursing, and all the places they have been taken by ladies, at least the other remaining 30% should be for male. Although in my own university, it's now the other way around. There are more male doing nursing than the female students. So it's really very interesting. But go for electrical, go for civil. In other universities, you'll find the reverse is true. So that's why it's important that we have a clear policy that no gender should go below 30% in a particular program. Then the traditional mode of delivery. You have to come to Livingstone in order to study. Can't you study anywhere, anytime? Must history be taught only in Livingstone with technology now? Why don't we have in place the distance learning approach? I know Professor Jessica Gut has been struggling with it, and she was so excited when the COVID came in, because it was a blessing. Definitely, one thing about distance learning is that you can't cheat the student. But if I'm on campus, one of the things we discovered, you can teach one topic in a particular course, and you give marks. But with distance learning, you actually study everything first. They send you the notes, you study it, and so on, so long as you have been doing self-study. But some universities, lecturers, they will teach one topic and say, now, I'm teaching you history of Bama Saba history. Now you know the history of Uganda. So we give you a credit. Those are the issues. But with the distance learning, we insist, and I think National Council will need to look in more closely, the kind of materials which are sent out, how often, what medium they are sent out, so that you will actually have to send the entire topic and the students read. The issue of the learning outcomes comes on board, whereby the learning outcomes are the ones which will dictate the type of examination to be dealt with. So that's the issue of access. Then there is the policy framework. Our constitution action. You'll find the Constitution, especially in Article 32, states that you need to take affirmative action in favor of groups marginalized, either by history, custom, imbalances, and so on. And a number of universities have actually try to come up with some of those areas. Although we are under pressure, especially those from the upcountry universities, people from within the local area say, but all the places have been taken by four from the west. Where it is in the Soroti University, where they are surely in Gulu University, where the Lukbara is in. So these are an area which probably we need now to have a clear strategy of dealing with it and making sure that either the quota system will help. Of course, those are the educational objectives, whereby it tends to highlight more on the basic areas. This is what National Council is also insisting on, that we should take into consideration affirmative action in favor of the marginalized groups and so on. So the law actually protects. But the right to higher education is not absolute, but basic. Basic education is probably one of the major human rights, although people say, I think even higher education should be a right. But the major area under this is that if somebody has an ability, he should be allowed to continue in higher education. And this ability becomes now a human right. The issue of cost reduction strategy is another area which we needed to look more critically. Some of us started using bursaries and so on, but right now it's families who are struggling. How do we make sure the cost is reduced? One of the major areas was to go for distance learning, because you don't need to pay for water and travel and the rest of it. Can we have that in place? The other one is the fees, which I've already talked about. You find it's really, in some institutions, it's really high, just like at lower secondary and upper. But maybe what we could think of is to see how to embrace the concept of cost sharing, whereby we come up with a baseline. How much should it be minimum for those who are from those disadvantaged places? The student loan, if education does not guarantee employment, and if repayment is compulsory, people from the poor will not. One of the things about this loan is that sometimes you pick on a course which you will actually not end up getting employed. I think you listened to that stories earlier on. The support services in institutions need to be looked at. The policies in dealing with such things like sexual harassment, even mentoring. How often do we mentor? When I was doing my postgraduate, every month I had somebody who will ask me, how are you? How are you coping? And the rest of it. But in the current setup, it's not there. So we needed to look into that. The disabled, definitely, there are so many guidelines regarding the disability, but at times you find a situation whereby staff in their teaching, they tend to overlook this. So we needed to be able to deal with that. Then the digital divide has also come on board. We are still relying on the outmoded methods. I think somebody told us this morning that they don't even have computers. But in our admission letters, we say come up with a laptop. Somebody cannot even afford it. But then, on the other hand, you'll find that the kind of information which is in place tends to be on the network. So you need to have, I would like to thank RENU for enabling that. Even access to different disciplines has been an issue. They tend to say science is not for ladies and so on. It happened to me. My daughter wanted to do mechanical, but I insist you do electrical. Instead, she has done mechanical, and she's now a design engineer from MIT. So here was I trying to push somebody to do something else, and yet she had her own views. The credit transfer recognition has been there in the policy, but people still insist that when you have done your diploma, you continue from first year again. This is an area which we need to deal with it. Recognition of prior learning is also an area which will help us do help. Because like that lady was talking today regarding what they are doing, maybe we could assess the prior learning, what they had, and then come up with a clear policy. I proposed it there. Then the mature students, they are fearing, can I relate to these young people and so on? What will happen? So these people also need to be given guidance. Now, curriculum and employability, as I'm trying to move towards winding up, is an issue. Curriculum, if we don't deal with that issue seriously, whatever was talked yesterday and today and so on, when you're designing a curriculum, your subject, your profession tends to override all. You don't think of other areas, the co-curriculum activities, the soft skills. I sat in the Senate of Makerere University for 15 years. One thing I noted was that to introduce a new course in a particular degree, it will take you even so many years. Development studies were discussed for 2 years, and in the end, it was just dragged into other people said, okay, even communication skills. So let's be flexible and bring in all these courses which probably can help our students to be employed. But one of the problems is creating time to do that. Where do we put it? Can I really? But one good thing with technology now, you should not go for the lecture methods so seriously all the time. You could actually give people notes and be able to continue. And the employment destination is actually one of the areas which we needed to look at. In a university model, we tend to rely heavily on what was taught during the colonial time. And we said, okay, like medicine, tropical medicine, the herbs which Professor Gwang is coming up with, we are still not serious about it. Everything should come from Europe. When I went to China, I failed to get a Panadol because I had a headache. Instead, somebody applied some of the concoction here, and the headache disappeared. I could not get a Panadol. But here, the Covidex is being marketed in Europe and also in West Africa, but we are still saying, we are not so sure, it's local. Our engineering people tends to be, we should actually rely heavily on accreditation. Then upskilling and reskilling is one area. Those who have actually gone through the university, some of them are failing to get jobs. Some of the institutions abroad rely on O-level. You have done BA, but then you pass biology in O-level. They give you nursing there, and you become a nurse. So how do we actually ensure that we improve on that? Graduate training is where we get our staff from. How you get promoted to become a stand lecturer, and on. But there is no funding here. We need to see how the tertiary institution. I will probably appeal to National Council. Let it be one of the areas you can push so hard with the government. There's no funding for high. Where do we get lecturers from? So we need to deal with that. And the qualification framework is one of the recommendations which I thought we need to handle clearly to deal with all those areas of making sure there's overlap, no duplication, and career offices need to be set up. It's not the career guidance you go to secondary schools. You need to enable your students to know where they are going. Career offices need to be in place, and That one has already been dealt with. Finally, I'll leave you with that. You're welcome.
I think let's clap, as people who have eaten. So thank you, Brother James Okelo, for that brilliant presentation. Sorry for the timing. I know you have 30 years plus of experience, but we need to stick on time so that we can move on well. So members, keep writing your questions and observations so that at the end we can come in a presentation of all of them as we hear from our second presenter, Dr. Martin. Welcome. Thank you so much. And you have around 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bregea, Henry. As I wait for my presentation to be put on the screen, I would like to just say a few things. In the morning, we talked about, presenters talked about skills, curriculum, even yesterday, and access, and the issue has continued all along, access, skills, curriculum. But I want to assure you that in few years to come, we have been looking at 1.5 for girls. The boy child is actually becoming endangered. We have been looking at the statistics in higher education, and we are seeing that the boy child, the number is actually declining in higher education. We need to take note of that. As I was introduced, I would like to take this advantage to say a little about statistics at National Council for Education. We collect statistics from our education institutions, but this is one area where we are really struggling with higher education institutions. Institutions have a culture of poor record keeping, culture of unwillingness to provide the information, and yet this is the statistics that helps us in ensuring that the quality of our education is under control. National Council for Education is not in position to monitor, to physically visit all our education institutions. So in the wisdom of the regulators, we felt that developing statistical tools with key quality assurance indicators will actually help us monitor the quality and the progress on each of the higher education institutions who are licensed. And indeed, it provides flagship. We are able to identify which institutions is declining, which ones doing well, and with that we can physically now visit those ones who are doing badly. And I urge you that you provide these statistics. We do it annually, and if you need any guidance, please feel free to get in touch with me. I don't want to ask you the question that my son always likes to ask me. I see your faces wondering, and when my son gets me sitting like that, he says, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Then when I say no, then he says, "You know what? Let me bring it to this context. You are thinking I'm divulging from what I am supposed to present." Let's get back to the presentation. We have a quick outline there, which we don't need to go through. This study, we have looked at skills, curriculum, and so forth. So I have looked at two areas, education and industry, where education actually looks at value chain. As far as the graduates, the students are concerned, while the industry, which absorbs the outcomes or the graduates, does the value chain, using the students or the graduates to come up with the products. I have tried to summarize my paper with using exposition of value chain in education as well as industry. In education, we know that there is that group outside which is not able to access formal education. And in the first rectangle, we see a group with a hierarchy from primary, secondary, vocational, and eventually to graduate. From secondary, you can go to university. From vocational, you can go to the university if you so wish. And eventually, you have you get skills, which skills every employer desires. And those are the skills which will measure your productivity. And you get returns in form of wages as a pay for your productivity and the skills earned. However, one thing is true. The wages that we get have actually tended to widen the wage differentials, as we shall see later. All these categories are looking at the industry for employment. And I've tried to look at the industry because industry is one of the sectors that tries to employ almost all categories, from the people with non-formal education and people who have gone through the formal education. You find they're all in the industry. This is part of the model which now brings together the education, the non-popular into the industry, what I would call here industrial value chain. In the industry, everybody's looking at the employer, looking for jobs. In the morning, we talked of creating jobs and so forth. But now, our graduates, outcomes from the university, tertiary institutions, are looking at employer. But the employer sets his targets. He also does research and innovation to ensure that he remains on top of things. And in each and every stage, there is a value addition. And that value addition is expected to impact. However, the stakeholders' expectations are always high. If you achieve this, the stakeholders expect higher. And the gap will either narrow or widen. The cost, the more you add value, the innovation impact will actually reduce the cost of operations, because the most likely that you improve the processes, there will be high productivity, and actually there will be increased sales and returns. Then the gap will either narrow or widen, depending on how your innovation is. But also the returns, or the wage paid to the returns to education, will actually also improve, because there is always that negotiation. Each time you get better in returns, in productivity and sales, the employer will also expect something better from that. And that it becomes a cycle. So the more we innovate, the more we add value in education as well as industry, the more we are likely to develop in our sectors. A lot has been done about returns on higher education. I needless to go into details, but we realize that returns on education are actually low in high-income countries. Why? Because they have a broader segment of population with the higher levels of education. The reverse is true for our countries like Uganda. Education, skills and productivity, wages are interconnected. Many researchers have said so, and employers have already said it in the summary of the in the exposition. But we read that the earnings that we get because of the productivity and the skills gain have a tendency to widen the gap. You realize that research has done in this area, all right, but you will note that technical and vocational education has hardly been handled, and none has explicitly looked at education as a potential tool to alleviate gender wage differential. Instead, education is seen as a major cause of gender wage differentials. And also those studies have done mainly data from UBOS, Uganda National Household Surveys. And they have not tried to explore other sources of data. And what in this study is the interconnection between level of education, gender wage differentials, and pinning education as a tool to mitigate gender wage differentials, based on the fact that despite the increase, the 1.5 increasing access to higher education, there is still a disparity when it comes to wages. We have had affirmative action of 1.5, we have had equal opportunity commissions and so forth, but still we have existing gender wage differentials. I have tried to summarize what we see in the differentials for different levels of education. You can clearly see that the higher you go, the higher the differentials. The lower levels, people with no formal education, their earnings are almost leveled. What are the key objectives of this study? We want to look at identifying the potential, the level of education that potentially reduces gender wage differentials. We want to look at the different quartiles, and we also want to investigate the covariates. When I look at the covariates, I'm looking at the variables which contributes towards the earnings, the wage, and the skill and so forth. But we also want to look at explained by endowments and so forth in order to look at it. This study basically dwelt on human capital theory, pioneered by Adam Smith. But with human capital theory, I used different analytical frameworks. I used Ministerial framework, for analyzing. I used Osaka Blinder framework, and I used some parametric methods to support this study. As you can hear that incremental education and job training increase skills and life experiences. And this eventually are the main cause of increase in earnings as far as Ministerial framework is concerned. The Osaka Binder framework will look at the compositioning of wages. The parametric approach looks at quartile regression and looks at the differences between different percentiles and quartiles. And despite comments from various researchers that human capital theory is not appropriate, when you look at our context, human capital theory is actually most appropriate where data is scarce. So the best we can do is to employ various approaches to mitigate those challenges where I used IV variables to handle endogeneity, and we looked at Heckman's approach for selection bias. However, there are other theories like matching theories, signaling, screening, but when you look at job matching theory, it actually looks at, is biased towards the trace of the farm. And when you look at screening and signaling, it's biased towards to just signal the level of productivity. So despite all that, we are back to human capital theory. I used data for study, obtained secondary data from World Bank database, which is accessible to any researcher, and 2006. But you might get interested and say, why 2006? I want you to look at the red line. This is specifically in the manufacturing sector. In the period around 2005 up to around 2009 there was a sharp leap in the value addition in the manufacturing sector. So as researchers, this could be of interest. We can learn lessons from this. What went well in this period and how can we benefit from that? So I try to look at this and tie to value addition in education and value addition in the industry. This is the summary of the data available that was collected in that period. It was around 726, the sample size. These were the participants that were interviewed, of which 576 were males and 152 were females. And when you look at the log wage distribution by gender, the blue one is actually for males, and the lower one, which is red, is actually for females. So from this, you can readily see that the males were, the mean earnings for males were actually higher than for the females. The modular specification based on the Myserian framework, I came up with that. And equation 1, which eventually expanded to equation 2. Then 3 and 4 were basically requiring that since we are looking for the differences in earnings for females and males, you should treat them separately at 3 and 4. Then eventually, using Osaka Blinder, we can actually manipulate and see what the difference is. The blue part actually will explain the non-discriminatory portion, and the red part is actually what could be associated with discrimination of the girl child. The semi-parametric approach, on the other hand, we look at the different quartiles where you look at high wage earners, lower wage earners, and also at different levels, but it's conditional given that y given x, and where the x is defined, y is independent, that is wages, and x is a vector of exogenous variables. And the analytical implementation analysis was done in a Stata 14 environment. Our findings were like this. There is a green bar in the middle, and the upper and the lower one. The upper one, when you look at the first column, is gender stroke higher level of education. The 0 is for the females, and the 1 is for males. The second digit represents the level of education, where 0 are the non-educated, 1 is primary, 2 is secondary, 3 is technical vocational, 4 is university. When you look at, I want us to pay attention to margin, that is column 2, red on the upper sector and red in the lower sector. You will notice that when you look at those two figures, the lower one is 10.34, the upper one is 10.31. We can see the margin is smaller, but it shows that the females at that level of education in the manufacturing sector were actually earning much better than the males with that level of education. Similarly, when you look at level 1, 0, 2, and 1, 2, that is purple, you'll say that the males at the secondary level were actually earning, their mean earning was higher than for the females. When you come to 0.3 and 1.3, you see at a lower level, you see 10.716. At the upper level, you see 10.706. The males, the females, were actually having a higher mean earning than the males. I went further to develop box plots to improve the view. From here you can see that vocational and primary, the black bar represents the mean, whereas the blue bar at the blue at the last end shows that there were no postgraduate representatives in the sample. When you look at this, I'm not going to go into details because of time, but you can see that coefficient of each pair on males and females were higher at the upper than at the lower quartile. At the median level, that is the median quartile, effect of primary and vocational education were slightly higher for females. As you can see the figures. The research suggests that the female employees with primary and vocational education earned favorably well compared to the males. At a lower median, female employees earned 2.6 higher than the male counterparts, again with vocational education. At higher higher median, that's 75%, you find that the males earn slightly higher than male counterparts. That is for primary and vocational. That is the females. At secondary and undergraduate, it is the opposite. Clearly, gender wage differentials were higher at the higher quarters. When you looked at interquartiles, it also had its own issues. I want to concentrate on this is the effect of different covariates. I want to concentrate on years of schooling and those ones who received on-job training. When you look at the first one, you realize that at the higher levels, people who studied spent more years, actually depicted a higher wage differential, because when you look at it, it starts going up on the higher side, at the upper quartile. When you look at graph D, there's something unique about that graph. It shows that if you implement on-job training, the people who are likely to benefit from that online and on-job training are people at a lower wage quartile than at a upper wage quartile. So when you are designing your training programs, target those people with a lower level of training or at a lower wage earnings. I have actually already explained this with the graphs. Explained and unexplained. Gender wage differential bias was that it was highest at lower levels, at the higher levels of education, and 32.1% with the years of schooling. I tried to look at different variations when you consider years of schooling and level of completed. When I looked at years of schooling, I'm looking at within a certain level, children can drop out maybe before completing P7 or before completing senior 4. So completing a level is actually completing, say, up to senior 4, senior 4 exams or PLOE. But spending years, you can actually study for 5 years and drop out of primary. Similarly, you can study and drop out in senior 2 without completing senior 4. And each of them had its challenges. The endowment effect showed that when someone completed the years of schooling, it could be about 5.4, and education completed. Okay. Overall, the differences was that the years spent in schooling had a wider gender wage differentials. I'm not going to go through that because of time, but I want to rush down to policy implications. What implication do we draw from this? We see that improving education value addition by integrating basic technical and vocational skills in primary and secondary curricula could potentially mitigate gender wage differentials, because we saw from the analysis that people who had that had actually narrow gaps. And completing a level of education reduces gender wage differentials. So we should more target policies that minimize dropouts, which would be good. Then, as I said earlier, on job training, should target people with the lower skills. This paper recommends integrating basic technical education and primary curricula to make it more responsive to employment needs. And we have seen that from yesterday's discussions, today's discussion. We see that our employees lack skills, but which skills do we need? If it is industry or vocation, industry or manufacturing, vocational skills is a way to go. And we're happy that we're already going ahead in government with the skilling programs and so forth. So, conclusions and take home, we say that primary and vocational education could potentially be used as educational policy tool to reduce gender wage differentials, especially in the industry sector. This makes a case for vocational education and primary secondary curricula. We should look into it as we review the curricula. We also saw that completing a level education potentially reduces the gender wage differentials. So this makes a case for strengthening strategies for minimizing school dropouts. On-job training improves earning for lower quartile wage earners. HR officers can focus on tailoring those development programs, those short programs, to target low earners.
Let us clap for him. Thank you so much for that presentation. When I saw the figures, I thought this presentation could have been good in the morning when our brains are very much awake. But thank you, brother, for that presentation. And I want us to join our hands together to welcome our director for the next presentation, our director, Vincent Sembatia. Thank you. Keep writing your questions and observations as well. Thank you.
Hello. I will hope that you're in a good mood. Let me just expect the presentation to show up here. There's no mathematics here because I'm a mathematician, but I try. Today I'm not a mathematician. So, yes, I'm here to talk about knowledge production and sustainable development in the realm of higher education. I think I have to use this pointer. Yes, well, we've seen some definitions. I think James Okello presented some. Higher education is at any various types of education given in post-secondary institutions of learning. It normally happens after 18 years of age and usually leads to degree, diploma, certificate of higher studies. So basic entry requirement is completion of secondary education. Higher education institutions, both universities and tertiary institutions, public and private, are at the helm of economic development through their contribution to professional training. They create all these categories, as James said, engineers, medical doctors, teachers, scientists, lawyers. But then I saw that earlier, the expectations are becoming more intense, that you need ready products for the market. Roles of higher education, these are well understood. Higher education is known to produce knowledge. And it's also an ideological apparatus. It creates the ideologies where people now believe you can speak to certain idea. It producers of values, identity, and social legitimation. You know well that they will probably even try to invite you to a wedding. When you have graduated, they think, oh, this guy, if he's seated in that corner, our wedding will gain legitimacy. But then selection of dominant elites, like even in parliament now, we insist that you must have completed some level of higher education. Higher education has both private and social benefits. At some point, World Bank had come into, well, they created a little confusion that benefits were more at the level of primary education and lower levels. But then other studies came to show that higher education has both private and social benefits. And most importantly, the social benefits are benefits to all society, where government actually picks more interest. But then there are private benefits, like getting higher salaries, staying longer in employment. Those come to you as an individual. But what came to kind of shock the world is that sub-Saharan Africa has more social benefits, and actually they have more benefits by going to school. 21%, highest in the world. Strangely, however, fewer people got access higher education in sub-Saharan Africa. So there are always these dichotomies. As you heard, we have the richest, we are the richest in minerals, but derive lowest in values. So it's always like that, zero-sum game. Globally, in Africa, I say there are considerable benefits, and there are more studies you can show. You can see that Uganda, actually the benefits to Uganda are 23%. It's better to take your money to school than to invest in fixed deposits accounts. Don't keep that money in the bank. It's better to give it to the kid to go to school, especially in higher education. The returns are higher. There's no bank that will give you 21%. However, maybe if they give you a loan, they will demand that you pay that much. Higher education also has numerous private, as I told you before. South Africa has returns, some of the highest. Now, there are some other perspectives that people maybe know, but they don't pay too much attention to. In Africa, we have about 1.4 billion people. That is the same magical number with India and China. Almost the same amount of same number of people. We are slightly higher. But what's making us stay behind? I've always challenged people that chances are the phone you're holding is made from China or from South Korea. Well, rarely from Africa. Now you would be surprised that India and China only resemble us in numbers. But when it comes to higher education, India now has reached 27, still struggling. They want to go to 50% enrollment. But China is at 60 already. These people who are like second largest in the economy in the world are taking people to school. Here you could guess what we are here, but I had put some figure there. Sub-Saharan Africa enrollment ratios are at 8%. 8%. But guess what? Uganda is 6%. And we are going lower. What's going on? So are we not looking? So Ghana, our friends in Ghana have gone to 16. South Africa is higher than 20. I put in some numbers, but you may want to believe them. But what James and group were talking about, we need people to go back to school, especially in higher education. Now we talk to research, where knowledge, we account for knowledge through research. 2% contribution. But remember that India and China and Africa, each one of those countries, altogether, we combine to occupy half of the world. Half of the world's population is in those 3 blocks. Ours is not a country. If only it was a country, actually, we know what that would mean. Everyone is stopping Africa from becoming a single country. They are envious. It would be terrible if Africa became a country. We are the same people, but the others are one polity. You make one law, it moves as fast as possible. However, Africa contributes about 2% of the research. We occupy 16% of the world, but we contribute only 2% of the knowledge. Now, the other things, I just wanted to present highlights so that maybe you can even start thinking of your own actions from these highlights. The world with 8 billion, 1.7 of the population of the world are students. Quickly go away from there. 200 million students in tertiary education. You start picking interest. But 170 million are in universities. Now, many times people ask or talk about the inverted pyramid. You get worried that there are more students in universities than there are in tertiary institutions. The problem came from elsewhere. It's not our own local problem. It's a world problem. People moved away from technical institutes. They went to the knowledge economy. The knowledge economy has shifted decisions around the world, and it didn't leave Africa isolated. So this I will leave, I will try to hurry through, but you can see that in Uganda, we don't have enough students going to universities, but what do we have enough of? Well, you see, Uganda, with a population of, I put 50 million, because I'm anticipating the census. Probably the census is going to discover that we have 50 million. And we need 50 large universities. Okay, 50 large. And large, I mean, you should have at least 6,800 students. Professor Kafelo, the VC of GEMA, probably have already passed that mark. 6,800 students. But how should they be redistributed? So don't insist on a small university. It will probably die. Yeah, there are reasons. We've put the numbers together and say, oh my goodness, you are on your way down. So try to achieve a certain number of students so that you don't disappear. Well, all these things I talked about. Uganda should attain a gross ratio of enrollment of 35%. We are at 6%. The high schools, Mr. Kelly should tell you the high school system is not going to bring these students. They are not coming. I hope you have looked at this. A-level is not bringing them. The A-level has been bringing, enrolling, senior 6 has around 100,000 students for the last 10 years. It's not going to change even when the new curriculum comes. That channel is elitist. And that's why people are daring, they are very broadly daring to say you must remove certain levels earlier. Someone said merge primary to secondary so that you increase the flow. The flow is stagnating at earlier levels. They are not coming through. So I don't know what you are going to do altogether to increase that enrollment to 1 million students in higher education. So we are talking of knowledge generation. Why you should wonder, why am I talking about higher education altogether? Knowledge is also stagnating because of the talent. The talent is not coming through. So we can extend tertiary enrollment to a maximum of 400,000. From the 265 we have, we can move it to 400,000 with the current flow out of senior 6. You just multiply that by 4. It's so easy. The maximum you can have is 400,000. It will not go to 1 million. And senior 4, they told me now senior 5 has enrolled 200,000 students. Hope they can reach senior 6 and sit the exams. But still, we shan't get anywhere close to what we want. This 400 would get us to about 14% gross enrollment. Current shape, I've already talked about that. So many institutions, so many academic programs. However, what I want to pick as interest is a lot of these institutions, you have about 77 degree awarding institutions, like university-like institutions. They are enrolling most of the students. Of these, 70%, as I told you, are students in universities. So the capacity for knowledge generation is very high in Uganda. But the numbers have not gotten there yet. And the other problem that we shall see is that when you look at who actually is active in knowledge generation, those should be people with PhDs. And people with PhDs in higher education, just in student enrollment, is 1%. A very tiny proportion, which must be 20%, masters and PhDs. But they are only 1%. So our focus right now is bachelors. Well, maybe they grow and become these other ones. And people always talk about the inverted pyramid. Yes, it's inverted. The world decided to invert it when they focused on knowledge. And see, all manufacturing industries are closing. In UK, manufacturing is shifting to Eastern Europe and East Asia, of course. So the knowledge economy came, and so that they inverted the pyramid. In Uganda, I think they say, what do you say? I won't say it. It's just a rude statement. However, I think you can imagine something twisted. They twisted the whole frame. The frame was twisted. It's no longer what you thought it was going to be. So the skilling that we talked about here, all that skilling talk is important, but universities are focusing on knowledge generation, no longer on twisting. Like I always challenge people, look at your phone. It no longer has a screw. You are not going to open it with a screwdriver. You are going to open it with chemistry. Chemistry, you are going to manipulate the chemicals and they will open your phone. Even your TV screen is not using the cathode ray tube. It's using those quantum dots. It's a lot of knowledge. So the knowledge is substituting everything in ICT and everywhere. So don't be so scared. It's knowledge economy. So don't forget that. We shall need skills, yes, but they will have to sit alongside the knowledge. What is required in knowledge generation? We need talent, human resource. So we need a lot of people with good curriculum to start thinking, ideation, as they say. Think about the problems, empathize, relate with the issue, look for solutions. They are not longer in the traditional areas. And then we need institutions. We need governance, which includes policies. At the articulation, things have already been somehow articulated. I will show you how. We need infrastructure, facilities, and inputs. Now, talents, yes, researchers, like those that are found in universities, invest in PhDs, invest in postgraduate programs. Well, I had some data in Uganda who is doing research, and I think it's going up. This is all the research done in Uganda as indexed by Scopus. It's now going up, as you see, yet 2020 we had 1,300. Now it's going higher and higher. So this year, 2023 has not all been collected. So you may think it's retracting. Yes, no, it's not. And then the top researchers in Uganda will have that information if you're interested in that. Again, about that. And the institutions, the higher education institutions are not doing research. You may hear that people say, oh, you glorified high schools, because they want to make you bruised, as someone was saying. Kunubula, Professor Mushenges, they want to get you angry, and so that you can start putting out the research. They say you are high schools, because if you are not publishing, that's what high schools do a lot of. So here I just put out that institutions seem to be picking up, and all these maps are research maps around the world, how countries, Egypt in Africa is getting there. Uganda is still struggling. We're struggling with so many things. And in Rwanda, I don't know why they have a higher figure. I will check on that. I think we have not taken most current data. The articulation is there. People have already talked about these things. The relevance in SDGs, Vision 2040, Africa we want, their nested agendas. They've already talked about the problems you must solve. The relevance is already given in Sustainable Development Goals. You have the Agenda 2063, where the HOI, one of the things they say, relegate that HOI. We stop using the hand HOI. Professor Barunya was talking about. Throw it away, and you hope you don't starve. Agenda 2063, they have all these targets. Access to safe water, can you solve that? Electricity, do you have enough of it, or enough of that? Food, ICT, paved roads. These problems are there. Find solutions to them. Vision 2040, in another articulation level, they've told you all the things you must solve. In agricultural production, Uganda leads in coffee. Now we are reaching 1 billion income level. Can we go to 2 billion? Dr. Monica Msendo told you about that. What can you do? Can you start a program in coffee at your university at master's level? Bananas, we are next to India. We just eat them, and we don't even eat enough of them. We see them everywhere. We think it's food for the poor. The British know better. NDP3, all this articulation, but this is probably one of my last slides. We must not lag into the traditional areas. We must go to nanotechnology, where the viruses spend all their time. You can't see it, and you don't teach it in primary schools. So how are we going to move into who is going to protect us in nanotechnology, in artificial intelligence, data science, big language models? People are talking about these things in passing. We must reflect them in what we do in universities and in our curriculum. Yes, work in progress. How shall we get there? National policies, research governance, like having the national research agenda. We have the research councils, institutions within your institutions, the curriculum, the academic staff, the facilities, equipment. Funding, I don't want to put funding on the list because people want to put funding as number one. But funding comes along with your needs and incentives and then monitoring. I think probably that's where we stop. Thank you very much.
Yes. Let us clap again for him, please. We are almost finishing. Keep your attention on. Thank you, Director, for the presentation. And God bless you. So we are moving. Keep writing the questions, observations. We are moving to our last presenter, our brother Humphrey, Geoffrey Mukoya. Welcome. Thank you so much. You have a mic there.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Talking last is always a problem. But my topic is towards sustainable education. We are looking at a machine learning model for early student dropout prediction in higher education institutions. This is a presentation outline. The introduction is role of higher education in global transmission. I think the previous presenters talked about it. The impact of universities and colleges in the globalization age. We know that universities do a lot of research and innovations, and this globalization age, they share this information with different universities. Then role of universities in education sustainability. We expect universities to promote sustainability in their systems by making sure students graduate and don't drop out. Then the challenges in sustainability for higher education. Of course, there are a number of factors that affect learners at universities. These ones are going to come in the slides that follow. Then the impact of sustainable education towards employability. I think the previous speakers talked about it. Technology role in education sustainability. We know that AI-based digital learning systems are now everywhere in every sector. And we also know that AI in higher education has been used for administrative efficiency as well as the teaching and learning processes. We are going to apply machine learning to predict student attrition, and we need to see how improving retention policies in higher education can sustain the universities. What's the issue now? What challenge are we solving? We are looking at student attrition. And what's the problem? Most students don't complete their courses on time. And who is it affecting? It affects the individual, the society, and the institution. How is it a national global concern? This is a national and global concern in that in Africa, I think we are at the rate of 35% of dropouts in universities. And in America, I think they have reached almost 50%. How have you tackled this issue? We are proposing that we design an early warning signal model that will be used to mitigate the different factors that affect student dropout in universities. We aim at early prediction of student dropout, likelihood, support timely intervention during learners' study cycle. A prediction model was developed, supported by a predictive algorithm. We achieve this through studying key institutional, academic, and personal factors influencing student dropout. We established the model requirements that informed its design. We developed the predictive algorithm correctly to predict learners who are likely to drop out of school, out of university, not school. This is the methodology. We are going to use design science cycles, where we have the environment, design science research, and knowledge base. And to fulfill the design science, these are the steps we follow. We identify the problem and the motivation. We define the objectives of a solution. We design and develop the algorithm. We demonstrate and we evaluate and also communicate. We went out to do a study where we had a population of 532 students within central Uganda, and these were from government and private institutions, and the institutions were 5 in number. We gathered data from continuing and senior students during exit surveys, data prepared for machine learning via extract, transform, and load process. We cleaned, outliers eliminated, and formatted for machine learning processes. This was data pre-processing. What are our findings? The number of respondents for academic was slightly around 212, and for non-academic we had 312. The factors responsible for learner dropout, the major factor was free or reduced lunch program, then lack of teacher support or lecturer support or tutor support, then also poor attendance. The least factor was number of grade retention. Non-academic factors for learner dropout, we had social factors, then we had peer pressure, and also work-related issues affected students who dropped out. The discussion, besides academic dropout factors, there were other factors that caused dropout. These are mainly personal factors to the particular individual. Then factors affecting school dropout. We've already heard about the financial and professional aspects, where the financial, people don't have money to pay for the tuition. And also a week ago, last week, we had the Professor Nawange saying that over 1,000 students had dropped out of the system due to betting. Then we also have student engagement in learning environment. How is the students engaged during the learning processes, wherever it is? Then course engagement and motivation. The model design, we've looked at it. We employed the integrated design science research methodology. We utilized big data analytics and AI techniques. We adjusted classifier algorithm parameters, optimized data sets, and applied ML. We designed supporting predictive algorithm. Stages for model design. The process deployed the use of big data analytics of a range of AI techniques to achieve predictive accuracy. Moderating classifier algorithm parameters, we tuned the data set and applied ML algorithm to choose the key predictive attributes. Then the evaluation, we conducted different experiments with structured phases, assessed model using real data from higher education establishments, embedded model into institutional learning management system, providing optimal strategies for support system to tackle the issue of school dropout. What do we aim by the predictive model? We are trying to get the predictive dropout probability using machine learning techniques, and the process involves developing a set of validated mathematical models and then determining the most appropriate model for prediction. what were the recommendations from the sponsors or parents of the learners? What we have here is that we had 64.7% who said that they should communicate with the learners, the sponsors or parents should communicate with the learners, and also counsel learners about career realities. Then those who are strongly disagree was to encourage a break at the point of quitting was 77.6%. Then those who said the parents or sponsors should be supportive was 66.2%. Institutions, what is the institutions do? We have 94% saying that the institution should lower the study costs, and also 75.2 say that the institution should adopt active learning, and also 53.4 say that the institution should use life coaches. And we had 63.9 who say that we should support the learner to make informed decisions. What should the learners do? The learners should seek help. That was 80.1%. Then we had the set study goals was 69.2%, and also set life goals was 75.2%. In conclusion, for the future work, we recommend that we should establish a continuous model for evaluation and updating to ensure that the predictive model remains relevant and successful over time. Regularly assess the model's performance, recalibrate parameters, and include new data and insights to increase predictive accuracy. Insights regarding student behavior and engagement levels can be gained from real-time data such as interactions with course material, participation in extra activities and online learning platform usage. Predictive model timelines and accuracy in identifying learners who are at risk can be enhanced by incorporating various data sources. And conducted longitudinal study of the learners using academic and non-academic features. We also suggest that this model should go out at all levels of education so that we understand the problem, because the problem looks much more bigger than it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Humphrey. Thank you so much. Our time is gone and there's not more to allow us to talk much, but this is a time to ask some questions or make some observations. We have 5 minutes, around 5 minutes or 10 minutes at most. If you have a question and an observation, make sure you address it to the right person. I will give them 1.5 minutes. I've been instructed to answer to all questions. Each person will have 1.5 minutes to answer the question, to react to the observation. But thank you so much. It's very difficult to finish, but we need to finish well. Thank you. Any question, any observation? The VC of Bugema, thank you.
Yes, I have a question. Last speaker, presenter.
Okay.
A friend of mine has a child who's in senior 2. This girl is so good in IT, and she has started earning $45 an hour at home. The father is saying, no, you should go to school, you should stop this. So what advice would you give such a parent? Lastly, Dr. Sembatia, I have a question for you. No observation. I think as somebody from private university, I really feel we should learn from Kenya, where they extended loan schemes to all university students. Doesn't matter which university, government or private. You choose which university to go to, you get a loan. If you can do this, I think it's going to help us have more students in universities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person with a question or an observation? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am Joseph Oloba from Livingstone International University. My question goes to the last presenter. Thank you very much for this innovation. I actually love it so much. I wanted to find out this model. Is it already an application or some kind of software? And if the answer is yes, is it possible to share it with higher education institutions?
Two, I saw the hand of Dr. Sebugenyi, Cyrus.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamil Serwanga, Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs. My question looks to be a bit simple. I just wanted to get more clarification by Mr. Mukoyo about the predictability of the model, because he has talked about the model is going to be used to predict the dropout rate, but that has not come clear to my side. I don't know about the other participants. Thank you.
Okay, no more. One more.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Skay. When you are looking at the variations in wage differentials, did you also analyze the element of having people with similar qualifications doing related jobs but of different genders? What was your experience in relation to the payments to these different groups of people? Did you see any significant variation? If it is there, what could have accounted for this?
Okay. If there is no other question, we can allow the presenters to respond. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the girl getting $45, that's very good money. I don't know if she can leave it to go. But why doesn't she try an online course? Maybe the parents should look at that possibility. I don't know how long the 45 will come in. Is it for a year? Is it a contract? What is it? Because if it is for 5 years, that's good money. They should not deprive her from that money. Then the model. Well, the model can be shared, but what we need from you is your data sets so that we can test it on your data sets and see how your data behaves before we share it. Then predict the dropout rate. Of course, we are not the first people to undertake such research. Such research has been undertaken in mostly developed countries. And I think in Uganda, very few researchers have gone into that direction. But what we are looking at Tinto theory of 1983, where we have personal, institutional, and academic issues. All those factors come into play. What we don't know whether they apply wholesale in Uganda, but we want to contextualize that theory so that it applies to Uganda. So depending on the data you give us, it will determine which variables to move with and which ones to drop. Otherwise, that's what the prediction model is going to do. And also what it is going to do is it is just going to be an early warning signal, so that at a certain point in time, you know this student is not performing well, either because of A, B, C, D, and you try to bring in some corrective action so that that student can go back to performing well. We also think that in future we shall be in position to expand on this model and increase its degree of accuracy by getting some employment data and also career data so that it is integrated into the model, so that if the student does not see a way out, at least he knows I want to be a doctor, and what does the doctor need to do? He must get these points, he must do what? He must be hardworking and whatever, so that he's at least motivated to continue the struggle. That's what we are looking at for future use. Thank you so much.
The next set of questions were meant for Brother Dr. Martin.
Thank you, Richard. I would like to reemphasize that the analysis was within levels of across levels of education and within the same level of qualifications. For example, when I looked at females, you would look at females and males with the same level of qualifications, but also across levels of qualifications, that is primary, secondary, and vocational, vis-a-vis university. So all those were taken care of, and for more details, since you are my neighbor, you can always share more details later.
Okay. The director is going to answer to the question that was addressed to him.
Yes, probably this question should have gone to James here. The loan scheme of extending to private universities should really not be any question. There shouldn't be any question about that. I know that the current efforts is to take it to chartered institutions, but I know that James said something about students fearing loans. Did I hear that correctly? Fearing loans is an issue, but the loans, it's been a debate for all time that the money should follow the student, not the student follow the money. So the money is not pressed in an institution and all students walk that way. It should be the students go where they want to be and the money comes to them. So I think that's my answer. But I don't know whether James, that fearing component is a problem. I don't know.
Well, the fearing component came in because if you know the reality, you have been given a loan and the type of program you are going to get from the institution may not enable you get employable. So you find difficulties. So there is that need for us to be clear that maybe if I get a loan, I go to a, you remember the opening statement I made, that the poor go for the programs which the employers want. Now, if you go for a program whereby you will not be able to pay the loan, then they come and sell your land or the land of your parents. It becomes a problem there. So the issue of the loans, as much as it's in place, we need to be handled carefully. First of all, the carrier, I'm going to take this money. It's just like the private scheme we have here. The private scheme, somebody says, I have to go to the university. Then somebody sells his or her land in order to do BA history. When they finish, the family is much poorer. They have nowhere to get even a job, even the teaching one. Because all the humanities slots are being filled up in schools, whether private or government. So as you go in for the loan, yeah. But another problem is that maybe they should have either a clear approach in case if you don't have the type of course which we will then probably go for those ones. But the money is even not enough for everybody. Because like in my own university, last year we got only 3 people being sponsored. Public university. Why can't they see whether they can allocate a quarter, let's say to Bugema, 100 slots or 200 slots and so on? And I think maybe the next, if I may say something about this, the next exhibition should be how the loans are given out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our time is over, and I want again to thank NCHE to organize this conference. And yesterday somebody said it should come, I think maybe twice a year or every year until we all understand what the expectations are. So again, fostering graduate employability and innovation is a key topic to focus on. I want to finish by just a small example of an experience. There is somebody who was about to be hired by Doctors Without Borders. And he was supposed to be the director of that mission in one country. Do you know why he missed the job opportunity? The doctor could not drive a vehicle. Because they said, we want you to direct and you need to drive yourself. So skilling is very important, very key. So once as somebody is thinking about being employed, make sure you get as many skills as possible because you never know. Another group of people crashed with a plane and the plane failed on the water. The only people who survived are the people who could have known how to swim. Out of 5 people, 4 knew how to swim. They came out. The only person who died was the one who could not swim. So skilling is very important. I want to finish there to say that all of us universities, we need really to work together to make sure that we collaborate like we had. We work together to make sure that we have quality graduates. It's very important. So may God bless all of us. Thank you for your attention. I was watching. No one does. The questions came. The answers were given. God bless you. I want to pass back the mic to Brother Arthur.
Meanwhile, you can thank the chair. Doctor, thank you very much for keeping time, and can I hand over to Director Nora?
Thank you, Arthur. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our 2-day workshop of fostering graduate employability and innovation, and what a conference it has been. But this is not goodbye. As Arthur said earlier, we hope we shall be able to engage in the next few days. Starting on Thursday to Saturday is a reminder for the higher education exhibition. You could be seeing more of some of the institutions you see here where you want to engage and ask some detailed questions. So this is not goodbye. And also to remind you that this is a platform for disseminating scientific and academic research in general. Some of the presentations you have been thinking about here have come from papers that are submitted for our Higher Education Review Journal. A case in point is, I think, Humphreys and the one from the rector from Soroti, and I think a few before the last session. So we are giving graduate research students the opportunity to have this platform and the opportunity to be critiqued by the experts. So this is something we remind all institutions to encourage your students, your researchers, that there is such a platform. A few slots of excellent research will feature here. So with that, I would like to invite the Executive Director of the National Council, Professor Kwakol, to give her remarks. Thank you. And thereafter, because we are coming to a close, Professor will invite our chairperson for the ICT Research and Innovation Committee of the Council to officially close this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. All participants in your respective capacities, good evening. The National Council for Higher Education is very grateful to you all for agreeing to come, spend so much time here, and make so many contributions. The contributions that have been made in this conference have been captured, and I believe at some stage you will tease out those recommendations that will be sent to various stakeholders. But there are two major messages that came out. One is that institutions need to equip the learners with technical knowledge, technical skills, and technical competencies. But having done that, it's not enough for that to earn your learners, when they become graduates, employment. To increase their chances of being employable, you have to ensure that you impart critical soft skills. I will not go into those, but critical soft skills and competencies are necessary. The combination of the two is what will make your graduate employable, or increase the chances of that graduate securing employment. Another thing that came out very clearly is the need in all we are doing to partner with industry. And this partnership could be in developing your curricula. It could be in reviewing your curricula. And last but not least, in sending them students for skilling as interns. So partnerships, in some cases, the institutions actually formalize these relationships by signing MOUs. You can learn from each other how things are done in different institutions. I believe when you are here, you'll be networking. The other one is the need to review, rather the need to either review curricula or to develop curricula taking into account these two aspects, the technical skills and the soft skills. And in doing that, when you develop or review a curriculum, involve key stakeholders. For instance, we are talking about industry. If you are reviewing a program or a curriculum, why not invite some expert from a relevant industry to have input, because then they'll be able to say, this is what we want. Or the other time we employed your product, but this was lacking. Then there are also technical people who are not necessarily in industry, but they've been out there and they have long experience. If, say, you are developing a program in water engineering, maybe you'd benefit from some water engineer who has been in the field for quite some time, like a commissioner or something. But also don't leave out the graduates from your programs, especially if you are reviewing a program. Because if they've been out in the field, they will be able to know that, yes, we got this when I was here, but this was missing, so we need to put that in it. The access and inclusivity was also a major aspect of our discussion. Access, the director informed us that the access is at 6%. Actually, before the advent of the COVID pandemic, we were at 6.3%. But after the pandemic, we went down below 6, Director. We went to 5.3. I think that is the last one we had, 5.3. And we are talking about the African average being 8%. And then you have to compare with others who are much higher than that. So we need to do whatever we need to do to ensure that we up that. But inclusivity has many facets, because you can talk about gender, but there's also inclusivity that is affected by economic circumstances of our learners, or geographical circumstances. So all those have to be thought about and taken into account. And finally, I would like to say thank you. I would like to say thank you. Thank you to the keynote speakers. We had two key keynote speakers, one of yesterday and one of today, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that they gave very powerful, inspiring, and to a certain degree provocative. What a professor, VC of UCU called bruising, that, you know, sometimes you felt that you are being bruised. So let's appreciate the keynote speakers in earnest. The chairpersons were effective. And because they were effective, there was a time when I got worried that maybe we might not end the conference today. But because the chairpersons were effective, we were able to catch up. And we have finished in time. So thank you very much, all the chairpersons. The paper presenters, very interesting papers and thought stimulating. I believe you are taking notes. And please, when you go back, I would like to request you to share what you've learned here with others. Experience has it that people come to such a very important conference, they acquire knowledge, they write good notes, but when they go back, they fold those notes and they put them either on the shelf or in the drawers. Please, please, share what you've got here with others in your institutions. That's how the messages will reach everybody, and that's how we shall transform our higher education subsector. And I started with all of you, but all of you participants, you are all participatory. Even when you are not presenting, you are asking questions, you are making comments. You know, we felt the room was warm with participation. So let me thank all of you for being participatory in this important meeting. Let me thank Renu. Is the CEO still here? He has gone. Yes, for the connectivity. As you can see, because of that important contribution, we could have been in any city, we could be mistaken for being in any city in any part of the world, isn't it? And we're in Mbale. But I'm sure we are seen everywhere and heard everywhere, so we thank Renew for that. Now, coming home, let me thank The chairperson was here. He had to go away before lunchtime because of some urgent commitments back in Kampala. But let me also extend that appreciation to the council members. 2 of them have been here throughout. Dr. Jennifer Twebaze Musoke and Pastor Kafero, VC of Bugema University. We thank you very much for staying. But there are also council members who were with us online. They couldn't be here, but they were with us listening and taking notes. The organizing committee, I can't thank you enough. I'm sure you'll agree with me, they did a tremendous job, and we need to thank them. The media, incidentally the media, although they don't talk at such meetings, they talk later. And when they talk later, it's not only the participants in the conference that hear them, but the whole country and even the whole world. So we thank them for being with us here. Last but not least, Mbale Resort Hotel. We have all been comfortable here, haven't we? Haven't we been comfortable? So we thank Mbale Resort Hotel for the hospitality. Oh, yes. Mobs. Do we still have mobs here? Live streaming was by Mobs. Mobs, thank you very much. Yes, that one is, it's very important. That's why we are live all over the place. And also, finally, to assure you that we shall have conference proceedings and participants. The participating institutions will get, well, if we don't give you copies, hard copies, the soft copies will certainly reach all of you because we have got your contacts. And I would like to end by wishing each one of us journey mercies, those who are spending another night, enjoy the cool air of Mbale. I know it's hot, but compared to other places, being near Mount Elgon, it is relatively cool. And let me remind you that on Thursday up to Saturday we have the exhibition. You are all welcome, and encourage your colleagues to come and participate or view the exhibitions at the UCU campus along Palisa Road. God bless you. It's now my singular honor and pleasure to invite our chairperson of the Council ICT Research and Innovation, Dr. Jennifer Twebaze Musoke, to come and close this conference. Dr. Musoke.
Thank you so much, Madam Edie. The Minister in absentia, the Chairperson Council in absentia, the Executive Director, National Council, Management Council, all important participants, protocol observed, good evening. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank God who has enabled us pass through this conference, all healthy, and doing well and looking good. Let's clap for him. I would like to add my voice to the executive director to thank everybody that has participated in this conference. Everybody has stayed alert. Everybody is awake. This is unique in its own way. I really thank you. In this conference, a number of very good ideas have been shared. We had the black box, which is very, very true. And it was very well explained by the minister. You know, sometimes such conferences are like wake-up calls to think through and try to know where you belong, where is your niche. And this was really putting us in the real niche of our education system, which sounded a bit obvious, but something that we never thought about. We listened to very many issues that were talked about. I will not talk about all of them, but just a few of them, which came out very clearly. The mismatch of the skills in the industry and the skills our students have, things like the attitude, the soft skills, the need to bridge the gap between industry and what we actually provide. Here, I think I'll give an example that when we receive applications from your students, when they're applying for jobs, I want to tell you that some of those applications, you might read it and you don't understand what the person wants. I was just wondering whether actually we could recommend that students in that first basic knowledge that they should have, whether we should go back and teach English and how to write. It's a very big problem, and most of them lose jobs at that level, at the application level. The employer reads the application, just says this one who can't even write well, and when actually that person is very good. So that's actually a problem, which maybe is among some of the things that we need to bridge in this gap. Like Professor talked about, Professor Balunywa, business is also an area for creating jobs, but also for innovation. That's an area that we also need to focus on from this conference that we have learned. There are so many topics that have been talked about. Towards the end, something not very good that came up, our low enrollment in tertiary institutions. We really need to work hard to ensure that we have increased enrollment. And maybe what was talked about, merging primary and secondary, can make us somehow be one of the solutions, because we really lose a lot of students in between primary and secondary. If you see how parents are looking for schools after P7, everybody's waiting for results, butterflies in the stomach. It's like the parents are the one who start the exams. But you know, the results come and everybody's down. So something needs to be done. I'm sure what he said here, he presented to a relevant audience, and I'm sure some of these will be picked up. I also was impressed by the model, the prediction model for sustainable education. I was just wondering whether this model can be replicated in other areas. Can it help us predict the waste of productive time in traffic jam? You are in traffic jam from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. And from 4:30 or 5 to 9, you are not yet home, you are just seated in the car. I wish somebody could do that kind of study to help us and help our country. So I was just wondering whether this could also be replicated there. Lastly, I would like to just thank the organizers of this conference. It has been, really, to me, it has been a success. We really have to thank them. Would like to thank the keynote speakers, the chairperson of sessions, the presenters. Everything really moved well, and the participants. You remember someone made a comment in the last session that I like presenting last because I'm sure I will not get many questions. Wapi? People were alert. People were alert and questions were asked. I really thank the participants. Once again, clap for yourselves. You really did a very good. You are very, very alert. I would like to thank the ED and her stewardship for really ensuring that this conference has been a success. The director, IRI at Council, and your team, and also all management for ensuring that this conference was a success. I thank you for God and my country. At this juncture, I would like to close this conference. Thank you very much. I guess we close with the anthems. Afrika Mashariki.